Chapter 1437. In the mysterious lake, the Iron Demon's bloody battle had already dyed the lake red, making it extremely thick. Suddenly, a splash appeared on the surface of the lake. The injured Iron Demon leaped out of it. "Ha! We're finally out. Hey, where's the shadowless Saber Sovereign?" After laughing foolishly, the Iron Demon noticed that the target he was chasing had already disappeared. The smile on his face disappeared and he immediately frowned. Scratching his head, he said, "It's over, I lost him. The two big brothers are going to scold me again." What is this thing? In his left hand was a 7-colored spirit fruit that was overflowing with spiritual energy. The ferocious beasts at the bottom of the lake had fought with the Iron Demons until now to protect this spirit fruit. It took him a lot of effort to kill all the beasts, and out of curiosity, he dug out the fruit. If it were the cultivators of the other races, they would definitely check the fruit immediately and store it properly. He would not be like Iron Demon, who first wanted to lose sight of Xiaoqin, and then wanted to let down his two big brothers. Finally, he remembered that there was something in his hand. There's no demonic energy at all. One look and I can tell that it's trash. To think that a few ferocious beasts would treat it as treasure. How stupid! The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the devil world all contained dense devil chi. Devils were also naturally fond of these things. The spiritual energy of the rainbow spirit fruit was so dense that it was about to overflow. Faintly, there was even a hint of immortal spiritual energy. Clearly, it was the legendary immortal world spirit fruit, a precious material that would cause even the Holy Lord to fight over it. However, the Iron Demon just didn't like it. After sniffing it a few times, it tossed it away. Then, it casually stepped on it and crushed it. The moment the spirit fruit shattered, more spirit chi leaked out. The fragrance assaulted the nose, and the Iron Demon could not help but take a few more breaths. He didn't think much of it. He casually glanced in a direction and casually left. Unknowingly, the Iron Demon felt his mind growing clearer and clearer. Many of the questions he had been confused about became clearer. His cloudy, colorless eyes slowly changed. In the end, his eyes were filled with spiritual energy. He didn't look like the foolish Iron Demon at all. 1 step, 2 steps. After taking 10 steps, Iron Demon suddenly stopped. Damn it! The Iron Demon slapped his forehead and took a step back, landing on the spot where he had crushed the spirit fruit. However, the spirit fruit had already been trampled to a pulp. It was mixed with the soil, and its spiritual energy was nowhere to be found. How could I be so stupid? Just a whiff of the immortal chi was enough for me to gain enlightenment, yet I actually stepped on it myself. Iron Demon wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wished he could chop off his own leg. He didn't realize that ever since the birth of the Iron Demons, there had never been an intelligent Iron Demon. He was the first one in history. I finally understand why those two fellows made me foolishly chase after the shadowless Saber Sovereign alone. As the Iron Demon thought about it, he understood many things from the past. It turned out that the Iron Demon clan had been used like fools for so many years. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, should I thank you? The Iron Demon smiled coldly. Since I, sorta, have such a fortuitous encounter, I must change the fate of the Iron Demon tribe. Putting aside the matter of the spirit fruit being crushed, the Iron Demon calmed himself down. Spreading out his mental energy, he carefully examined the surroundings, and a frown appeared on his face. Why are there so many experts in this savage battlefield? After a while, the Iron Demon discovered several strong auras. Some of these existences even made him feel afraid. If the Iron Demon had walked out carelessly earlier and was discovered, he would have died a miserable death. I have to wait for a while before I can go out. After making up his mind, the Iron Demon jumped into the lake and hid, preparing to lie low for the time being. The lake was a forbidden land. Outsiders would not casually inspect it. Right now, this was the safest place. If it were the Iron Demon of the past, he definitely would not have thought of this. However, now that he was intelligent, everything was different. In a secluded valley, after cultivating for 5 days, Xiaoqin finally broke through his will of thunder into an innate thunder crystal. Actually, if it were an ordinary person, he would only need one attempt to break through his bottleneck in the lightning pool. However, Xiaochen had accumulated too much will of thunder. Furthermore, the purple thunder divine incantation was lightning attributed in the first place. Hence, breaking through was exceptionally difficult. However, the benefits of breaking through were clear. Inside the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Xiaochen could already sit calmly at the edge of the lightning pool. However, he still did not dare to go to the core or dive too deep. However, compared to his initial situation of retreating at the first spot, it was much better now. As Xiaochen enjoyed the baptism of lightning, he felt exceptionally comfortable. His understanding of lightning improved by another level. It's time to withdraw. Feeling that he could no longer endure it, Xiaochen stood up and leaped out of the lightning pool. Not bad. You are indeed a person with great perseverance. It looks like you might be able to grasp a second Dao in the future, the Thunder Great Dao, Qingyun said softly from the side with a smile. However, I cannot give you any pointers on the direction of the Thunder Great Dao. You will have to slowly explore it yourself in the future. Of course, it would be best if you could find a senior to lead the way. Xiaochen understood this principle. When it came to the cultivation of the Great Dao, there were people pointing the way and no one pointing the way. If not for the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Xiaochen did not know when he would have comprehended the Saber Great Dao. There is also the ice pool over there. Do you want to give it a try? Your will of ice is somewhat too weak. Xiaochen took a look and shook his head in rejection. There is no need for now. I have to leave the savage battlefield. I have already wasted too much time. Good. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have already cultivated 100 saber energy, Qingyun said with a smile. Definitely. Xiaochen opened his eyes and returned to reality. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen closed his eyes and casually sensed the innate thunder crystal. Then he opened his eyes again. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, illuminating the valley. Xiaochen had a feeling in his heart. A ruler. That's right, a ruler. All the lightning-attributed energy within 5,000 kilometers was under Xiaochen's control, revering him as king. This feeling was very profound. In the past, no matter how strong Xiaochen was, he had to obtain lightning-attributed energy from the world. However, after forming the innate thunder crystal, he felt like he was the ruler. All the lightning-attributed energy was his subjects. With a thought, he could decide their life and death. So, that is the case. The mysteries of the innate thunder crystal lie in the word ruler. With a thought, the thunderclouds vanished without a trace, and the desolate valley returned to normal. Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense to sense the situation in the surroundings. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he frowned slightly. Indeed, it was more or less as Xiaochen guessed. He injured the divine Sun Di Wuk, so the deity Dao Union would not let him off so easily. The major characters of the deity Dao Union had already rushed to this savage battlefield and were searching for him. Several of the strong auras among them were no weaker than the 3 demons who worked together to kill him back then. There were even stronger existences. However, they hid their auras rather well, so Xiaochen could not sense them with his spiritual sense. It looks like I have to be more careful before I can leave. After making up his mind, Xiaochen withdrew his aura and flew into the clouds, heading for the savage battlefield. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, as long as he wanted to, even primes would not be able to discover his presence. As Xiaochen flew, he discovered that many Kunlun realm cultivators, who were about to leave, were stopped by the deity Dao Union's people. After checking with his spiritual sense, Xiaochen discovered that the deity Dao Union wanted them to hand over some of their gains in the savage battlefield. If they did not hand it over, they would have to join the deity Dao Union, which was extremely tyrannical. In this fight with the demon royal halls, the strength that the deity Dao Union displayed did indeed qualify them to be tyrannical. Xiaochen did not have a good impression of the deity Dao Union. Normally, when he did not have any worries, it would be fine to deal with them. However, now he definitely could not cause any more trouble. However, just as Xiaochen hid his aura and was about to leave, seeing a group of familiar figures blocked by the deity Dao Union's people, Xiaochen, who was flying as fast as lightning in the clouds, suddenly stopped. Very few people in this world could make Xiaochen put himself in danger. He had always been calm and resolute, never indecisive. However, these acquaintances in front of him were clearly part of that minority. This was very surprising. Xiaochen had not expected Shui Lingling, Bai, and the others to be trapped in this savage battlefield as well. He clearly remembered that after the demon monarch corpse was summoned out, his first senior sister and the others immediately left. It has already been 5 days. Why are we still trapped here? That was right. The group of people below was Shui Lingling, and Xianxia, Bai, Kong Yuan, Yuan Su, and the other fiend race outstanding talents. Logically speaking, these people were all outstanding talents. It should not be difficult for them to break through the deity Dao Union's blockade. However, the one blocking them was the heaven-punishing corpse god's personal disciple, Xingju. More importantly, he had forged the deity statue. Although it would be very difficult for Xiaochen to advance to prime in this lifetime, his explosive increase in strength in a short time allowed him to suppress Shui Lingling and the others. Behind Xingju were 3 deity Dao Union warships. There were many elite deity race, ghost race, and corpse race cultivators on the warships. More than 100 people jumped off the warships. All of their cultivations were not low. Furthermore, they seemed to be cultivating the same cultivation technique. As they moved, the ground flickered with golden light. Images of deities flickered in the sky above their heads. Seeing such a lineup, Bai revealed a trace of resentment on his face. He lowered his head and said, "Elder Sister Lingling, I'm sorry. If not for me being stubborn and going to look for that shadowless saber sovereign, everyone would not be trapped." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "What are you feeling wronged about? I was the one who agreed to look for the shadowless saber sovereign. If there is someone to blame, it should be me." As Zhuanxi held the true dragon lightning whip, he said calmly, "This group of people from the deity Dao Union is becoming increasingly overboard. If the deity race did not help them forge the deity statue, they would not be able to be so arrogant." Xingju led the 100 deity Dao Union cultivators over slowly. The 3 warships behind them followed like shadows, putting immense pressure on them. "Miss Shui, we meet again. I believe you are not willing to join our deity Dao Union. However, the rules cannot be changed. Hand over your gains in the savage battlefield, and you may leave." Xingju smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. "Since when did the deity Dao Union resort to banditry? Are they really that poor?" Shui Lingling asked coldly. "That is not the case. Not only is the deity Dao Union not poor, but it also has the richest resources in the world. As long as one joins the deity Dao Union, not only do they not have to hand over their gains, but they can also obtain all sorts of treasures from the deity Dao Union." Xingju did not get angry. He smiled and said, "For example, if the few of you are really willing to join, the deity Dao Union can immediately forge a deity statue for you, allowing your strength to soar rapidly." "Like you?" "That's right, as strong as me. I meant like you, with the body of a human but the heart of a dog." Shui Lingling smiled coldly. Xingju's face sank. "You do not know how to appreciate favors. That's fine as well. You Haotian sect dogs are living too comfortably. I have to teach you a lesson." Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, heading for Xingju. The lightning bolt appeared without any warning, catching Xingju off guard. He retreated in a fluster and nearly got struck. Buzz! The lightning bolt vanished. It turned out that a saber had descended together with the lightning bolt. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning descended one after another. As each bolt of lightning descended, a saber accompanied it. The lightning was fast and urgent, and there was no warning. 3 bolts of lightning passed by. After 3 bolts of lightning, Xingju's figure became somewhat unsteady, nearly falling over. This made him feel extremely unbearable. Xiaochen tried to gather energy in his body several times, but it was interrupted every time. He could only dodge. Xiaochen anxiously sought a breather. However, the more anxious he was, the more openings he revealed. The lightning in the sky didn't give him a chance to catch his breath at all. When the 5th lightning bolt fell, When the fifth bolt of lightning descended, Xingju cried out in pain, and his entire body twitched. A saber stabbed into his chest, pinning him to the ground. Electric light flickered on the saber. When Xingju touched it with his hand, the electricity made him tremble and scream. Xiaochen tore through the clouds and quickly descended. Clang, clang, clang. The few sabers stabbed into the ground quickly returned behind the throne. All that was left was the blade of wrath that pinned Xingju to the ground. It's the shadowless saber sovereign. Quickly inform the various elders. When the 100 cultivators behind saw Xiaochen descend, they could not care less about Xingju being pinned to the ground. They were so startled that they quickly returned to their warships and fled far away. They looked like they had seen a demon, panicking. With a thought, Xiaochen sheathed the wrath saber as well. Xingju coughed a few times. Then he looked at Xiaochen and smiled. Shadowless saber sovereign, indeed, you have not left yet. It would have been fine if you did not show yourself. However, once you do, this savage battlefield will definitely be your burial ground. Whoosh! Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a strong suction surged out, pulling Xingju over. Seeing the other party's flustered face, Xiaochen felt very rueful for some reason. Back then, when Xiaochen first met the other party at the king conferral ceremony, he was very sharp. Now, although Xiaochen's strength was extraordinary, he had lost all his sharpness. With such a mental fortitude, he would never be able to advance to prime in this life. The deity Dao Union had truly harmed many people. If the deity Dao Union really left the Kunlun realm, the luck of the other races, aside from the deity race, would decrease significantly in less than 100 years. They might even end up going extinct. The deity race's wild ambitions were clear. However, this was Xingju's own choice. Xiaochen could not be bothered with it. He only sighed. I won't kill you. Keeping you alive is the greatest punishment for yourself. Xiaochen casually tossed Xingju's body 10 kilometers away. Bang! He kicked up a large cloud of dust. As of now, Xiaochen's cultivation rivaled that of the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu's. Furthermore, there was his cultivation of the Saber Dao. Someone like Xingju did not interest him at all. Whoosh! The throne turned into a beam of rainbow light and quickly vanished from Shui Lingling and the others, turning into a black dot and vanishing. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, don't go. Bai felt anxious and wanted to give chase. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. Elder Sister Lingling, don't stop me. Tis Wu. Bai wanted to say the last two words, but Shui Lingling covered his mouth and whispered, don't say it. By now, Shui Lingling had already guessed that her feelings were not wrong. The shadowless Saber Sovereign was an existence that she worried about day and night. This was sufficient to comfort her. It was also good to come out as the shadowless Saber Sovereign. At least, he would not attract too much attention. If his identity was exposed, the primes would definitely not give him a chance to grow. Although Xiaochen's strength was acceptable in the early stages, he was still a distance away from the Holy Lord and the primes. If Xiaochen removed his mask one day, he would definitely be able to hold his own and face primes directly. Shui Lingling was very meticulous. She quickly guessed why Xiaochen hid his identity. Her guess was very close to the truth. Elder Sister Lingling, he really is, Bai said quickly after struggling free from Shui Lingling's grasp. However, he was only halfway through his sentence when Shui Lingling interrupted him. I know. It's just that I can't say it. We are leaving soon. He must have his own difficulties. The fact that he is willing to take the risk to help us already shows that he has not changed. He is doing well. Bai entered deep thought. After a while, he smiled and looked at Shui Lingling. Elder Sister Lingling, I understand now. Understand what? And Juanxi asked out of curiosity as he walked over. This is a secret. I'm not telling you. Think about it yourself, Bai said with a smile, feeling much happier. Shui Lingling smiled warmly and said, let's go. Don't miss this opportunity. Go back and report to Master. We can't let the deity Dao Union's people be too unbridled in this savage battlefield. On the other side, Xiaochen felt somewhat bitter in his heart. He could not meet his family and friends. Aside from the knot in his heart, the biggest reason was what Shui Lingling guessed. The identity of the shadowless saber sovereign was very important to Xiaoqin. He needed to use it to enter the Mirage Immortal Palace. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures descended from the sky and blocked in front of Xiaoqin. Lights flickered, and another 6 people descended from the remaining 3 directions, sealing off all of Xiaoqin's paths of retreat. There were also 3 middle-aged men in the sky, standing side by side. They hovered in the air, looking at Xiaoqin coldly. When Xiaoqin saw these 3, he revealed a bitter smile. What a big move! Even the 3 holy masters appeared. There were 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wus in each direction. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could feel the aura of their holy beast martial spirits. 8th Heaven Emperor Wus and the 3 holy masters had personally arrived. That was to say, the 3 holy masters had sent out their peak combat power to surround and suppress him, the shadowless saber sovereign. A Holy Land sect leader was mostly the 9th Heavenly Layer Emperor Wu, and there were 2 or 3 8th Heavenly Layer Emperor Wu's supreme elders. If there were any more trump cards, they would only be used to deal with supreme martial artists. For example, the sacred beast totem of the land of the 3 holy masters, the poison cloud of the 5 venom sect, and the sun and yin flame pools of the zodiac hall. Apart from the sacred beast totem, the 3 holy masters had gone all out to encircle him. This was simply inconceivable. Xiaoqin had just chopped down on Diwuk. If he really killed Diwuk, would Emperor Forsaken lead the deity Dao Union to kill him? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, Emperor Forsaken sees that you are a character. As long as you are willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion or submit to the deity Dao Union, you will be willing to help us. We can let bygones be bygones, and everything can be discussed. We can even give you the position of Vice Guild Leader. One of the 2 supreme elders of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, who were blocking in front, said. During the Golden Age, many outstanding talents joined the deity Dao Union. However, the deity sovereign never gave the position of Vice Guild Leader to the others. Aside from the 3 holy masters, the other Vice Guild leaders are all primes. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you know how much the deity sovereign thinks of you, right? Another person at the side took over the conversation and continued. As they spoke, the 2 felt somewhat jealous. Even their positions in the deity Dao Union were not as high as the shadowless Saber Sovereign's. As long as the shadowless Saber Sovereign was willing, he could immediately become their superior, his status on par with the 3 holy masters. Emperor Forsaken had never thought so highly of a person before. These words were indeed true. If possible, the 2 would not be willing to say this. However, the deity sovereign instructed them to say this, so they had no choice but to say it. On the throne, Xiaoqin smiled coldly to himself. Then, he said indifferently, Emperor Forsaken really thinks highly of me. What a joke! Xiaoqin had an irreconcilable grudge with Emperor Forsaken. If not for Xiaoqin's tough life, he would have died many times over because of Emperor Forsaken. If not for Emperor Forsaken, Xiaoqin would not have ended up like this. He clearly had the chance to kill Diwuk, but he could not. If not for Emperor Forsaken, how could there be a boundless blood grave in Meteor Trail City for 5,000 kilometers? All the tombstones used blood to outline Xiaoqin's name. He hid this hatred in his heart, never forgetting it in this life. Of course, this is a treatment that we cannot receive. Think about it. You even injured the Divine Sun earlier. The deity sovereign's magnanimity is clear from this. Think about it. Even if you are not willing to join the deity Dao Union, as long as you hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, you can receive the deity Dao Union's treatment. The deity sovereign is already very polite to you. How you think about it is up to you. The 2 supreme elders spoke one after another. Their words could be described as extravagant. However, aside from smiling coldly in his heart, Xiaoqin did not do anything else. Did they take him for a fool? While the 2 supreme elders spoke, the old men in the other 3 directions silently shrank the encirclement. However, it did not matter. Xiaoqin was just stalling for time. He only had one chance to break out of this encirclement. If he missed this chance, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It is impossible for me to join the deity Dao Union. However, I can consider handing over the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen pretended to be deep in thought. Then, he continued, however, how can you guarantee that you will not let me off after you obtain the Saber Sovereign Medallion? Don't worry. If you are willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, I swear that I will let you go. The 3 holy lords will not make things difficult for you either. One of the Phoenix's Passion Palace's old men said with a smile when he saw that there was hope. Emperor Forsaken probably knew the value of the Saber Sovereign Medallion as well. Hence, he could tolerate Xiaochen using the Saber Sovereign Medallion in exchange for his life. However, while Emperor Forsaken could tolerate it, Xiaochen could not bear to part with it. Putting aside the benefits of the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Wu Xiaoyan, who personally handed it over to Xiaochen, Xiaochen could not bear to do so. Very well, come over. Xiaochen twirled the Saber Sovereign Medallion in his hand and looked at this person. However, do you have the guts? Xiao! Suddenly, the White Tiger Holy Lord descended from the sky. He waved his hand to stop the Supreme Elder, who was about to step forward. He snorted coldly and said, "Stop playing tricks. I will use an oath stone to swear that as long as you are willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, I will let you go." After saying that, he really took out an oath stone and used the White Tiger Holy Lord's name to swear that as long as Xiaochen was willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he would let him go. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the White Tiger Holy Lord to come down personally. Originally, Xiaochen thought that at most, only 2 Supreme Elders would come together. That way, the instant he handed over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he would find an opportunity to kill his way out. However, he had not expected the White Tiger Holy Lord to come down himself, not giving him any chance at all. I'll risk it all. No matter what, there is only one chance. I have to risk it all. Xiaochen circulated 10 points of saber energy, preparing to gather them on the Saber Sovereign Medallion at any moment. At the same time, he secretly circulated the Sharp Spirit Finger. When it was necessary, he would erupt out with 10 points of saber energy before using the Sharp Spirit Finger. After the White Tiger Holy Lord made his oath, he glanced at Xiaochen, who was twirling the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Then he slowly walked over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's thoughts were very simple. If the other party did not comply, he would directly smack him to death. If not for the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's death order, the shadowless Saber Sovereign would not have come. The White Tiger Holy Lord walked in the air with a majestic gait. With every step he took, a tiger roar resounded. Winds blew and clouds scattered. Mysterious phenomena that only the Holy Lord could have appeared behind him. As the other party approached step by step, Xiaochen felt an increasingly heavy pressure. At this moment, Xiaochen clearly understood that there was a huge gap between him and these major characters of the Kunlun realm. However, if Xiaochen knew that the White Tiger Holy Lord was even more astonished, he would probably feel a little proud in his heart. The White Tiger Holy Lord was now in existence equal to a deep abyss demon monarch. In the entire Kunlun realm, only a handful of Emperor Wu could remain calm under his aura. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Xiaochen could already clearly see every detail of the White Tiger Holy Lord's face. The other party's figure slowly enlarged in his eyes. 3 steps. When the White Tiger Holy Lord was only 3 steps away from Xiaochen, he stopped. He stretched out his hand and said, "Take it out, and I'll let you go. Otherwise die." The White Tiger Holy Lord's words were cold and emotionless, containing a sharp and stern murderous intent that sent a chill down one's spine. Xiao! The Saber Sovereign Medallion stopped spinning. Then, Xiaochen grasped it tightly and slowly extended it, as though he had yielded to the other party's pressure. The gazes of the 8 Supreme Elders and the 2 Holy Lords in the air narrowed as they focused on Xiaochen's actions. Many gazes gathered together, giving off a formless pressure, as if they were shouldering a tall mountain. Xiaochen's heart tensed to the extreme. This time, when he stood up for Shui Lingling and the others, he nearly forced himself into a dead end. However, even if he had another chance, he would not regret his decision. There was only one reason. It was worth it. If Xiaochen felt that it was worth it, he would not regret it for the rest of his life. Even if the 3 holy masters gathered together, he would not regret it. Dream on. It would be strange if I gave the Saber Sovereign Medallion to you. When Xiaochen extended his hand halfway, he suddenly burst out, and the throne instantly merged into his clothes. The Saber Sovereign Medallion released a dazzling light and shot out with the horrifying explosive force of 10 points of saber energy. Xiao! At such a close distance, even if Xiaochen was the Holy Lord, he would not be able to dodge. There was a loud sound, and the berserk saber intent gave off a dense light before exploding. The entire sky began to tremble as if it was about to shatter. The might of the 10 points of saber energy that could instantly kill an 8th heaven martial technique when gathered in the Saber Sovereign Medallion was enough to make one's heart tremble. The 2 Holy Lords and the 8 Supreme Elders all felt their hearts in their throats. Will something happen to the White Tiger Holy Lord? When the light scattered, the situation before them was somewhat unexpected. Blood leaked out of the White Tiger Holy Lord's mouth, but he still had a faint smile on his face. He held the Saber Sovereign Medallion in front of his chest with 2 fingers. Do you think that I did not guard against you? This old man has experienced tens of thousands of battles, both big and small. How could I not see through your schemes? The White Tiger Holy Lord's lips curled up as he revealed a mocking expression. Heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. Sharp spirit finger. Xiaochen seemed to have expected this. The moment the light scattered, the sharp spirit finger happened to strike the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Pu Si. A scarlet light flashed, and the Saber Sovereign Medallion pierced through Xiaochen's heart. Xiaochen leaped into the air and stomped on the White Tiger Holy Lord, who had vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then he stepped forward to catch the Saber Sovereign Medallion and charged forward at lightning speed. Xiaochen sent the White Tiger Holy Lord flying with 1 kick. However, the situation was not very optimistic. There were 2 8th Heaven Supreme Elders blocking the way in front, and there were 2 Holy Lord charging over from behind. The Holy Lord's speed was very fast. As long as these 2 8th Heaven Supreme Elders blocked Xiaochen for even a moment, they would catch up to him in an instant. Go all out. Just as Xiaochen merged the 7 divine weapons and prepared to fight to the death, the 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wu blocking the way in front both cried out miserably and fell to the ground like meteors. This is? Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. When the 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wu fell, he saw the figure behind him. It was the Iron Demon that sneak attacked him before. What's going on? Since when could the Iron Demon sneak attack so silently? Also, why did the Iron Demon make a move against the 2 Phoenix's Passion Palace Supreme Elders? Questions filled Xiaochen's mind, all of which he could not understand. When Xiaochen clearly saw the Iron Demon's eyes, he felt even more confused. That intense spiritual energy did not seem like something the Iron Demon should have. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you gave me, Su Erda, an opportunity. Today, I made a move to save you. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. The Iron Demon smiled and leaped into the air, moving past Xiaochen. Before his flabbergasted gaze, the Iron Demon flew towards the 2 Holy Lords. Although the Iron Demon was not a match for the Holy Lord, its strong physical body was sufficient for it to endure many blows and forcibly flee. This was something that Xiaochen could not compare to. The Iron Demon had this innate advantage. Xiaochen could not think too much. This was a rare opportunity, so he turned into a beam of rainbow light and quickly fled. Continue the chase. We absolutely cannot let this fellow escape the savage battlefield. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord and the Black Tortoise Holy Lord were entangled by the Iron Demon. Rage filled their hearts, so they got the remaining 6 Supreme Elders to continue chasing Xiaochen. The Iron Demon Su Erda was in a sorry state. Facing the combined attacks of the 2 Holy Lords, he could not put up any resistance at all. He could only rely on his abnormally strong physical body to resist, without the slightest ability to retaliate. They wanted to fight the Iron Demon in one move, but the 2 Sacred Lords realized to their surprise that the Iron Demon wasn't able to defeat it in one move. However, the 2 Holy Lords were shocked to discover that the foolish Iron Demon in their original impression did not appear on this Iron Demon. As long as it was a killing move, the Iron Demon would not foolishly attack. It would either dodge or strengthen its physical body to defend with all its might. The more problematic thing was that this iron demon was determined to hold the two back. No matter who tried to escape, the iron demon would hold them back, preventing them from doing so. After 15 minutes, the iron demon Su Erda thought to himself, "This is as far as I can help. If I continue, I will die here as well." Being able to hold out for 15 minutes for Xiaochen was already very benevolent, worthy of that opportunity. The human race's holy lord is only SOSO. I will seek guidance from the two of you half a year later. The iron demon laughed loudly and soared into the air, heading for the starry heavens. When the black tortoise holy lord saw that the iron demon was about to leave, he immediately wanted to give chase. However, the vermilion bird holy lord stopped him. "Go and check on the white tiger holy lord to see how his injuries are. I'll go and chase after the shadowless saber sovereign." The black tortoise holy lord nodded and said, "Right, I nearly forgot." After saying that, the two went their separate ways. One went to chase after the shadowless saber sovereign, and the other headed for where the white tiger holy lord landed. In a deep pit, the black tortoise holy lord found the white tiger holy lord, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, quickly treating his injuries. The white tiger holy lord saw a hole in the white tiger holy lord's chest. Blood flowed out continuously, not stopping even now. The white tiger holy lord's complexion was pale, and his entire body gave off a charred smell. Clearly, he was severely injured. "Brother White Tiger, how did you get so severely injured?" the black tortoise holy lord asked, frowning in confusion. A junior injured the bona fide holy lord. This was simply too inconceivable. The white tiger holy lord slowly opened his eyes and said, 10 points of saber energy and a sharp spirit finger can instantly shatter a heart. Do you think it is very easy? Saber energy? Sharp spirit finger? The black tortoise holy lord was greatly startled. That's impossible. This shadowless saber sovereign actually comprehended saber energy and the sharp spirit finger. In the entire world, there are only two people who know the sharp spirit finger. One is the flame rock sovereign, and the other is the blue dragon king. Could it be that this shadowless saber sovereign is the blue dragon king Xiaochen? The more he thought about it, the black tortoise holy lord suddenly had a bold and startling thought. The white tiger holy lord shook his head and said, "It can't be the blue dragon king Xiaochen. This fellow jumped off his emperor's road 5 years ago and suffered a backlash from his great tribulation of wind and fire. It is already pretty good that he managed to survive. How can it be possible for him to rise again? Furthermore, if he really is the Blue Dragon King, why would Emperor Forsaken invite him into the deity Dao Union?" "Then he is?" the white tiger holy lord said after some thought. "It can only be said that he is a variable that suddenly rose up in the Golden Age. Otherwise, Emperor Forsaken would not have treated him differently." The two did not know that even the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could not see through the shadowless saber sovereign. If they told the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign about the shadowless saber sovereign knowing the sharp spirit finger, the shadowless saber sovereign would not be able to see through him. If they told the Chiyan about the shadowless saber sovereign, even if the Chiyan could not guess it, he would be suspicious. However, the two both believed that since Emperor Forsaken did not find anything wrong with the shadowless saber sovereign, there was no need to worry about this matter. "Why you here? You did not chase after the shadowless saber sovereign?" The white tiger holy lord suddenly thought of this matter and asked, "You didn't let the shadowless saber sovereign escape, right?" The black tortoise Shengzhou shook his head and said, "He was delayed by an iron demon. However, the vermilion bird holy lord already gave chase. With him making a move, as long as the shadowless saber sovereign is still in the Tianwu domain, he will not be able to escape." Of the three, the vermilion bird holy lord was the strongest. If he used his full power, there was really nothing to worry about. In the sky, the vermilion bird holy lord closed his eyes. Fiery clouds churned behind him, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand ferociously. The fiery clouds surged like waves, and thousands of small flaming birds shot out from them. They shot out in all directions like arrows. Upon closer inspection, each flaming bird was a miniature version of a vermilion bird. They were astonishingly fast. More importantly, they covered the sky and covered the ground, covering all directions. Xiao Chen, who had just flown out of the savage battlefield, suddenly saw the vermilion birds flying past him. His expression immediately changed. After much difficulty, he had managed to shake off the pursuit of the 6 supreme elders. However, the vermilion bird Holy Lord discovered him. Now that he had used his saber energy and sharp spirit finger, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the hands of the vermilion bird Holy Lord just by relying on the flawless saber technique. Quickly leave. I'll help you block the 3 holy masters. Brat, you really hid it from me. Live well. I will continue to help you hide the identity of the shadowless saber sovereign. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He knew that he was saved. That was right. The person who came was the Haotian sex Ying Zongtian. However, Ying Zongtian did not appear before Xiao Chen. He only sent a voice projection to prevent others from suspecting him. In the savage battlefield, the vermilion bird Holy Lord smiled faintly and waved his hand to scatter the thick fiery clouds. Let's see where you can run to. Ying Zongtian formed hand seals with both hands and gave off boundless holy light. The flames on his body started to burn. After Ying Zongtian finished forming the hand seals, his body turned into a huge vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was more than 3 kilometers long. When it spread its wings, they covered the sky and sun. Whoosh! The huge wings flapped ferociously, and the vermilion bird instantly flew over the savage battlefield. The vermilion bird moved incredibly fast. Everywhere it passed, it left behind a long flaming tail that traversed the entire sky. Dang! Just as this huge vermilion bird moved like it was teleporting, continuously accelerating at lightning speed, the vermilion bird crashed into an invisible wall. He crashed into an invisible wall, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Boundless flames scattered from the vermilion bird's body, turning into a rain of fire that fell to the ground. Whoosh! The flaming bird appeared. The vermilion bird Holy Lord paled and said in an extremely furious tone, Ying Zongtian, don't stop me from doing proper business. A light flashed, and Ying Zongtian appeared expressionlessly. He said coldly, Vermilion bird Holy Lord, if you want to kill the shadowless saber sovereign, that is your problem. I don't care. Don't make a move in my Tianwu domain. This Tianwu domain belongs to the Bushin Palace, not your deity Dao Union. Give me a reason. Otherwise, the deity Dao Union will not let this matter rest. The vermilion bird Holy Lord said through clenched teeth. Ying Zongtian laughed loudly and said, I never need a reason to do things. You are not leaving? That's fine. I have not fought with you for 5 years, and my hands are itching. Seeing that Ying Zongtian was about to make a move, the vermilion bird Holy Lord retreated quickly. The 3 holy masters worked together and barely managed to fight to a draw with Ying Zongtian. How could the vermilion bird dare to fight Ying Zongtian alone? You want to leave? It's too late. Ying Zongtian smiled coldly and gave chase. He had already made up his mind to teach the 3 holy masters a lesson. At the same time, he could divert the deity Dao Union's attention from the shadowless saber sovereign to himself. Xiao Chen, who was fortunate enough to escape, still could not understand why the Iron Demon came to help him. If not for the Iron Demon's sudden appearance, Xiao Chen would not have been able to leave the savage battlefield unscathed. Could the fortuitous encounter that the Iron Demon spoke of be because of that mysterious lake? After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that this was the only reason. However, this was not the time to think about this. He had to leave the Tianwu domain first. As long as he was in the Tianwu domain, he would not feel safe. The cycle throne turned into a war chariot and carried Xiao Chen forward. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen thought about the earlier battle, feeling heavy pressure. When facing the Holy Lord, Xiao Chen was truly helpless. He could only use some of his trump cards and rely on luck to escape. If Xiao Chen faced the White Tiger Holy Lord again and the other party wanted to, he would find it hard to escape, not to mention injuring him. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen lacked a trump card that could threaten the Holy Lord or even a prime. Originally, Dermic World should have been a good trump card. However, once he used it, he would have to expose his identity. Using the sharp spirit finger was very risky. He did not know if he could hide it from the other party. Xiaochen needed a new trump card. However, the Holy Lord was different from regular Ninth Heaven martial emperors. He was a peak existence like Emperor Wu, only a step away from Prime. Being a half-step Prime was already a major character at the peak of the Kunlun realm, standing at the peak. Only a few Primes could surpass them. Obtaining a trump card that could threaten the Holy Lord was easier said than done. Suddenly, Xiaochen saw the cycle war chariot in a city below slowly turn around. That was Hunluo Province's Hunluo City. This was a city that Xiaochen had a deep impression of when he came out of Heavenly Star Island 3 years ago. After making a trip to the Bloody Cemetery, Xiaochen rushed to Hunluo Province's Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Unfortunately, he turned the Eternal Heavenly Sword School upside down. Although Xiaochen found some clues, he could not find Xie Changtian, who sneak-attacked the Thunder King Sang-mu back then. All the clues pointed to a place where Xie Changtian went, the Penglai Sea. Back then, a Penglai Sea Immortal Venerate helped Xie Changtian refine the medicinal pill that he used to extend his lifespan. This showed that this Xie Changtian had a deep relationship with the major characters of the Penglai Sea. However, Xiaochen did not know if the Penglai Sea's people participated in the matter back then. Xiaochen wanted to make a trip to the Penglai Sea. However, he did not know the right way and could not enter at all. Xiaochen could only put this matter aside for now. However, putting it aside did not mean that Xiaochen forgot about it. One day he would charge into the Penglai Sea and drag Xie Changtian out. Xiaochen would not let off anyone who participated in the sneak attack on the Thunder King back then. Revisiting an old place, Xiaochen paused for a moment before preparing to leave. He wanted to go to the oceanic world and enter the Mirage Immortal Palace, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, to search for the cycle arts. The Mirage Immortal Palace was the most mysterious forbidden land. Although it appeared during the Golden Age, it was still very difficult to enter. Just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly thought of something. Not far from the Fiend Domain bordering Hunluo Province, there was also a forbidden land called Misleading Fog Lake. Back then, Xiaochen comprehended his will of thunder there. The divine lightning talisman there had left an incredibly deep impression on him. Coincidentally, his will of thunder had broken through the restrictions and reached the level of the innate thunder crystal. Compared to back then, the difference was like heaven and earth. Could he subdue it? If he could, this divine lightning talisman would be a trump card to deal with the Holy Lord or even a prime. The more Xiaochen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So, Xiaochen changed his direction and headed for the forbidden land of the Fiend Domain outside Hunluo Province, Misleading Fog Lake. While Xiaochen was in the Fiend Domain, the storm caused by the evil Shadow Sword also came to an end. The battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the 18 demon royal halls of the demonic world also came to an end. No one had expected the shadowless Saber Sovereign to suddenly appear and beat up the deity Dao Union and the Demon Crown Scions. Be it the Demon Crown Scions or the deity Dao Union's outstanding talents, they could not accept such a result. The stage that was originally prepared for them ended up being completely destroyed by the shadowless Saber Sovereign, who suddenly appeared. Furthermore, the destruction was so thorough, not playing by the rules, directly destroying the stage. The shattering of the ice sculpture and the appearance of the shadowless Saber Sovereign was even more dramatic, inconceivable. Although the storm had already come to an end, the lingering effects of this storm would not stop anytime soon. The deity Dao Union had already issued a kill order for the shadowless Saber Sovereign. After the divine Sun Di Wuk got knocked into the air with one saber strike, his prestige suffered significant damage. Some people already started to doubt whether the shadowless Saber Sovereign was the bearer of luck or not. Rumor had it that his power of faith had decreased by 30%. As for the celestial demon Crown Scion, who was believed to have obtained the evil Shadow Sword, he was in a difficult situation. It was easy to imagine that there would be a good show when he returned to the demonic world. However, these two were not the main characters. After the storm, another wave appeared in the Kunlun realm, a wave of people guessing who the shadowless saber sovereign was. In the past 3 years, the shadowless saber sovereign suddenly rose up. He did not touch a saber or leave a shadow, giving him a legendary air. Then he obtained the Saber Sovereign Medallion and beat up the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon crown scions, turning him into a mythical character. Who was the shadowless Saber Sovereign? From the Kunlun continent to the vast oceanic world, be it the strong or the weak, they all discussed this topic, the mysterious shadowless Saber Sovereign. The more they talked about it, the messier it became. Between the truth and the lies, there were all sorts of guesses. However, no one connected this shadowless Saber Sovereign to the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago. The Blue Dragon King, the white-robed Xiaochen, seemed to have disappeared in the dust of history, drowned out by the surging waves. No one talked about it, and no one was willing to mention it. There were even several people who rose up who had no impression of him at all. For days later, Xiaochen followed the route in his memory and arrived at Misleading Fog Lake. Misleading Fog Lake was a famous forbidden land in the Fiend domain. However, it was shrouded in fog. Even primes did not dare to enter it. Furthermore, no one knew what was in there. Over the years, everyone was willing to come here and risk their lives. The effort was not proportional to the gain, so it was reasonable to have such an outcome. Returning to his old place, Xiaochen could not help taking out the lunar shadow saber and fiddling with it as he sat on the throne. When Xiaochen first came, it was little Ao Jiao who led the way. Now, he did not know when Ao Jiao would wake up. Or rather, when would Xiaochen remove his mask and walk out of the knot in his heart, letting the lunar shadow saber truly recognize him as the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, and not some shadowless saber sovereign? Memories always made one sigh. While Xiaochen cherished the past, he did not like to be sentimental. He was not willing to let these emotions linger for too long. After fiddling with it for a while, he put away the lunar shadow saber. With a thought, the innate thunder crystal on Xiaochen's forehead flew out. Xiaochen's innate thunder crystal still looked like a talisman, looking no different from before. However, when he held it in his hand, he could clearly feel that it was very different. This was a real thing, an object that truly existed in the world and not a talisman made of energy. The moment the talisman appeared, the lightning-attributed energy in the surrounding 50 kilometers started trembling for some reason. Sparks flickered endlessly in the air, crackling like they were bowing to the talisman. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and pointed. The lightning talisman entered the heavy fog above the lake. Xiaochen did not worry about getting lost. His talisman was a copy of the divine lightning at the bottom of the lake. There would always be an indistinct connection between the two. When Xiaochen arrived at the top of the lake, this feeling became even stronger and clearer. As long as he followed this feeling, he would be able to reach the center of the lake. After entering the depths of the lake, Xiaochen lost his 5 senses. Even his spiritual sense lost its function. What he thought was left was actually right. What he thought was left was actually right. What he thought was forward was actually backward. Even at his current cultivation, it could still affect his 5 senses. Xiaochen's interest in the divine lightning at the center of the lake intensified. Whoosh! After some time, the scene before Xiaochen suddenly changed, turning into a golden world. Not only was the lake water under his feet golden, but the surrounding air, the clouds, and the sky were also pure golden. Xiaochen remembered that when he first came here, he could not open his eyes. They were dazzled. This time, he could calmly take in his surroundings. However, Xiaochen did not look at that. He stared at the center of the lake, at that clump of golden electric light. This electric light contained the legendary divine lightning. Chapter 1438. There was a golden sea, a golden sky, and a clump of lightning flickering with a golden light. Everything was as familiar as it was in the past. Many years ago, Xiaochen obtained only a trace of lightning from the clump of lightning and comprehended the will of thunder. At that time, Xiaochen probably would not have imagined that he would stand here in his lifetime, thinking about how to subdue the divine lightning. 2,000 years ago, the Thunder King Sang Mu, who went even further on the Thunder Dao, failed to subdue this divine lightning. Now, Xiaochen was far from the Thunder King Sang Mu at his peak. However, He should be about the same as Sang Mu before he broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiaochen remembered Ao Jiao saying that the Thunder King was like Ying Zongtian, having undergone 3 lightning tribulations before gaining the strength of a prime. After that, Xiaochen immediately went to challenge the Thunder King. Logically speaking, the Thunder King should not have come here when he was at his peak. That was to say, given the Thunder King Sang Mu's strength at his peak, he might have been able to subdue this divine lightning. He just did not come. This was good news. At the very least, it would not pressure Xiaochen. If the Thunder King could not subdue this divine lightning even when he was at his peak, the pressure in his heart would be extraordinary. Compared to the Thunder King, Xiaochen had 2 advantages. One was that he dual cultivated immortal cultivation and knew some immortal methods. Furthermore, this divine lightning was clearly left behind by a major character during the immortal epic. As for the second advantage, it was a passive one. In his previous life, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He was the strongest of the 3,000 immortal lords, the most mysterious immortal lord of the immortal epic. At the same time, he was the last immortal of the immortal epic. Even though those immortal kings and immortal ancestors all fell and disappeared, he still survived until the end. The second advantage sounded scary. However, in reality, Xiaochen did not know whether it would be useful or not. Furthermore, he did not know how to use it. Hence, it could only be considered a passive advantage. Previously, Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to enter this electric light. This time, if he wanted to completely subdue the divine lightning, he would not be able to rely on his spiritual sense alone. However, it was unavoidable to use his divine sense to explore the road first. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen flicked his finger and tore a hole in the ball of lightning. As the hole closed, Xiaochen's spiritual sense quickly entered it. Compared to the ball of light outside, which was only the size of a human head, the space inside was truly boundless, as if it was the size of a small world. Even at his current cultivation realm, Xiaochen still could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He really wondered how powerful the master of the divine lightning was when he was alive. The center of this world was surrounded by countless golden lightning dragons. In the pitch-black space, the golden dragons were extremely dazzling. Lightning flashed in the air from time to time. Even though Xiaochen's divine sense was very cautious, it still couldn't reach the depths before it was extinguished by the random lightning. After a few more attempts, Xiaochen made up his mind to enter the world of lightning with his main body. The divine lightning formed a world of its own. It would be difficult for the main body to enter it. Looking at that human head-sized ball of lightning, Xiaochen's main body would definitely not be able to enter. He had to think of a way. After circling the ball of lightning a few times, Xiaochen was at his wit's end. If only Ao Jiao were here. She would definitely have a way, Xiaochen thought to himself as he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Whoosh! As Xiaochen thought this, the lunar shadow saber suddenly left his hand and flew towards the ball of lightning. Even with the scabbard attached, the might of the lunar shadow saber was still extraordinary. It shattered the ball of lightning with a loud boom. The instant the ball of lightning shattered, a void door appeared, looking like a screen of water. After the lunar shadow saber did all this, it returned to Xiaochen's hand. He looked at this scene in disbelief. Xiaochen had not expected the problem that plagued him to be so simple. Ao Jiao, since she understands me, why is she not willing to see me? Xiaochen grasped the scabbard tightly. His heart ached slightly, not because of Ao Jiao but because of himself. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment before Xiaochen forcefully interrupted it. Then he shifted his gaze to the void door. A rainbow light flashed, and the cycle throne turned into a beam of light and entered the door. Whoosh! The scene before Xiaochen changed again. When his true body entered, the feeling was very different from when he entered with his spiritual sense. This was a pitch-black void world that was astonishingly vast. The pressure from the divine lightning in the center made breathing difficult. The might of the divine lightning suppressed the depths of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. When facing that divine lightning, Xiaochen felt a sense of inferiority in his heart and could not be profaned. The sudden pressure startled Xiaochen. Before he even got close to the divine lightning, He already felt inferior. How could he subdue this divine lightning? I should not. Xiaochen closed his eyes tightly. His dermic incarnation stabbed its saber into the ground in the depths of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. It knelt on one knee, enduring the huge pressure. Stand up, stand up. Xiaochen gathered all his willpower and drove the emperor's will in his entire body. Then he controlled the dermic incarnation to slowly resist the might of the divine lightning. Under Xiaochen's hard work, the dermic incarnation slowly stood up in the depths of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Finally, it roared ferociously and swung its saber. Kasi. Cracking sounds came from the void of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. That was the formless might of the divine lightning. After the might of the divine lightning broke, Xiaochen immediately felt much better. As he sat on the throne, the might of a sovereign encircled his entire body. This allowed Xiaochen to maintain a neutral attitude before the divine lightning. His strong aura continuously clashed with the might of the divine lightning. Let's go! Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and controlled the throne to fly quickly towards the place where the thousands of golden lightning dragons circled. Xiaochen was clearly flying forward. However, it gave him the feeling that he was continuously falling. Pu Si. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, charging at Xiaochen. Pride drew its scabbard and swung its saber, extinguishing this lightning bolt. As Xiaochen descended, the 7 divine weapons continuously drew out their scabbards and surrounded the cycle throne, protecting Xiaochen impenetrably. In the pitch-black world, Xiaochen slowly approached the center of the world of lightning with a boundless saber light. How foolish! This lightning is born from the divine lightning. My innate thunder crystal just condensed, and it has not even reached small perfection yet. It hasn't even reached the minor accomplishment realm, so it's the best time to absorb the lightning. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of this and quickly removed the 7 divine weapons. His forehead flickered, and a purple talisman shot out. Another bolt of lightning flew over. Xiaochen did not block it. Instead, he held the talisman in front of him. The lightning entered the purple talisman with a whoosh. After a flash of light, the purple talisman darkened somewhat. There's hope. Upon seeing this faint change, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. For the rest of the journey, he let the innate thunder crystal absorb the lightning that flew around. For hours later, the originally plain purple talisman started to give off a faint light. The lightning patterns on the talisman were like flowing water, slowly rolling. Such a change was truly joyous. Xiaochen did not cultivate much with the innate thunder crystal. After wandering around in this space for a while, he had actually reached the minor accomplishment realm. At this speed, my innate thunder crystal will probably reach great perfection when I approach the central divine lightning. Xiaochen thought to himself, even if I cannot obtain the divine lightning on this trip, I will have profited greatly. Based on normal cultivation time, Xiaochen would need at least 2 years to cultivate the innate thunder crystal to great perfection. Time passed slowly. Xiaochen approached the center of the world of lightning. Tens of thousands of true dragons of thunder and lightning could be clearly seen with his naked eyes. There were simply too many golden lightning dragons. They layered over each other, preventing him from seeing the true appearance of the divine lightning. Could it be that I have to destroy all of these golden lightning dragons before I can see the divine lightning? With this thought, Xiaochen could not help feeling despair. Even if he had 100 years, he would not be able to destroy all of these thousands of golden lightning dragons. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen despaired, the thousands of lightning dragons, which originally formed a sphere, flew out continuously. Like spinning silk from a cocoon, the lightning dragons opened layer by layer. With each layer opened, the golden light became increasingly dazzling. Boundless electric light flew over. Xiaochen had no choice but to use his sleeves to block his eyes. What's going on? While Xiaochen felt bewildered, he suddenly felt an incredibly intense light. It felt like the light penetrated his body. Xiaochen let go and pulled down his sleeves. Then he saw the most intense light he had ever seen in his life. Then he watched as the innate thunder crystal, which was almost at great perfection, melted like snow under this intense light. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, in the end, you still came. There was no time for Xiaochen to grieve. A sonorous and forceful voice came from the boundless light. As the voice spoke, the light flickered like a clump of fire. Before that intense light, the great perfection innate thunder crystal directly melted. In an instant, Xiaochen felt his sense of dominance over lightning vanish. Not only that, but even his will of thunder was gone, starting from zero. This was the feeling of his heart bleeding. One moment earlier, Xiaochen was still immersed in the joy of his great perfection will of thunder. In the next moment, he felt like he had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. It was not like he had fallen from the clouds into a deep pit, smashing his bones and scattering his ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, all this did not have time to shock Xiaochen. The words that came from that light completely stunned Xiaochen. Xiaochen wanted to look directly at that light. However, he discovered that his eyes could not accept this light at all. He could only turn his head. Even though he was looking at the side, he still felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, why are you not speaking? 1 million years? 2 million years? How long? I can't even remember. A long time ago, when the Immortal King asked you if you had a way to save the Immortal Court, you were as silent as today. As the light flickered, Xiaochen had no choice but to close his eyes. However, he still felt the intense light piercing his eyes. Only then did Xiaochen understand that the reason he could not look directly at this light was not just a matter of strength. There was also a kind of might in this light, the might of someone in a superior position, preventing Xiaochen from looking directly at it. When the divine lightning appeared, Xiaochen could only see a flash of light, flashing here and there until he could not speak. Even though Xiaochen did not say anything, the mysterious existence in the light treated it as silence. The mysterious existence continued, "You are far stronger than an immortal king. However, you are not an immortal king or an immortal ancestor, just an insignificant immortal lord. I did not understand in the past, but I do now. You actually divined the end of the immortal epic long ago, right? Right." When the mysterious existence in the light said the last 3 words, it appeared enraged. Xiaochen could hear thunder roaring endlessly, accompanied by the flashing light. Xiaochen, who had just prepared to say something, was forced to swallow back his words. This sound tortured him to the point of hovering between life and death. The flashing light made his entire body ache. "You are always so indifferent. It has been millions of years, but you are still the same. You have watched countless immortals fall, watched the heavenly court shatter, watched the 6 paths of reincarnation shatter, but you are still calm. You have watched me, the thunder immortal ancestor, in such a sorry state, yet you remain silent. Tell me, you have the ability to pluck the stars and the moon, to defy the heavens and change fate, to overturn the universe. Why are you not saying anything when an immortal king asks you?" After the mysterious existence in the light spoke excitedly for a while, it started coughing violently. The intense light gradually grew weaker. Xiaochen's heart pounded. He had long guessed that this divine lightning had something to do with the immortal epic. However, he had not expected the master of the divine lightning to be the immortal ancestor of the immortal epic. Below the immortal king were the 8 immortal ancestors. During the immortal epic, this thunder immortal ancestor was definitely a supreme existence. This simply surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Earlier, he had been thinking about how to subdue this divine lightning. If he had known, he would not have had this thought. Given Xiaochen's strength, he could not even look directly at this divine lightning, much less subdue it. That's not right. Xiaochen discovered something strange. The light grew increasingly weaker. The mysterious existence's aura and might continuously declined. Slowly, Xiaochen discovered that he could open his eyes. However, when he turned his head, he still found it piercing. "Senior, I am not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. More accurately, I am just the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation." After feeling that there was no pressure to speak, Xiaochen opened his eyes. Fearing that the mysterious existence would start talking again, he directly said what he wanted to say in one breath. "Reincarnation?" The mysterious existence in the light stopped coughing. Suddenly, its voice turned deep and sorrowful. "I thought that he could escape. It turns out that he died as well. Earlier, the mysterious existence's words had contained boundless resentment for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, when the mysterious existence heard that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was already dead, all its resentment vanished, turning into a kind of speechless sorrow. It turns out that you died as well. Xiao Chen's final hope was gone. There was no one left to complain about. After waiting for millions of years, this was the result he got. The immortal epic was truly over. There was no one left alive. The light slowly retracted, and the powerful divine lightning revealed itself. With a whoosh, it arrived before Xiaochen. Now, Xiaochen finally saw it clearly. It was a divine lightning talisman made from some unknown golden divine material. Only now did he discover that the talisman he copied did not resemble it at all. An illusory figure appeared behind the divine lightning talisman. This figure looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, "In that case, why are you here? Do you know the consequences of me opening the 10,000 dragon cloud locking formation for you?" Xiaochen braced himself and answered honestly, "I came here many years ago. This time, I want to subdue the talisman in your hand. Previously, I thought that it was an ownerless item. Now that it has a master, naturally, I no longer have such thoughts." "With just you?" The illusory figure smiled coldly, his tone somewhat arrogant. "With just you, you want to subdue the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning?" During the immortal epic, this talisman was the master of all the tribulation lightning in the world. Even immortal kings could not grasp it. Xiaochen whispered, "Now it is the martial epic. This talisman's status as the master of tribulation lightning definitely no longer exists. Even so, you cannot subdue it." The Thunder Immortal Ancestor answered without even thinking, appearing very arrogant. Xiaochen no longer had such thoughts. He said directly, "Naturally, I have already given up on this thought. However, Senior, you destroyed my innate thunder crystal for no reason. You can't just let me go like that, right? Are you saying that you made a mistake with the talisman that copied the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning? I was not the one who destroyed it. It was you who was not skilled enough. The formation you copied was not stable and did not even have 30% of its charm. After you saw the true body, it disintegrated on its own. It has nothing to do with me." With just one sentence, the Thunder Immortal Ancestor pushed all responsibility away, showing no intention of taking responsibility at all. "Very well then. This junior will leave now." Xiaochen felt very depressed in his heart. However, he could only suffer in silence. "Who said you can leave? This immortal ancestor has not even subdued you yet. How can I let you go?" When Xiaochen heard that, his expression changed drastically. He quickly stepped back and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "Ha, brat, remember this. It was this immortal ancestor who used the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning to subdue you. It was not you who subdued me." A golden lightning dragon swam over and surrounded Xiaochen, preventing him from moving. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor laughed loudly. Then he tapped Xiaochen's forehead and a drop of blood dripped out. Using the blood as a medium, the Thunder Immortal Ancestor quickly drew out a talisman and stuck it on Xiaochen's body. Buzz. Immediately, Xiaochen's body solidified. He felt like he had turned into a metal statue. "Brat, you are really bold. You want to subdue the divine lightning with such a weak body? Even if I am not here, the divine lightning can instantly blast you into ashes when it enters your body." At this moment, Xiaochen felt like his blood had stopped flowing. His body had strengthened countless times. "Remember, it was this immortal ancestor who subdued you. It was not you who subdued this immortal ancestor." The Thunder Immortal Ancestor emphasized once more. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his hand flashed and entered Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor spun rapidly as boundless lightning power spread out and entered every cell in his body. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of Xiaochen's body as if it was about to shatter. Fortunately, this did not last for long before it stabilized. As that talisman spun continuously, Xiaochen's Thunder Dao soared. From nothing to something. State of thunder, will of thunder, innate thunder crystal. Innate thunder crystal small perfection, innate thunder crystal great perfection, innate thunder crystal consummation, all the way until Xiaochen comprehended the thunder domain before stopping. How unfortunate. This is a great treasure, but your physical body cannot bring out its full potential. Never mind. I will teach you a supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. With just one glance, you can send down a lightning tribulation and decide your life and death. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor tapped Xiaochen's forehead with his finger, and boundless information poured into Xiaochen's mind. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor's figure grew increasingly weaker. However, the smile on his face grew wider. Being able to subdue the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation before my death is something to be happy about. Brat, I subdued you. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor laughed loudly, feeling incredibly carefree. However, Xiaochen only saw grief in this laughter. But what he saw was only sorrow, a sorrow that had remained for millions of years without dissolving. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor's figure grew increasingly weaker until it vanished completely. However, the thousands of golden lightning-attributed dragons still remained, as if they were maintaining a certain formation, moving about in the pitch-black space. The scarlet talisman on Xiaochen's forehead scattered, and he regained control of his body. He no longer felt like a metal statue. After Xiaochen's numb body recovered, all sorts of pain surged into his head like thousands of ants. Indeed, it was as the Thunder Immortal Ancestor said. With him making a move, this pain was still unforgettable. If the Thunder Immortal Ancestor had not made a move, the consequences would have been dire. Xiaochen's previous thoughts were still somewhat lacking. Saying that it was lacking was just to console himself. More accurately, it was somewhat delusional. After the pain passed, Xiaochen felt fatigued, his mind fatigued as well. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor's final smile kept appearing in his mind. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor was clearly smiling, but his smile was so sorrowful that even Xiaochen's mood sank. Most of the time, Xiaochen and the Thunder Immortal Ancestor were very similar. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor rarely smiled, always so calm and collected. He gave off a feeling of neither joy nor sorrow, unfathomable and unapproachable. Xiaochen could not be blamed. This world was too hypocritical. Only those who knew how to smile would live to the end. However, Xiaochen really did not. Even if he occasionally smiled, it could not dispel the sorrow on his face. No matter how gentle a heart was, it would only give others a cold mask, unapproachable. Xiaochen thought back to the past. The time when he felt the least apprehensive was where his dream began, that small city called Mo. However, the happiest time of his life was when he learned the saber at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. There was also the person who taught him the saber. Now, Xiaochen finally understood why Pan Huang gave him a different feeling among the many saber sovereign statues in Pan Huang Hall. It was the smile on Pan Huang's face. That was a smile that came from his heart, an unbridled and unruly smile. As Xiaochen's thoughts ran wild, he became increasingly sleepy and fatigued. As he thought about it, he fell into a deep sleep. While Xiaochen slept, misleading Fog Lake underwent a startling change. The fog that had been lingering above the lake for a long time actually scattered. Once this matter was discovered, it spread like wildfire throughout the entire Fiend domain. Even a supreme martial artist like the Spirit Fox King was alarmed. The clan leaders of the various demon clans all came over one after another. Unexpectedly, there was nothing in misleading Fog Lake. Even the Fox King wandered around. He used his mental energy, not even letting go of a single speck of sand. Even so, he did not find anything strange. The more this was so, the stranger it was. There had to be a supreme treasure in misleading Fog Lake. Why was nothing to be found even after the fog scattered? It could only be that the supreme treasure had already been snatched away by someone else. There were also some fiend race powerhouses who did not give up and wandered around the lake endlessly. After a long time, no one discovered anything, so the commotion died down. This matter was treated as a strange thing, spreading everywhere in the fiend domain. When the news reached the oceanic world and the heavenly starry ocean, the mysterious treasure masters soon learned of it. Speaking of this treasure master, he was truly mysterious and unfathomable, even stranger than the shadowless saber sovereign. The treasure master controlled all the sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean. Every sea market was built around a huge immortal statue. He was the wealthiest person in the heavenly starry ocean. Many people were envious, but the treasure master was still alive and well. Even after offending Emperor Forsaken 5 years ago, he still lived a free and unfettered life. According to rumor, Emperor Forsaken's true body once descended into the heavenly starry ocean and fought a huge battle with the treasure master. Only a few peak Emperor Wu knew about that battle. The results were unknown. It was only known that after that, Emperor Forsaken never came to the heavenly starry ocean again. As for the treasure master, he continued to live in a low-profile manner. Interesting. I thought that he could hold on for a while longer. That's not right. Logically speaking, it should not have scattered so quickly. When the treasure master obtained the news, he muttered to himself, not understanding what was going on. Black fog surrounded the treasure master, and a black lotus flower flickered under his feet, looking extremely strange. There was a terrifying and sinister saber scar on his aged face, looking like a centipede lying there. Logically speaking, Emperor Wu should have been able to think of ways to erase all the scars, no matter what they were. However, the saber scar on the treasure master's face felt like it had been there for a long time, like it would remain there forever. It looks like I have to make a trip to the Penglai Sea. The black lotus under Xiao Chen's feet bloomed, giving off a bright light. When the light faded, the treasure master vanished from where he was. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not know about all this. He had just woken up. The instant he opened his eyes, he felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Indeed, I feel much better after I wake up. Xiao Chen mocked himself. Then, he started to check the divine lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness. The Thunder Immortal ancestor was known as the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, the ancestor of all lightning tribulations. This divine lightning talisman hovered quietly in the air in his sea of consciousness. It replaced the original position of the innate thunder crystal, dyeing the entire sea of consciousness golden. Xiao Chen felt that the magic energy in his sea of consciousness had become denser and denser under the cleansing of this talisman. This is good. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen discovered something sorrowful. He could not control this divine lightning talisman at all. In fact, he could not even move it. In the past, he could control the innate thunder crystal as he pleased. When Xiao Chen spread out his thunder domain, he felt the energy in the talisman continuously draining. However, that feeling was like taking water from the sea. Xiao Chen did his best to expand the thunder domain continuously. Even so, he could not use even 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of the divine lightning's power. As Xiao Chen looked at the thunder domain spanning 10 kilometers, he felt somewhat conflicted. This was the limit of what he could do now. It was not just his physical body. Xiao Chen's cultivation and experience all limited him from bringing out the might of the divine lightning. Divine lightning eye. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that before the Thunder Immortal ancestor died, he left behind a supreme magic skill for Xiao Chen to bring out the might of the 10,000 Tribulation divine lightning. The Immortal epic used immortal arts as its foundation. Above immortal arts were magic skills. Magic skills were divided into minor magic skills, major magic skills, and supreme magic skills. The Dharmic world that the Mahasvara Buddha gave Xiao Chen was one of the major magic skills of the Buddhist school. The moment Xiao Chen thought of the divine lightning eye, a lot of information poured into his mind. It was like someone was whispering in his ear, explaining the various mysteries of the divine lightning eye. Xiao Chen quickly closed his eyes and listened carefully, experiencing it bit by bit. The divine lightning eye was one of the Thunder Immortal ancestors' supreme magic skills. The core was the 10,000 Tribulation divine lightning. Without the 10,000 Tribulation divine lightning or a comparable divine lightning, one would not be able to successfully execute it. It was like how even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. No matter how skilled one was, one would not be able to execute it. The 10,000 Tribulation divine lightning was just the most basic step. There were still many mysteries after that. During the Immortal epic, Immortal cultivators had to experience the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. After that, there were also heavenly tribulations. Furthermore, all the lightning tribulations came from the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. The lightning tribulation ancestral talisman was not an exaggeration at all. The divine lightning eye was such a supreme magic skill that sent down lightning tribulations. It was activated with the naked eye. The process was similar to an eye technique. After one cultivated it, one's eyes flickered, and they could send down the might of a lightning tribulation. There was no chance to dodge within one's vision. It was extremely horrifying. The divine lightning eye had a total of 10 layers. The first layer could send down only 1 lightning tribulation. The second layer could send down 2 lightning tribulations at the same time. The third layer could stack the first 2 layers, sending down 3 lightning tribulations. It did not look like much of a change. However, the fourth layer was heaven-defying. It could stack the first 3 layers, sending down 6 lightning tribulations. The fifth layer had 12 lightning tribulations. At the 9th layer, it could stack layers, sending down 182 lightning tribulations at the same time. As for the 10th layer, it could completely unleash the might of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning without holding anything back. After Xiaochen finished comprehending, he opened his eyes, which filled with shock. He finally knew what a supreme magic skill was. Supreme was something that could not be surpassed. Emperor Wu had 9 layers of heaven. With each breakthrough, he had to undergo a lightning tribulation. However, this lightning tribulation had blocked countless people. If Xiaochen cultivated this divine lightning eye, he would be able to send down a lightning tribulation himself. Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. The divine lightning eye could determine life and death with one look. This was not a lie. However, Xiaochen did not know if there would be any problems cultivating it. Given his current cultivation, how many layers could he cultivate it to? After comprehending for a while, Xiaochen started to try cultivating this supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. After trying it out, he discovered that it was exceptionally smooth, much smoother than cultivating Dermic World. On further thought, the reason might be that the Thunder Immortal ancestor directly imparted this magic skill to Xiaochen. Not only did the Thunder Immortal ancestor teach Xiaochen the method to cultivate the magic skill, but he also completely passed on his magic skill to Xiaochen. Even so, as for how many layers he could cultivate it to, it still depended on Xiaochen in the end. The Thunder Immortal ancestor only allowed Xiaochen to get started, reducing the hurdle and not making any detours. After all, even if one knew the method to cultivate a regular supreme magic skill, it would take at least 10 years to cultivate it. Of course, to immortals with long lifespans who had jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, 10 years was just a flick of a finger. After cultivating in seclusion for half a month in the pitch-black space, Xiaochen was finally confident of successfully executing this supreme magic skill after a few experiments. I wonder how strong it is. With some anticipation, Xiaochen formed hand seals with both hands, and magic energy surged in his sea of consciousness, condensing into flickering talisman seals that filled the sky like snow and entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. When Xiaochen finished forming the final hand seal, all the talisman seals in his sea of consciousness entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. Immediately, the originally motionless 10,000 tribulation divine lightning started spinning, radiating a boundless light. Xiaochen's right eye felt like it was swelling up intensely. He saw countless flickering lightning bolts of all sorts, shocking lightning tribulations. Thousands of lightning tribulations appeared before Xiaochen's eyes before he could react. A lightning tribulation turned into a seed and fell into his eye. The seed sprouted and buried itself deep in his eye. The boundless magic energy in his sea of consciousness was like nourishment, gathering in his eye. It was like a huge whirlpool instantly sucking up all of Xiaochen's magic energy. That was not enough. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his heart of an emperor turned into beams of light that flowed into his eye. After consuming another 300 strands of primordial energy, Xiaochen heard a crisp sound as though something was breaking out of the ground. Whoosh! The lightning tribulation seed broke out of the ground and bloomed. In the instant that the flower bloomed, a black flower with 9 petals could be seen spinning rapidly in the naked eye. On the throne, Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered without any wind. His black hair fluttered. At this moment he merged with the sky. Xiao Chen turned into the lightning immortal ancestor. A strong aura surged out, making one feel suffocated and painful. Behind the suffocating aura, the seed of fear sprouted in one's heart. Lightning tribulations symbolized the punishment of the heavenly Tao. All cultivators instinctively feared lightning tribulations. After the flower bloomed and bore fruit, the 9 petals merged and turned into a spot of cold light that merged into the depths of his eye. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt a horrifying energy in his right eye. If he were not careful, this energy would explode and shatter all his bones. I need to vent this energy. Otherwise, I will be the one to die. A wild beast roared in Xiao Chen's heart. He locked onto the space in front of him, and there was a loud rumble. That spot burst out with intense electric light, looking resplendent and dazzling in the pitch-black space. The golden lightning dragons in the surroundings all felt fear spreading out, causing them to tremble. Bang! 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 A huge bolt of electric light struck that spot in the air. Explosions rang out continuously. The might of the lightning tribulation kicked up a strong wind. The cycle throne was blown back continuously. Space shattered, turning into countless cracks that extended out continuously. The entire world of thunder seemed to start crumbling. In the next moment, the spot that the lightning tribulation struck could not vent its energy. Boom! It turned into a bright electric light radiating throughout the entire world of thunder. The small world, which was on the verge of collapse, completely crumbled under such a strike. This triggered an intense chain reaction. Thousands of golden lightning dragons exploded one after another. Golden electric light soared up from the bottom of the lake, vaporizing the lake water like sharp swords stabbing into the sky. At this moment, it was nighttime. The electric light shooting out from the bottom of the lake could be seen even from millions of kilometers away. This was just the beginning. Following that, all the lightning dragons exploded. The entire vast misleading fog lake and the ground within 500,000 kilometers instantly collapsed, sinking in. The bewilderment fog lake had disappeared, and the ground was split into pieces. The entire landscape had been completely changed, and everything was desolate. After getting knocked back, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His eardrums buzzed, and he went temporarily deaf, unable to hear anything. Cracks appeared in Xiao Chen's internal organs from the thunder, inflicting incredible pain. The faint might of the lightning tribulation had yet to fade, spreading out in the air, crackling endlessly. Xiao Chen felt some lingering fear in his heart. Without even thinking, he quickly left. Soon afterwards, there would be supreme beings who would be alarmed, hurrying over. Xiao Chen simply had not expected such a huge commotion. The might of the divine lightning eye was even more startlingly strong. This was Xiao Chen's first time executing it. There were many areas for improvement. Furthermore, this was just the might of the first layer. If he cultivated it to the second layer would have many lightning tribulations layered over each other. Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine how strong the might that would be. However, a supreme magic skill was a supreme magic skill. After Xiao Chen drained all his magic energy, he still could not execute it. Even a third of his primordial energy was drained. Although this drained a lot of energy, he was satisfied. Compared to some great killing moves, this magic skill was much more powerful. Compared to some great killing moves, the drain was still within a bearable range. At the very least, he could still fight after using it. However, Xiao Chen did not know if there were any other repercussions. As Xiao Chen thought, he suddenly felt some pain in his right eye. He felt some tears coming out. He took off his mask and wiped them away. When he looked, he was greatly startled. How were these tears? They were clearly black blood. Xiao Chen felt somewhat puzzled. However, this was not the time to think about this. He wiped away the blood and put on his mask again, turning into a beam of rainbow light and leaving. After Xiao Chen left, the Fox King's true body rushed to misleading Fog Lake. The area within 500,000 kilometers had changed beyond recognition. Misleading Fog Lake's water had all evaporated, no longer existing. Even an existence like the Fox King felt startled, not knowing what happened. The Fox King, what's going on? I feel the entire fiend domain shaking. Whoosh! Whoosh! The major characters of the fiend race rushed over one after another. When they saw this scene, they all showed shock on their faces as they asked the Fox King about it. The Fox King said sullenly, "It should be a certain forbidden item suppressed in Misleading Fog Lake coming out. However, I did not feel the aura of a prime. There is no need to panic. What's going on with the lightning in the sky? Indeed. To think that there is so much lightning coming from the bottom of the lake. Earlier, we turned this Misleading Fog Lake upside down and did not discover anything." The Fox King seemed to have a lot on his mind. He waved his hand and said, "I will personally investigate this matter. There is no need for you all to interfere." Seeing that the Fox King was taking responsibility for this matter, the other fiend race powerhouses did not say anything more. When only the Fox King and the Peacock King remained, the Fox King sighed softly, "Before I came, I saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign leave the fiend domain." "What? The Shadowless Saber Sovereign?" The Fox King nodded and said, "It is indeed the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. However, Xianxia told me earlier to take care of this person, so I did not make a move against him." "What exactly is his identity?" The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian gave up his Saber Sovereign medallion for him. Now, even Xianxia wants to protect him. The Fox King replied softly, "I don't know." Xianxia did not say. However, since Xianxia spoke, he is a friend and not an enemy. Although I do not know what happened in Misleading Fog Lake, many people are paying attention. I am not the only one who discovered the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. After thinking for a while, the Fox King said, "Do something to create some chaos and illusions to draw attention away from the Shadowless Saber Sovereign." "Leave that to me," the Peacock King answered with a smile. Xiao Chen, who was quickly leaving, did not know that the Fox King had already discovered his existence and helped him hide some of the commotion. The Fox King paused for a while at the ruins of Misleading Fog Lake before leaving. The Mirage Immortal Palace was the most mysterious forbidden land of the 8 great forbidden lands. Normally, one would not be able to find any traces of it, and it rarely appeared. There were simply too many legends about it. Since the ancient era, people had continuously explored this forbidden land. However, the information they obtained was still very little. They only knew that this place should have been a remnant of the immortal epic. Later, during the immemorial era of the martial epic, a strong sect occupied this place and established it. After that, this sect got destroyed for some unknown reason. Everything turned to dust, leaving only this Mirage Immortal Palace in the world. Aside from the inheritance of the immemorial era sect, everything from the immortal epic was perfectly preserved. Immortal pills, profound beasts, immortal arts, magic skills, all sorts of restrictions, and countless fortuitous encounters tempted the cultivators of the later generations to explore this immortal palace. However, not just anyone could explore this ethereal immortal palace. Even if a greater heavenly martial emperor went in, he might be trapped to death. There were too many examples of people never returning, adding a ferocious name to this mysterious immortal palace. After Xiao Chen spent 2 months, he finally rushed over from the Fiend Domain and saw this famous Mirage Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace was in the depths of the ocean, at the end of the sea. One could see it when one raised their head. The sea was very vast. To ordinary people, Xiongqi might not be able to cross it in his lifetime. However, to Emperor Wu, especially someone of Xiao Chen's level, the sea had its end. The end of the sea was the border of the Kunlun continent. The scenery here was very special. The sun never set. When Xiao Chen arrived, he looked up and did indeed see this mysterious Mirage Immortal Palace. At the end of the sea was a dense mist. Amid the mist was a majestic mountain range with an immortal palace hovering in the air. There were towering trees, waterfalls, and flying profound beasts on the mountain range. There were also countless pavilions, terraces, and buildings. One could even see some blurry figures of immortals. As these immortals flew around, they looked like immortals, free and unfettered, showing off their immortal beauty. It was to the extent where one could even smell the immortal energy that was wafting over, and see the strange flowers and fruits that flashed by. However, everyone knew that this was just an illusion, like a mirage. It looked like it was right in front of them, but in reality, they were very far away. Once, Emperor Wu could not resist the temptation and chased after it. In the end, he got lost at the end of the sea, vanishing just like that. Before coming, Xiaochen had heard a lot about the Mirage Immortal Palace from various sources. He knew that this illusion would descend once every half a year. After descending 3 times, who knew when it would appear again? Perhaps it would be 100 years, perhaps it would be 20 years. This was the 3rd descent. After this, no one knew when it would descend again. Xiaochen estimated that the number of Emperor Wu who came to explore the Immortal Palace would be the largest. Just as Xiaochen saw, there were many Emperor Wu of factions on the surrounding islands. Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu and even Sovereign Emperor Wu from the Heavenly Starry Ocean, the Storm Sea, the Ice Sea, the Dark Sea, the Human Demon Sea, and many other holy lands of the oceanic worlds had come. Among them, the ones that Xiaochen was familiar with included the elders of the 5 Poison Sect, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Paradise, and other holy lands. These holy lands' elders mostly surrounded the Emperor Wu of their respective sects, huddling together. Might I ask if you are the shadowless Saber Sovereign? Just as Xiaochen was looking around, a hemp-robed old man came over and greeted Xiaochen. This old man was very old, at least 1,000 years old. His cultivation was very high, an 8th heaven Emperor Wu. This old man's clothes did not have the insignia of a sect. It looked like he was a sectless loose cultivator. Most loose cultivators did not have a good reputation. However, after advancing to Martial Emperor, they could be considered to have made a name for themselves. However, some would still retain the bad habits from before advancing to Martial Emperor. The throne rotated, and Xiaochen turned his head back and said, "That is me. Is there something I can help you with?" The hemp-robed old man smiled and said, "This old man is Mu Yong, a loose cultivator of the Ice Sea. This time, I have gathered some people of the same path and are preparing to barge into the Mirage Immortal Palace together. It looks like the shadowless Saber Sovereign is alone. How about you join our team? We can take care of each other." Xiaochen thought to himself, not in a rush to agree. It would be good to have more people to take care of each other. However, there was also a disadvantage to having more people. This was especially so for loose cultivators. Their characters were all over the place, and there were too many unknowns. Seeing Xiaochen hesitate, the hemp-robed old man answered, "Although our small team is small in number, we have a peak geomaster. This old man is untalented, but he has been to the Mirage Immortal Palace 3 times and returned safely." When Xiaochen heard this, he narrowed his eyes. This hemp-robed old man could not be underestimated. To think that he came out alive after entering the Mirage Immortal Palace 3 times. His strength was probably at the peak of the 8th heaven Emperor Wu. If it were before, without the divine lightning eye, Xiaochen would have felt some fear. However, now that he had cultivated the divine lightning eye for half a month, he could already familiarize himself with it. Before the Holy Lord, Xiaochen was confident that he could escape unscathed. What more an 8th heaven Emperor Wu? Since he did not have to worry about protecting himself, and the other party was so experienced, it was not out of the question to travel with him. In that case, let's travel together. "Senior Mu, you can just call me Shadowless," Xiaochen said as he raised his head. Under the mask, no one could see his expression. The hemp-robed old man smiled joyfully and said, "Good. With the shadowless Saber Sovereign holding down the fort, we are more confident. Come, I'll bring you to meet the other companions of the others." After saying that, the hemp-robed old man led Xiaochen to a nameless island. When the other Holy Lands saw this scene, they all felt some regret. The arrival of the shadowless Saber Sovereign had attracted their attention long ago, and their gazes never left him. However, there were too many legends about the shadowless Saber Sovereign, which made people feel that it was not easy to get close to him. Unexpectedly, the hemp-robed old man's words moved Xiaochen. This was truly somewhat surprising, making the people who wanted to rope in Xiaochen feel regret. When the two landed on the small island, 5 people immediately stood up to welcome them. 2 were a middle-aged couple with similar cultivations, both 7th Heaven Emperor Wu. Of course, they only looked middle-aged. No one knew how old they were. There was also a fiend race woman. Based on her aura, she should be of the blood shark fiend race bloodline. As Xiao Chen had seen the blood shark sovereign of the 13 great bandits before, he was very familiar with the aura of the blood shark fiend race bloodline. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell that the other 2 were a swordsman and a bladesman. The 5 were very respectful to Xiao Chen. This was especially so for that bladesman martial emperor. When he saw Xiao Chen, he was exceptionally excited. Xiao Chen returned the greeting. He did not put on any airs, giving the bladesman a good impression of him. The hemp-robed old man introduced everyone with a smile, increasing the trust between them. This group of people should be taking him as the leader. Unexpectedly, right after Xiao Chen had this thought, he saw the hemp-robed old man respectfully say to a black-clad old man, "Senior Jiang, this is the shadowless saber sovereign, the most famous saber sovereign in recent years. Even when the 3 holy masters worked together, they could not kill him." The matter of the shadowless saber sovereign escaping the 3 holy masters' encirclement in the savage battlefield had already spread, making him even more famous. However, this black-clad old man did not seem to buy it. He did not even turn around. He only said indifferently, "It is just luck. What is there to brag about? Ask him if he can defeat any of the Holy Lord Martial Emperors." When Xiao Chen heard this voice, he found it somewhat familiar. He recalled that the hemp-robed old man said that there was a geomaster in the group. Could it be this person? The hemp-robed old man smiled awkwardly and said, "This is Senior Jiang, a famous geomaster of the oceanic world. The geomancy of the Mirage Immortal Palace is very strange. There are many ominous places, so we need to invite a geomaster along." Senior Jiang? Could it be that Jiang Tian who once gave me the spirit vein map of the oceanic world? As Xiao Chen thought, he answered, "It's fine. I am indeed not a match for any geomaster. Senior Jiang is right." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's reply, the indifferent hemp-robed old man could not figure it out. However, it was good that he was not angry. At least you know your limits. Otherwise, if you really went to the Mirage Immortal Palace, you would not even know how you died, Senior Jiang said expressionlessly as he stood up and turned around. When Xiao Chen saw the other party's appearance, his expression did not change. However, he smiled in his heart. Really was Jiang Tian, that powerful geomaster. Chapter 1439. Xiao Chen did not respond to Elder Jiang's words, but the hemp-clothed old man was startled. It looked like this Senior Jiang had not traveled much in the past few years and did not know the shadowless saber sovereign's name. Fearing that Xiao Chen would get angry, the hemp-robed old man quickly explained, "Brother Shadowless, don't get angry. Senior Jiang's character is like this. However, this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace cannot go without him." Who knew? Xiao Chen did not get angry as Xiao Chen expected. He said calmly, "Geomaster Jiang dan I know. Senior Mu, there is no need to be so polite. I do indeed have to rely on Senior Jiang for the trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace." Jiang Tian smiled when he heard this. "Good. It's best to know when to yield and when to stand tall. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, if you don't want to listen to this old man, you can scram as far as you can. I was just testing you just now. Since you've heard of me and know my background, I won't waste any more time." Jiang Tian's tone was very arrogant, but no one present was dissatisfied. Firstly, there were very few geomasters. Secondly, Jiang Tian's strength spoke for itself. Everyone here was a 7th heaven or 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor. They understood this principle and would not be as reckless and ignorant as the youths. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this old Jiang's temper is still the same as before. However, this kind of person is quite easy to get along with. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone scheming behind his back. Presumably, this was one of the reasons why everyone trusted him so much. Xiao Chen did not want to expose too much, fearing that the other party would recognize him. The throne flew up and landed on a remote mountain rock. Then, it closed its eyes and rested, continuing to derive the divine lightning eye. In half a month, Xiaochen had already comprehended the first layer of the divine lightning eye. Without even needing to make hand seals, Xiaochen could execute them at an extremely fast speed. The consumption of primordial energy was also reduced to a quarter. The only drawback was that it hurt his eyes. Every time he used it, black blood would flow out of his eyes. His eyeballs would be damaged, and if he used it for a long time, his eyes would be completely destroyed. He guessed that the divine lightning eye had another accompanying eye protection technique to protect the naked eye. But in reality, he had guessed wrong. The body of an immortal didn't have the slightest bit of worldly aura. The body of an immortal wouldn't have such a side effect at all. If there really was a matching eye protection technique, Thunder Immortal Ancestor would have definitely passed it on to him. However, Thunder Immortal Ancestor didn't think of this at all. As a result, Xiaochen suffered. No matter how powerful the divine eye of thunder and lightning was, he didn't dare to use it too much unless he could make up for the damage to his eyes. Otherwise, if he really became blind, the loss would outweigh the gain. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt someone approaching. He opened his eyes and saw that the bladesman from his team was walking over. Sorry for interrupting Senior Saber Sovereign's meditation. I am Feng Xiao. I have long heard of the Saber Sovereign's name, the bladesman said politely with cupped hands. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling person. This person was Xiaochen's companion and was also a bladesman. His strength was extraordinary as well. Hence, even though this person interrupted him, Xiaochen did not get angry. He nodded and said, "You are too polite. The title of Saber Sovereign is an exaggeration. Brother Feng, you can just call me Shadowless." Feng Xiao smiled and said, "In that case, I'll address you as Brother Shadowless. Although I have been wandering around the 4 seas, making a mess of the seas, I have heard of your great name in the past few years. I am very happy to meet you today." Feng Xiao, this name was very familiar. Xiaochen thought for a while and recalled. Then, his eyes lit up as he said, "Brother Feng, are you the 4 Seas Berserk Saber, Feng Xiao?" Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign has heard of me. That's right. That's what people called me many years ago. However, in recent years, geniuses have risen up too quickly in the Golden Age. I no longer dare to call myself that. Feng Xiao did not refute the title of the 4 Seas Berserk Saber, nor did he think much of it. He just casually mocked Xiaochen. Xiaochen understood what Feng Xiao meant. After many new stars rose up in the Golden Age, they especially liked to challenge those famous seniors. They wanted to become famous in one battle and trample on the other party ruthlessly. The more they trampled, the happier they would be. 3 years ago, when I was traveling the world, I wanted to seek out the 4 Seas Berserk Saber for advice. Unexpectedly, I met you here today. Xiaochen explained why he remembered Feng Xiao. However, your whereabouts are uncertain. I have not been able to find a suitable opportunity. Feng Xiao smiled and said, "I've heard of your experiences. Your perseverance and breadth of mind are truly admirable. If it were me, I would not have the patience to seek advice one by one." They were both bladesmen and had common topics to talk about. After getting to know each other, the two started to talk more. "Brother Xiao, what are you going to the Mirage Immortal Palace for?" Feng Xiao asked directly, no longer having any reservations. Xiaochen did not mind. He answered honestly, "The cycle arts." "The cycle arts?" Feng Xiao thought for a while before saying, "In that case, you have to be careful of that group of people from the Zodiac Hall. They already said that they are here for the cycle arts." Xiaochen's heart sank. He recalled that the cyclic astral lord once sought out the Jadeite sovereign for the destruction throne and felt that this was somewhat strange. "The cyclic astral lord is here?" Xiaochen asked. "He is not here. In the past 5 years, the cyclic astral lord has rarely shown himself. I wonder what he is up to. However, the Sun Palace's palace master is here. This is Emperor Wu, who is a 9th heaven martial emperor." The Zodiac Hall had 72 palaces based on the constellations. The Sun Palace was ranked first, and its palace master was also the strongest. Although this person was not on the same level as the Holy Lord, he was still a 9th heaven martial emperor. It would not be easy to deal with him. However, Since the cyclic astral lord was not here, there was still a chance. Feeling confident, Xiaochen asked casually, "Brother Feng, why are you here?" "I am here to comprehend the Tao. There are many murals and sculptures from the immemorial era in the Mirage Immortal Palace. They all contain the Tao. If I can gain even a little bit, I will have profited greatly," Feng Xiao said seriously, a hopeful look flashing in his eyes. After all, not everyone was like Xiaochen, who had extremely high comprehension ability and could carve out his own Tao. In that case, he could only walk the Tao of his predecessors. The world changed in the Golden Age. One could raise their cultivation very quickly. However, one could only think of their own Tao. As the two chatted, a scarlet cloud suddenly flew over from the distance. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the Holy Lands and some loose cultivators on the various islands changed. Xiaochen was no stranger to this scarlet cloud. It was the blood-clad sect, a mysterious faction that rose up in the oceanic world in the past 5 years. The blood-clad sect wore scarlet clothes and exuded a sinister air. No one knew how it rose up. However, in the past 5 years, this faction had already spread to the various sea domains. Its sect master was also a mysterious person. Even now, no one knew who he was. However, the few vice sect masters that appeared were all extremely strong. No one dared to underestimate this mysterious sect master. That group of madmen from the blood-clad sect is here as well. It looks like this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace is not going to be peaceful, Feng Xiao muttered with a grave expression. Xiaochen did not say anything. He also felt some fear for this blood-clad sect. Back then, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, the group of scarlet-clad people who came to cause trouble were of the same origin as this blood-clad sect. The group of scarlet-clad people who came to cause trouble were of the same lineage as this blood-clad sect. However, Xiaochen had not expected this faction to grow so quickly in a short 5 years. As the day of the Mirage Immortal Palace's descent approached, more and more experts arrived. No one wanted to miss out on the third descent of the Mirage Immortal Palace. At the end of the sea, amid the boundless fog and mountains, the ethereal scene of the Mirage Immortal Palace slowly became clearer. The dense immortal qi made people feel more and more real. Even the naked eye could see it. One could see the silhouette of the palace in the mountains. The floating Mirage Immortal Palace was even more vivid, appearing in detail. Xiaochen's originally calm heart stirred. He had to obtain the cycle arts. He had comprehended all 7 states from the 7 thrones. Everything was ready. The cycle was complete. All that was left was the east wind. On this particular day, just as the Mirage Immortal Palace was about to descend, immortal music suddenly rang out in the distance. An immortal ship traveled through the clouds, surrounded by a faint, colorful light. The people of the Penglai Sea. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. This was truly unexpected. To think that the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea came to join in on the excitement. Chapter 1440. For the past 1,000 years, the Penglai Sea had been in a state of seclusion. Very few people came out. Many people had already forgotten about the Penglai Sea. They did not know that such a place existed. This was the martial epoch. Forcefully cultivating was definitely not the right path. Not only was it incomparably difficult, but there was also no hope of becoming an immortal. It could be said to be extremely tragic. However, no one would underestimate the strength of these cultivators. There were all kinds of strange immortal techniques, powerful divine abilities, and sharp and ever-changing magic treasures. When warriors fought with these immortal cultivators, it was very difficult. If they could not get close, they might be played to death. After living in seclusion for 1,000 years, they suddenly appeared in the Golden Age. It was really hard to understand the origins of this group of immortal cultivators. Furthermore, he had not seen them for 1,000 years, and he did not know how strong these cultivators were. It was not easy to make a judgment. Perhaps he had improved, or perhaps he had regressed. Interesting. Looks like this group of immortal cultivators really can't live any longer. 2 of the 3 great celestial sovereigns have actually come. Jiang Tian seemed to understand this group of immortal cultivators very well. He casually commented without the slightest bit of respect. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Elder Jiang, why do you say that?" "You don't know? That makes sense. Aside from some old antiques, there aren't many who know about this secret," Jiang Tian said coolly. The hemp-robed elder, Mu Yong, said, "I know a little about this. The immortal qi in the Penglai Sea has been decreasing. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, they sealed the small world in the Penglai Sea. From the looks of it now, it seems like he has reached a dead end and has to fight to the death." Feng Xiao asked, "Are cultivators very strong?" The old man in sackcloth thought that he might have to deal with this group of cultivators along the way, so he explained, "They are very strong. Venerable Immortal's strength is comparable to the ninth heaven Emperor Wu, and he can fight against the Holy Lord. However, once they get close to you, even you can easily kill an Immortal Venerate. Without an immortal body, unable to jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and without any truly powerful divine arts. These immortal cultivators simply cannot compare to the immortal cultivators of the immortal epic." However, Xiao Chen vaguely felt that something was wrong. Things were probably not that simple. The Penglai Sea was not as weak as the two made it out to be. Otherwise, where would they find the courage to take in Xiechang Tian, who had killed the Thunder King Sang Mu? However, these questions were all secrets, so he couldn't say much. For the time being, he could only take it one step at a time. "Look, there's another woman on the mountain." Just at this moment, someone suddenly arrived on a mountain below the Mirage Immortal Palace in the nearby sea region. Xiao Chen's 6 senses were sharp. Upon hearing this, he immediately looked over. Sure enough, there was indeed a woman on the mountain. She was dressed in white and had long hair. She held a long sword in her hand and floated like a fairy. His appearance was refined, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. His eyes were like stars and gems, embellished within. As the saying goes, a woman's beauty is dazzling and can turn all living things upside down. At this moment, the Mirage Immortal Palace had yet to descend. How could there be anyone on this mountain? This question appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He looked at the old man in linen clothes, but he found that the old man's face was calm. "Is she a fairy?" Feng Xiao asked in a daze. The middle-aged couple and that swordsman felt suspicious as well. At the same time, they were impressed by this woman's appearance and aura. She is not an immortal. She is the female sect master of that sect from the immemorial era. This is the 3rd time I've seen her. The hemp-robed old man said calmly, "She appears in a different place every time. However, after entering, I have never seen this woman before. She is extremely mysterious." The instant this woman appeared, the 2 immortal venerates on the immortal ship opened their eyes at the same time. The Penglai Sea's 3 immortal venerates were Immortal Venerate Yunchen, Immortal Venerate Mingyu, and the strongest, Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Immortal Venerate Yunchen was famous for his alchemy. His combat prowess was slightly inferior, so he did not come along. Instead, it was Mingyu and Tianyi, the 2 immortal venerates. As the 2 immortal venerates looked at the ethereal woman on the mountain, they revealed complicated expressions. They seemed to understand this woman's origins. At the same time, the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master, Xia Chu, also stared at the white-clad woman. After understanding the situation, the many sovereign martial emperors who came here for the first time no longer found the white-clad woman strange. They only thought that she was an ordinary illusion. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was extraordinary. As he looked at the white-clad woman, a strange feeling welled up in his heart for some reason. Transcendental, able to captivate the masses. Since she was not an immortal, she could only be a fiend. However, this was just Xiao Chen's opinion. Furthermore, the hemp-robed old man said that they would not run into this woman, so there was no need to overthink it. Suddenly, the thick fog spreading at the end of the sea vanished. The mountains and rivers where the Mirage Immortal Palace was appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. This feeling was very miraculous. It was like the Mirage Immortal Palace had always been there, just shrouded in fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people of the Holy Lands gathered together and took the lead, flying towards the Mirage Immortal Palace. When they approached the mountains, their figures suddenly vanished, vanishing without a trace. The hemp-robed old man did not find this strange. He explained that they had already entered the Mirage Immortal Palace. This is the jade strip that old Jiang refined. Refine it on your own. Otherwise, after we enter, we will be sent to random places. Only with this jade strip can we stay together. That is what the various holy lands do. Xiao Chen received the jade strip and did as instructed. After refining it, he felt the auras of the six merge tightly together. Let's go! When everyone finished refining the jade strip, the hemp-robed old man took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. Xiao Chen was the last to follow unhurriedly. As the mountains and rivers approached, the scene suddenly vanished. The world spun around as the cycle throne landed on the ground with a buzz. Strong winds blew in Xiao Chen's ears. After looking around, he discovered that he was at the summit of a mountain. Mountains surrounded him, and some people stood at the summit of each mountain. However, there were also people who did not get sent to the summit. Instead, they landed at the bottom of the valley. The valley surrounded by mountains was incredibly vast, and the terrain was very complicated. Furthermore, it seemed like there were mysteries here, not as simple as what one saw at the summit. The Mirage Immortal Palace remained quietly in the center of the valley. The hemp-robed old man said indifferently, "You are pretty lucky. You did not get sent to the bottom of the valley." He was extremely proficient in the yin-yang illusory technique. Every restriction was fused with the yin-yang illusory technique. The real fakes are hard to guard against. It's very strange. If one is directly transported to the bottom of the valley, an inexperienced person would very quickly touch the restriction and die. Mu Yang's words sent chills down people's spines, and they were somewhat skeptical. Right at this moment, a series of miserable screams came from the bottom of the valley, causing one's heart to palpitate. In an instant, no one dared to look down on Mu Yong anymore. They all stepped back and stood behind old Jiang. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Don't listen to old man Mu's lies. I can still protect you before we enter the Immortal Palace. Let's go down the mountain first." The Immortal Palace at the bottom of the valley seemed very close, but with some bloody examples, no one foolishly suggested flying over. On the way down the mountain, Jiang Tian was unusually cautious, stopping every 3 steps. The black-clothed swordsman in the team kept muttering to himself. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this speed. "I say, Senior Jiang, can we go faster? At this speed, we will take 1 month to reach the Mirage Immortal Palace. Before we reach the foot of the mountain, we will be sent out." After walking for a while, the black-clothed swordsman's dissatisfaction finally erupted. This place would only be open for 1 month. As long as one did not die within 1 month, they would be sent out. Although the black-clothed swordsman's words were exaggerated, this Jiang Tian's speed was indeed somewhat slow. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He vaguely sensed that along the way, they had already passed at least 6 illusion formations. Furthermore, with every step they took, the surrounding geomancy and geography changed. This gave Xiao Chen the feeling that the mountain under his feet was alive. In geomancy terms, this was called a spirit-connecting mountain. If it were naturally formed, that would be fine. However, it would be an immortal mountain. However, if it were man-made, it would be a bona fide ghost mountain. Hence, no matter how dissatisfied Xiao Chen was with Jiang Tian's speed, he would not have any objections. At the very least, he was half a geomaster and understood the depth of this. In that case, please go ahead, Jiang Tian said with a shrug, not getting angry. The black-clothed swordsman seemed to be dissatisfied with Jiang Tian's attitude long ago. He said angrily, "I'll go then. I am a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. Could it be that I can't walk on a mountain path?" "Brother Wen, don't be rash." The hemp-robed old man tried to smooth things over. However, the black-clothed swordsman had already moved past Jiang Tian and continued forward. The hemp-robed swordsman could not stop him in time. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. Soon, the black-clothed swordsman had taken 10 steps. He turned his head back and smiled. "I already said that it will be fine. Why are you acting so mysterious? How is it?" However, The black-clothed swordsman saw the expressions of Jiang Tian, Feng Xiao, the hemp-robed old man, and the others. They all showed extreme horror and grave expressions. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Actually, the black-clothed swordsman was just angry and would not go far. He just wanted to prove that he could go down the mountain faster. When the black-clothed swordsman looked down, he paled in fright. Each of his 10 steps had been dyed red with blood, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 1441. He did not see wrong. Each of the 10 steps was covered in scarlet blood. It was very eye-catching, even somewhat too bright. A human's blood could not be so glaring. The strange scene frightened the black-clad swordsman so much that he paled. He quickly looked at Jiang Tian and pleaded with a quivering voice, "Senior Jiang, save me. Don't move." Although Jiang Tian had a strange temper and a proud and aloof character, he would not leave a person in the lurch. This matter surpassed Jiang Tian's expectations. There should not be any major problems with just 10 steps. Even if there was a problem, it should not be this serious. Bloody footprints were an extremely ominous sign. Originally, Jiang Tian wanted to make this black-clad swordsman suffer a little before dealing with him. However, it looked like the problem was bigger now. This was not Jiang Tian's first time coming to this Mirage Immortal Palace. He had come here at least 10 times. As long as he did not enter the Mirage Immortal Palace, given his means, he would not be in any danger. However, it looked like something had changed. Someone had changed the geomancy of this place. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Nothing had happened even after coming here so many times. Aside from this, there could be no other reason. "Don't move. I'll go over." As Jiang Tian spoke, many azure-colored geomancy flags flew out of his body. They turned into beams of azure light. In the blink of an eye, they stabbed into the ground according to some kind of formation. Wherever the flag landed, blood splattered on the ground. Miserable screams rang out, causing those who heard it to panic. That black-clad swordsman was even more frightened. However, he did not dare to rush Jiang Tian. At this moment, the entire ground started to tremble gently. As the ground trembled, it continuously elongated. Such a strange scene made everyone even more afraid to act rashly. They all showed anxious expressions. Only Jiang Tian remained calm as he walked forward step by step, leaving bloody footprints on the ground. On the throne, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. A dragon-fixing needle appeared in his right hand. This was a dragon-seeking secret treasure that he had once used to seek dragons and fix veins. Although Xiao Chen had given up on cultivating as a geomaster, he still had the dragon-revealing mirror, the dragon-subduing platform, and the dragon-fixing needle. Light flickered under Jiang Tian's feet. With every step he took, the blood scattered and turned into beams of scarlet light surrounding his body. Suddenly, a series of terrifying cries came from outside the formation. A pair of green eyes flickered, accompanied by heavy breathing. "What is it?" Feng Xiao asked, feeling a little nervous. As a martial emperor, Xiao Chen possessed overwhelming strength. However, he did not know anything about these ghost-like ominous things. The middle-aged couple also held their weapons with their right hands, ready to attack at any time. Under the mask, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was not a good sign. Jiang Tian was busy dispelling the evil blood and had no time to take care of the formation. The group of them would probably be thrown into disarray, and they might even kill each other. The unknown was always the greatest source of fear. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen decided to make a move. He flicked his finger, and the dragon-fixing needle turned into a beam of light as it shot out. The mysterious existence outside the formation let out a miserable shriek and rolled on the ground. At that moment, Jiang Tian had also completed his 10 steps. All of the blood had been dispersed, and the ground had stopped squirming. Everything had returned to normal. "Alright, it's safe for now." Jiang Tian pointed to that black-clad swordsman, indicating that he could walk back. That black-clad swordsman felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. After standing there for so long without moving, his body had already stiffened long ago. The black-clad swordsman raised his leg and took a step. Boom! His body shattered into pieces, not even a drop of blood leaking out. It turned out that he had already turned into a dried corpse without realizing it. Xiao Chen now somewhat understood why the blood from earlier was overly bright. That was the essence blood of an emperor, the black-clad swordsman's own blood. Such a sudden scene startled everyone, their jaws nearly falling off. A seventh heaven sovereign martial emperor actually dismembered into pieces, dying instantly. Bastard! It turns out that he died the moment he took the first wrong step. What a waste of my time. Jiang Tian scolded angrily after taking a look. Senior Jiang, what's going on? The hemp-robed old man asked Jiang Tian, suppressing the horror in his heart. Jiang Tian did not hide it. He said honestly, someone changed the geomancy of this place. If I guessed right, it should be that group of immortal cultivators. Aside from them, no one else would dare to do this. The 19 psychic mountains around us have all turned into ghost mountains. Yin and Yang are in chaos. The 5 elements are reversed. One wrong step and you end up like this fellow. Feng Xiao sucked in a sharp breath and said, "That incredible? He is the 7th heaven Emperor Wu. How could he die just like that?" Jiang Tian smiled in disdain and said, "You are overthinking. Do you know how the ghost mountains were refined? They were built from the corpses and blood of martial emperors. During the ancient era, etiquette did not exist. The principles were unclear. There was no distinction between good and evil. Humans were no different from wild beasts. They did things crudely and viciously. When Emperor Wu died, he was no different from a wild beast, casually piled up like that. Only during the immemorial era did etiquette appear and people learned to rest in peace. In the following years, there were no more ghost mountains. All the ghost mountains in the world existed here. When Feng Xiao heard this secret, he felt slightly startled, somewhat unable to accept it. What are those immortal cultivators trying to do? Trap us here? The hemp-robed old man thought even further, thinking about the Mirage Immortal Palace. Jiang Tian said indifferently, "There's no need to think about it. There is definitely something in the Mirage Immortal Palace that they want. They cannot afford any mishaps. Otherwise, those fellows would not be so ruthless. What should we do now? I discovered a universe origin fruit in the Mirage Immortal Palace 100 years ago. It just so happens to ripen now. Could it be that we are just going to give it up?" The hemp-robed old man felt depressed. In a moment of carelessness, he revealed the secret in his heart. TSK, the universe origin fruit is good stuff. It is rumored to be an immortal fruit that can increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. Old Mu, you really hit it well. Are you trying to use it to become a prime? Jiang Tian said with a smile, not anxious about the situation at all. The middle-aged couple, Feng Xiao and Xiao Chen, could not help looking at the hemp-robed old man. There really is such a thing? That is a legendary item. Even during the immortal epic, it was an extremely rare natural treasure. The hemp-robed old man could not care too much. He said sullenly, "Senior Jiang, I don't care. You have to send me to the Mirage Immortal Palace." Such a scene happened on many mountains. The supreme elders of the various holy lands all forced their geomasters to think of a way to get down the mountain. It was not just Mu Yong. Everyone who came to the Mirage Immortal Palace had a purpose. They did not want to miss out on this rare opportunity. The next time the Mirage Immortal Palace appeared, they would miss out on the Golden Age. Jiang Tian said indifferently, "That's impossible. The geomancy is already chaotic, and the Ghost Mountain is already formed. I can come and go as I please. However, if I want to bring someone along, there is no need to talk about that. Just obediently wait for 1 month and you will be sent out." Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen looked up at the sky. The sky was dark. The sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. However, when Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, he still managed to see the constellations in the sky. Xiao Chen gently tapped his fingers on the armrest. The hemp-robed old man felt very frustrated. However, he was much more shrewd than the black-clad swordsman. He knew that he could not be rash or force Jiang Tian. The hemp-robed old man felt very sullen in his heart, not knowing what to do. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and sized up Jiang Tian. This old fellow's means were very powerful. It was impossible that he only had these few methods. He must have been holding something back. However, he did not want to get involved in this mess, so he purposely did not advance. Xiaochen observed the constellations. There were geomasters executing their geomancy skills on the other ghost mountains, clashing with the mysterious phenomena of the ghost mountain as they headed down the mountain step by step. Since the other geomasters had means to break out of the situation, it was even more impossible for Jiang Tian to not have one. Furthermore, from start to end, aside from some simple geomancy flags, Xiaochen did not see Jiang Tian use any powerful dragon-seeking secret treasures. He also did not see Jiang Tian use his treasure, the Worldly Universe banner. While Xiaochen felt suspicious, he suddenly discovered Jiang Tian looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Chapter 1442. Could it be that old Jiang has recognized me? Xiaochen smiled faintly. What exactly is he planning? Xiaochen shifted his gaze away and thought to himself. The few people in the group all appeared somewhat depressed. No one would be satisfied with being trapped here for a month. This was especially so for the hemp-robed old man. If someone accidentally obtained a miraculous item like the primordial chaos fruit, he would definitely die. If someone accidentally obtained a miraculous item like the universe origin fruit, he would be so frustrated that he would vomit blood, so depressed that he wanted to die. The middle-aged couple spoke in low voices, thinking about something. Senior Jiang, since you are not willing to bring anyone along, then I will go alone. This is not my first time coming to the Mirage Immortal Palace, so I am somewhat prepared. The hemp-robed old man could not resist stepping forward. Jiang Tian could not be bothered with him. He waved his hand and said, "Do as you please. Our agreement ends here. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to heaven. I have my own plans," Mu Yong said calmly. Then he walked out of the range of the formation, choosing to go alone. He did indeed have some trump cards and means. After all, he was someone who had come to the Mirage Immortal Palace several times and left it alive. The two of us discussed it and decided to go down the mountain alone. However, we would like to ask Senior Jiang some questions. The middle-aged couple stepped forward and arrived before Jiang Tian. Clearly, they wanted some guidance. Jiang Tian did not refuse. He said indifferently, "Yin and Yang are reversed here, and the 5 elements are in chaos. However, midnight should be the calmest time. Walk for 2 hours every day. There is no rush. We should be able to leave the mountain in 7 days. However, this is not absolute. Deal with the risks yourself." After saying that, Jiang Tian gave the two a protective jade pendant each and did not say anything more. "Thank you, Senior." The two gave their thanks and set off at midnight. Soon, most of the people had left. Only Xiao Qin and Feng Xiao remained. These two bladesmen had not made a decision yet. Clearly, Feng Xiao could not make up his mind. He did not know what to do. He asked Xiao Qin, "Brother Shadowless, what do you think?" Naturally, Xiao Qin wanted to go as well. However, with his Geomaster cultivation, he could barely protect himself. Bringing someone along would only be a burden. The importance of the reincarnation arts to him was self-evident. Xiao Qin answered honestly, "With my strength, I can barely protect myself. However, if I travel with others, I cannot guarantee that." Feng Xiao smiled and said, "In that case, let's meet at the Mirage Immortal Palace. Hopefully we can make it there alive." Xiao Qin looked pensive. He took out a brocade box and handed it to the other party. There were some dragon-fixing needles inside. Perhaps they would be of use at a crucial moment. "What is this?" Feng Xiao asked curiously. Xiao Qin said calmly, "These are some small toys that I refine myself. They are useful in dealing with ghost-type evil beings." Feng Xiao didn't really care, but she was still very touched. After casually putting it away, she said, "Farewell. Take care." After Feng Xiao left, only Xiao Qin and Jiang Tian remained. Jiang Tian smiled casually and said, "Everyone is gone. Brat, you can take off your mask now." Without removing his mask, Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, "When did you recognize me?" "The first time I saw you, I was somewhat suspicious. You can't hide the unique aura of a Geomaster. By the time you used the dragon-fixing needles, I was already pretty sure. However, you really hid very deeply. Jiang Tian continued, everyone in the world has forgotten about you. Who would have thought that the Blue Dragon King from back then would transform into the current shadowless saber sovereign? These words rendered Xiaochen speechless. He could only silently accept the other party's guess. Cut the crap. What level have you cultivated your heavenly eye to? Are you still cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon? Jiang Tian asked with a serious expression. Why are you asking this? I have not cultivated it for a very long time already. In the past few years, I've been focusing on the Saber Dao, Xiaochen said with some doubt in his tone, not hiding anything. Jiang Tian scolded, foolish brat, to think that you gave up on the heavenly eye. How many people would beg for such a heaven-defying technique? I can't be bothered with you anymore. Originally, I thought that you could help me a little. Now, it looks like you are just a burden. Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart. Jiang Tian looked down on him. Based on what the other party said, Jiang Tian had purposely let the hemp-robed old man and the others leave. The dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-subduing platform, the two great dragon-seeking secret treasures, are they still there? They are still of some use. Make your preparations. Come with me to see what those immortal cultivators are up to. Jiang Tian finally revealed his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to seek trouble for those immortal cultivators. This went against Xiaochen's plan. He was here to search for the cycle arts. As long as those immortal cultivators did not have any designs on the cycle arts, it would have nothing to do with him. Help me with this, and I'll help you obtain the cycle arts. I know where it is. Deal, Xiaochen said directly without hesitation. Jiang Tian smiled and said, you are very decisive. However, you have no choice but to agree. If you refuse again, I will go and help the people at Zodiac Hall. After making his preparations, Xiaochen merged the throne into his black robes. The dragon-revealing mirror floated quietly above his head as he stood next to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian held the worldly universe banner and pointed at it. The turbid skies slowly parted. The sun, moon, and stars flickered with light, taking in everything. Stargazing. Xiaochen knew this as well. However, he was still not as good as Jiang Tian. He could not understand many of the constellations. What are you doing? Isn't the feng shui of this place messed up? The constellations change constantly. There is no way to see anything wrong with them, Xiaochen said, feeling confused. Let's see which mountain those immortal cultivators are at. Found it. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed and fixed on a ghost mountain in the northwest. It was nearly an entire valley away from the ghost mountain that the two of them were standing on. Use your heavenly eye to see if it is right. Xiaochen took off his mask and opened the vertical eye on his forehead. His field of vision immediately extended infinitely. The scene in the distance was magnified countless times, appearing before Xiaochen. He could see everything clearly, not missing any detail. When his field of vision was about to reach its limit, Xiaochen finally saw an immortal ship. The heavenly eye could not be maintained for too long. After verifying it, Xiaochen prepared to leave. However, just at this moment, a face suddenly appeared in the scene before Xiaochen. The owner of this face was the white-clad fairy maiden that appeared on the mountain before Xiaochen entered this place. At this moment, the heavenly eye had yet to scatter. It was like this person's face was right in front of Xiaochen. There was no need to elaborate on this woman's beauty. She was perfect and flawless, exuding overwhelming spiritual energy and extraordinary. However, as Xiaochen looked at her, he felt fear for some reason. He was so frightened that he took 3 steps back. He made a mistake at the last step, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. What did you see? Jiang Tian asked anxiously, feeling somewhat excited when he saw Xiaochen vomit blood. Xiaochen rested for a while before answering, an immortal ship and a white-clad girl. I wonder if it was an illusion. Jiang Tian, who thought that he could see a lot, said disappointedly, the level of your heavenly eye is still too low. If you improve it further and cultivate it to the level of the heavenly flying divine eye, you will be able to see more. The heavenly flying divine eye was just a level. When one cultivated it to perfection, the heavenly eye could soar into the sky and tunnel underground, no longer restricted to the physical body. However, this level was something that Xiaochen had never even thought about. It was far too difficult. That woman, Xiaochen said, feeling suspicious. Didn't they say that she would not appear? Jiang Tian sighed and said, I roughly know what they are going to do. This woman is the heavenly profound holy daughter, the strongest person of the ancient era. She is extremely infatuated with immortals. After she reached her peak, she moved the 19 ghost mountains and locked down the spiritual energy of the Mirage Immortal Palace, preparing to become a ghost immortal. Xiaochen muttered, Ghost immortal? If one cannot become a heavenly immortal, it is not impossible to become an immortal using the ghost Dao. In that case, did she succeed? That was millions of years ago. Who knows the result? This group of immortal cultivators might be trying to find her true body and dig out the method to become a ghost immortal. Jiang Tian said worriedly, if they really dig out something ominous and fly out of the Mirage Immortal Palace, the world will fall into chaos. Come with me to take a look. The worldly universe banner spun around and doubled in size. Jiang Tian immediately stood on it. After some thought, Xiaochen followed suit. Xiaochen really wanted to know whether the white-clad girl he saw was a human or a ghost or the ghost immortal that Jiang Tian mentioned. Chapter 1443. In this strange space, only a geomaster like Senior Jiang dared to fly in the air. If it were Xiaochen, he absolutely would not dare to do so. The restrictions and formations in the air were much more numerous than those on the ground. If Xiaochen was not careful, he might end up in an illusion, unable to come out until he died. The yin-yang 5-element illusion was very different from regular illusions. There was truth in the fake and falsehood in the real. It was a restriction formed by combining the geomancy of the surroundings, the 5 elements, yin-yang, and 5 elements with illusions. Even Jiang Tian had to be cautious when flying. Although Xiaochen was clearly flying in the air, all he saw were all sorts of incredibly dangerous environments, changing constantly. At one moment, it was an ice mountain. At another, it was lava. At another, it was hell. Not only that, but there were also many ferocious beasts in the illusions. As a geomaster, Jiang Tian naturally had to leave these combat tasks to Xiaochen. Don't think that these illusions and ferocious beasts are fake. After you get injured, you will still get injured in reality, Jiang Tian said somewhat leisurely as he led the way. Xiaochen could not be bothered with Jiang Tian. This old fellow is here to use me as a laborer. His schemes are really cunning. After a long time, after killing countless evil spirits and charging out of the hell illusion, the scene before Xiaochen changed. The scene before Xiaochen changed. The ghost mountain where the immortal ship was already right before his eyes. Unexpectedly, the mountain was deserted. There was not a single person. Aside from that immortal ship, there were no other immortal cultivators. It was frighteningly quiet. Where did those fellows go? Let's look around, Jiang Tian muttered. Jiang Tian muttered and put away the worldly universe banners. Then he led Xiaochen to the ghost mountain. After giving instructions, Xiaochen and Jiang Tian started to search the mountain top, trying to see if they could find any clues. After a while, the two returned in disappointment, not finding anything. That should not be the case. Since they destroyed the geomancy of the entire ghost mountain, they should have left some traces behind, Jiang Tian muttered to himself. Jiang Tian murmured to himself. He could not figure it out. Xiaochen also felt suspicious. In his opinion, some formation flags and formation discs should have been left behind after they were used. The moment he raised his head, Xiaochen's gaze fell on the celestial ship, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Elder Jiang, do you think the secret treasure they used to destroy Feng Shui is this immortal ship? Jiang Tian shuddered and looked at the immortal ship. Very likely. Why didn't I think of that? No one has ever said that a secret treasure for seeking dragons and fixing veins cannot be made into a ship. The more they looked, the more they felt that the shape of this immortal ship was rather strange, and the more likely it was. The 7 divine weapons behind Xiaochen drew their scabbards and buzzed. Saber intent accumulated continuously, kicking up strong winds. What are you going to do? Jiang Tian asked nervously. We'll know once we try. With a thought from Xiaochen, the 7 divine weapons carried a boundless saber intent. Jiang Tian did not have time to stop them, and the 7 divine weapons crashed into the immortal ship. With a loud bang, the immortal ship was completely destroyed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The shockwave swept over, and the 2 of them quickly retreated. Xiaochen stood in front of them, sharing most of the impact. Why were you so rash? If the trail ended, it would be problematic to search again, Jiang Tian said somewhat reproachfully. Xiaochen said after some thought, actually, the trail ended long ago. Since that group of immortal cultivators already left, they definitely would not have left behind too many clues. As Jiang Tian spoke, he stared at Xiaochen in front, and his expression slowly changed. After the dust settled, the original immortal ship was no longer there, revealing a scarlet skeleton. The immortal chi was nowhere to be found, replaced by a sinister aura. With one look, it was clear that the skeleton was human. Furthermore, it had been refined using an especially evil method. This was clearly a ghost ship, not an immortal ship. Indeed, this group of people came prepared. No wonder they could disrupt the feng shui of the 19 Ghost Mountains. This ghost ship has a significant origin. This group of people from the Penglai Sea must have prepared for at least 1,000 years. Jiang Tian looked at the ghost ship in a daze, finding it hard to believe. However, Xiaochen shook his head. He felt that ghost immortals were not of the righteous Tao and would not have a good ending. No matter how well prepared they were, it would all be for naught in the end. What should we do now? Jiang Tian said with a sullen expression, let's break this trap of theirs first and restore the Ghost Mountain's feng shui. You truly live up to being the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean. The immortal venerate was right when he said that you would definitely discover this trap. Just at this moment, a voice came from the sky. A middle-aged man with the air of an immortal and wearing purple Daoist robes descended slowly on an auspicious cloud. This startled Xiaochen. To think that this person had been hiding here for so long without being discovered. The show is just beginning. How can we let the 2 of you spoil it? Get down. The purple-clad immortal cultivator landed on the ghost ship. The immortal chi was gone, and his aura changed drastically. It seemed like he merged with the ghost mountain under him. He stretched out his hand. Boom! The ground under Xiaochen's and Jiang Tian's feet turned into a mouth. Caught off guard, the 2 lost their footing and fell down. When the purple-clad immortal cultivator on the ghost ship saw the 2 disappear, he nodded in satisfaction. He gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air, preparing to hide again. Bang! However, before the purple-clad immortal cultivator could smile, rocks flew up from the summit of the mountain. A gargantuan hand appeared and grabbed the purple-clad immortal cultivator, pulling him down from the air. Amid rumbling sounds, Xiaochen flew out in a somewhat sorry state. Xiaochen sat on the throne with one hand tightly clasped around the purple-clad immortal cultivator's neck, showing no expression on his face. If Xiaochen had not executed Dermic World earlier, he did not know if he could have come out of the Ghost Mountain. The space inside the mountain was simply too strange and horrifying. The ground was covered in human heads. Furthermore, these heads had been there for who knew how long. Xiaochen did not know what would happen if they fell. That's impossible. How could you come out of the Ghost Mountain? The purple-clad immortal cultivator exclaimed in shock, appearing incredulous. Xiaochen said indifferently, there are too many impossible things in this world. Speak. What are you people trying to do? You want to threaten me? That's impossible. The golden light in the purple-clad immortal cultivator's body swelled continuously. This startled Xiaochen. This fellow actually chose to go down together, using his yuanying to self-destruct. Without hesitation, pride unsheathed from behind the throne and ended the purple-clad immortal cultivator's life force prematurely. As Xiaochen looked at the headless corpse in his hand, he casually tossed it aside. Then, his gaze landed on the ghost ship. Little 3, have you heard of ghost immortals? Xiaochen asked the item spirit of the 3-life mirror. This is a very evil thing. I do not know much about it. During the immortal epoch, it was a taboo existence. Furthermore, it was a dead end, It was impossible to succeed. Even if one walked the cycle of reincarnation, no one would be willing to become a ghost immortal. Little 3 continued, "This is because ghost immortals are neither immortal nor ghost. They are neither alive nor dead. They wander between yin and yang. Although they live forever, they live a life worse than death." "Can you think of a way to destroy this ghost ship?" Xiaochen asked as he pointed to the skeletal ghost ship in front. He felt uncomfortable looking at it. He did not know what this ghost ship was made of. To think that the combined attack of the 7 divine weapons had not destroyed it. That is easy to deal with. I can move this inanimate object to the 3 life mirrors' ruins. Although little 3 spoke casually, when she controlled the 3 life mirror to execute the universe movement, her teeth chattered and her expression turned grave. His teeth were chattering and his expression was solemn. His brows were tightly furrowed, and it was clear that it was extremely taxing. Xiaochen could not help feeling regret. Had he known that little 3 liked to show off, he would not have made this request. A tear appeared in space, and little 3 shouted. The 3 life mirror gave off a resplendent light, looking like it would burn. The entire ghost ship vanished with a whoosh, sucked into the 3 life mirror. The moment the ghost ship vanished, Xiaochen immediately felt the surroundings change. The countless stars in the starry heavens above shifted positions and returned to their original positions. "It looks like I succeeded." Xiaochen smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Xiaochen had already done his best to help with the matter that old Jiang instructed him to do. Now, he wanted to go to the ethereal immortal palace to search for the cycle arts. After that, he could leave. As for whether Jiang Tian, who fell into the ghost mountain, was dead or alive, Xiaochen could not be bothered with that. Xiaochen's instincts told him that given Jiang Tian's means, this ghost mountain would not be able to trap him to death. Chapter 1444. The instant the geomancy returned to normal, all the adventuring loose cultivators and Holy Land elders on the surrounding ghost mountains immediately sensed it. Everyone here was an expert. Even if they did not understand geomancy, they could sense the subtle changes in their surroundings. Furthermore, every team had a geomaster. That went without saying. In Zodiac Hall's group, the Sun Palace's Princess Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling confused. What's going on? The geomancy of this ghost mountain suddenly returned to normal. The geomaster in the group was a white-clad old man, the personal geomaster of Zodiac Hall. His means were no weaker than Jiang Tian's. The white-clad old man thought for a while before saying, "It is extremely difficult to change the geomancy of the ghost mountain. The other party probably cannot maintain it for long. Or perhaps, the other party only needs to maintain it for that long. That will be enough." When Chu Tian heard that, she nodded and said, "That's right. Just a small advantage is enough to leave us far behind. Since the geomancy has returned to normal, let's not hold back anymore and rush to the ethereal immortal palace at full speed." Bush. Under the lead of Chu Tian and the white-clad old man, Zodiac Hall's group moved like lightning, rushing to the ethereal immortal palace at full speed. Such a scene happened on the various ghost mountains. These people who already knew that they were too slow no longer held back. At the entrance to the ethereal immortal palace in the middle of the valley, the 2 immortal venerates' expressions sank at the same time. Immortal venerate Mingyu said, "Fellow Daoist Purple Cloud is already dead. I can no longer sense his aura." "Who is that strong?" "Purple Cloud is compatible with the ghost mountain. He should be able to protect himself when facing the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu." Some of the immortal cultivators behind Mingyu expressed their confusion. Immortal venerate Tiani said, "Never mind. We should have expected this trip to be full of twists and turns. No matter how prepared we are, something unexpected will happen. Let's continue forward." Immortal venerate Mingyu said, "I'll leave behind a restriction. That way, we can buy some time and create more opportunities." But that would be for the best. If others were here, they would definitely be shocked. The restriction that Immortal venerate Mingyu casually mentioned was actually the major magic skill, Icy Blood Moon. Not caring about anything else, after the geomancy returned, Xiaochen relied on his passable dragon-seeking meridian-fixing art. With the help of the dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-fixing needle, Xiaochen did not have to worry about anything, and his progress was exceptionally smooth. The only thing on his mind was the cycle art. Xiaochen did not pay attention to the spiritual herbs and profound beasts along the way. His speed was unusually fast. After a while, the ancient fairy palace appeared in his field of vision. Under the corrosion of time, the majestic immortal palace no longer looked like an immortal from the outside. The old red walls, dusty eaves, and cracks visible to the naked eye gave off a feeling of dilapidation and vicissitudes. The spiritual energy was far from being as overwhelming as it seemed from the outside. After breaking through the thick fog, one could see that it was even more realistic. Xiaochen felt something in his heart. Even the most glorious legends seemed so fragile in the face of ruthless time. Seeing this immortal path relic, Xiaochen thought of the lightning immortal ancestor in the misty lake. The lightning immortal ancestor who had loudly declared that he had subdued him before he died. The doors of the immortal palace were wide open, but there was a man-made restriction blocking the way. The entrance to the hall was blocked by a bright crimson moon. A cold light flickered around the bright moon, causing one's heart to palpitate for no reason. Cha. Footsteps rang out. Xiaochen turned his head back and discovered that it was the group of people from the Zodiac Hall rushing over. There was a total of 5 people from the Zodiac Hall. Aside from the Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, and that white-clad geomaster, the other 3 were peak 8th heaven martial emperors. It looked like the cyclic astral lord had put in all his effort for the sake of the cycle art. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. To think that there was someone who arrived before him. Chu Tian had heard of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign before. He did not dare to be too careless when facing this person. Xiaochen turned his head back and asked indifferently, "Palace Master Chu, what can I do for you?" It's nothing. I just did not expect that there would be someone faster than me. Brother Shadowless, did you discover anything by arriving early? Chu Tian recovered his composure and revealed a smile on his face. It was best not to offend this person if possible, lest more problems crop up. I did not discover anything. Someone left a restriction at the entrance. Based on the method, it should be the work of one of the Penglai Sea's immortal venerates. The moment Chu Tian said that, the expressions of the people from the Zodiac Hall changed slightly. An old man took a step forward and arrived before the restriction at the entrance. After examining it for a while, he said, after checking it, he returned and said, "Senior Chu, it is indeed the work of immortal venerate Mingyu, the major magic skill, Icy Blood Moon." Chu Tian frowned and said, "What is this old fellow trying to do? We just want to obtain the cycle art. It is not like we have any conflict with him. Why does he keep blocking us?" Xiaochen said coldly, "Palace Master Chu, you are really naive. It is already clear that what he wants has a great conflict with us. Otherwise, why would so many things happen for no reason?" Chu Tian showed some anger on his face. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's words made sense. Don't. Footsteps rang out, and another group of people rushed over. The one leading them was the 5 Poison Sect's Vice Sect Master, Yang Tong. Soon, the people of the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy, the 2 Holy Lands, arrived as well. After a while, more and more people gathered here. When they saw the Blood Moon Frost restriction, they all frowned slightly, not daring to step forward. This Blood Moon Frost restriction is Immortal Venerate Mingyu's strongest magic skill. Even the minor Heavenly Venerate Emperor Wu could not escape death from the attack of the Blood Moon. Even if he barely survives, he will be a cripple in the future. I wonder, who would go and break the restrictions? Aside from a few 9th Heaven Martial Emperors, who would go and break the restrictions? If other Martial Emperors want to break the restrictions, they would have to think carefully. All sorts of discussions rang out, and the various horrors of the Blood Moon Frost restrictions spread out. Xiaochen thought to himself, feeling that this move of the Penglai Sea's people was really beautiful. The restriction was nothing. However, whoever broke it first would be at a disadvantage. The people behind would benefit for nothing. If they entered the ethereal immortal palace to search for treasures, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Wait, why do I not see that group of scarlet-clad people? Aside from the Penglai Seas people, the ones that Xiao Chen cared about the most were the blood-clad sex people. However, when he looked around, he did not see a single blood-clad sect member. Could it be that they already entered? No, I can't wait anymore. If the other party's goal is really related to the cycle arts, I cannot accept such a loss. Look, the shadowless saber sovereign is going up. What is he doing? The Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, and the 5 poison sects vice sect master do not dare to act rashly. Could he be trying to break that restriction? He is really bold. However, even if he breaks it, he will still suffer a great loss. When Xiao Chen arrived at the palace doors, he attracted everyone's attention. Several people revealed joy in their hearts. If the restriction was broken, they would be able to enter the ethereal immortal palace after him. The shadowless saber sovereign would definitely be injured, which was equivalent to having one less competitor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As Xiao Chen stood before the icy blood moon, cold qi assaulted his face. The bright scarlet moon was like a planet made of ice. After sizing it up, Xiao Chen could not help but view this magic skill in a different light. While it looked simple, there were many tricks to it. The light screen contained an icy small world. Once forcefully broken, the entire small world would explode. Then the blood moon, which was no longer bound, would grow infinitely larger. Bang! There would be an intense explosion. At such a close distance, just thinking about that might made one tremble in fear. Simply put, the blood moon was like a huge bomb, and the restriction was the fuse. The moment one touched it, it would ignite. Forcefully breaking it was definitely the stupidest method. One would die a miserable death. However, if one did not break the restriction, how should one get over? Many thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. After a while, Xiao Chen thought of a way to break it. The heavenly snow divine flame appeared in his palm. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen entered the light screen with its piu sound. Whoosh, 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 blueback, blueback. When the people of the various holy lands and the loose cultivators saw this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that the following explosion would affect them. Chapter 1445. However, the expected intense explosion did not happen. The shadowless saber sovereign acted like nothing had happened, directly walking into the icy blood moon. 10 seconds passed, and everything was calm. There were no restrictions on the icy blood moon at all. The Sun Palace's Chu Tian's face immediately sank. To think that he let the shadowless saber sovereign take the initiative. The most important thing was that the restrictions were still there, not broken. What's going on? Could this restriction be fake? The many Emperor Wu present all had such doubts. When they saw the light screen formed by the icy blood moon, they could not understand. Finally, one person could no longer hold back and wanted to see whether the restriction was real or fake. That person's figure flashed and arrived before the palace doors. As he looked at the light screen formed by the icy blood moon, he hesitated. Clenching his teeth, he finally made up his mind and stretched his hand into the light screen. Whoosh! In the next second, that person's arm turned into ice. He could not feel anything, and the scarlet cold qi continued to spread. Whoosh! This person decisively chopped off his arm. Then he retreated with a pale complexion. It's real. The icy blood moon's restriction. Such a scene happened before everyone's eyes, stifling all the people who had hoped to get lucky. Now came the question. How did the shadowless saber sovereign enter? Why was he not attacked by the restrictions at all? Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Chen not to have been attacked. Inside the ice small world in the light screen, Xiao Chen merged his primordial energy and saber intent, forming a cone-shaped force field in front of him. He formed a cone-shaped force field in front of him, and as he flew, he forcefully broke through all kinds of restrictions. At the same time, the heavenly snow divine flame in his right hand continuously gave off horrifying cold qi. The shadowless saber sovereign quickly mended the restrictions he broke. He looked like a fish swimming in water. Instead of being attacked, he seemed to be enjoying it, swimming quickly. However, in reality, he was doing 3 things at once. He had to break the restrictions, circulate the solar true flame to protect himself, and expel the cold qi. Furthermore, he had to use the strong ice-attributed energy of the heavenly snow divine flame to repair the restrictions he broke. If he made any mistakes, the cold would attack him. The heavenly snow divine flame would rebound and detonate the icy blood moon. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. He could forget about the reincarnation technique. After carefully passing through the most dangerous blood-colored moon, Xiaochen felt the ground under his feet disappear. Then he landed on the ground. Swoosh! Xiaochen put away the heavenly snow divine flame and shattered the frost on his body. Then he sized up his surroundings. He should have entered the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiaochen turned his head back to take a look. The seal was still intact, so he continued walking forward. After working so hard to pass through the icy blood moon's restriction, Xiaochen naturally would not let those people who wished for him to die. At this moment, the restrictions left behind by Immortal Venerate Mingyu had become his assistants. They should be able to block those people behind him. Inside the Immortal Palace, there was a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 18 giant white jade pillars. Due to the passage of time, many cracks had appeared on the white jade pillar. The color was no longer pure white either, unknown just how much dust had covered it. Only the murals were still intact, their grandeur just as before, outlining the prosperity of the last great era. After walking through the corridor, there was a long flight of steps with many hurried footprints on them. Xiaochen lowered his head and looked for a long time. He discovered that these footprints were left by two groups of people. There was a clear difference in the footprints. Above the steps was another long flight of steps. When Xiaochen reached this place, there were passageways on both sides that led to places unknown. When Xiaochen looked to the front, he saw a damaged throne at the end of the hall. The jade-like gemstones and divine metal that had been placed on the throne were long gone. If not for this damaged throne not having any value, someone would probably have taken it away already. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he leaped into the air and arrived before the throne. He gently swept his sleeves and blew away the dust on the throne. After hesitating for a moment, he sat on it. During the immemorial era, the heavenly profound Holy Lady should have been the one to sit on this throne. As for the immortal epic, Xiaochen did not know who did it. Regardless of the past, at least now, it was Xiaochen who sat on it. When Xiaochen looked to the front, he discovered that the position of the throne was very ingenious. Sitting there, Xiaochen could see every corner of the hall clearly. "Sir, you have been following me for so long. You can show yourself now, right?" Xiaochen, who was seated on the throne, suddenly spoke to the empty hall. Who was he speaking to? Air or an invisible ghost? Whoosh! Suddenly, a white-clad woman holding a sword appeared in front of Xiaochen in front of the hall. This was the white-clad fairy maiden that Xiaochen saw at the summit before entering the ethereal immortal palace. Without a doubt, this white-clad woman was the heavenly profound Holy Lady. "How did you know that I have been following you?" the heavenly profound Holy Lady asked softly. Her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears. It was like wind chimes ringing in the night wind at midnight, crisp and quiet, giving off a cold feeling. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen replied indifferently, "I don't know. I only know that you purposely showed yourself and let me see you because you have something to say to me." Before coming here, he had heard from the old man that no matter who it was, they would not be able to see this lady after entering the Ghost Mountain. There were even people who were infatuated with this woman's fairy-like appearance and temperament. They searched more than half of the Immortal Palace but couldn't find even a corner of this woman's clothes. However, after Xiaochen entered the Ghost Mountain, he saw it clearly. Jiang Tian, who was with him, did not see it. He was the only one who saw it. At first, Xiaochen was startled. He didn't think too much about it, but the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. For tens of thousands of years, so many people had come and gone, but no one had seen this woman in the Ghost Mountain. Obviously, if this woman didn't want to be seen, no one would be able to find her. On the other hand, if anyone saw her, it would not be a coincidence. She had done it on purpose. "You're quite smart. It seems like I didn't choose the wrong person. You have the strength, the ideas, and the courage to make me show myself." The heavenly profound holy lady asked indifferently as she looked at Xiao Chen. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Chen replied with a calm expression. However, right after he said that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked at the heavenly profound holy lady, he was shocked to discover that he had to look up to her. It turned out that at some point in time, he had swapped places with the heavenly profound holy lady. He was still seated, and the heavenly profound holy lady was still standing. However, one was standing on the throne, and the other was sitting on the floor of the hall. Sorry, I'm not used to others sitting on my seat and speaking to me. After the heavenly profound holy lady said that, she slowly sat down. Whoosh! The instant the heavenly profound holy lady sat down, the entire hall lit up. The dilapidated hall suddenly became grand and magnificent, giving off a brilliant light. Immortal fog shrouded the floor. The jade pillars in the corridor were white and shiny. The murals carved on them were very lifelike, exquisite, and gorgeous. The throne was also restored. The white-clad woman sat on it, holding her sword. She looked valiant and heroic, her clothes as white as snow, exuding a pressing air of nobility. Xiao Chen instantly felt somewhat intoxicated when he saw this. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. She could perfectly merge a woman's purity, heroic bearing, and air of nobility. Even a fairy would not be able to compare. Xiao Chen knew that this was an illusion. However, compared to the dilapidated hall in reality, this illusion looked very pleasing to the eye. This was especially so for the woman sitting on the throne. It was truly a delightful sight to behold, and one did not want to leave. Xiao Chen preferred the current appearance of the other party, the one he liked in reality. Although she looked beautiful, she gave off a miserable feeling. Coupled with the dilapidated hall, it was even more sorrowful. Can I ask a question? Xiao Chen asked, breaking this short silence. The heavenly profound holy lady nodded and said, Go ahead. Are you a human or a ghost? The moment Xiao Chen said that, the heavenly profound holy lady's calm expression changed slightly. Faint anger appeared on her face. When Xiao Chen saw this, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I've been curious for a long time. That's why I was bold enough to ask. The heavenly profound holy lady's anger vanished, and she recovered her original expression. She said indifferently, I expected that you would have a question. I originally thought that you would ask why I appeared before you. Unexpectedly, it was this question. I will not tell you the answer to this question. Let me ask you instead. Someone wants to touch my corpse. I want you to help me. Are you willing? Chapter 1446. The heavenly profound holy lady's words did not surprise Xiao Chen. He had expected this long ago. However, the heavenly profound holy lady had only said a few words. It was hard to tell whether she was hiding anything or not. The heavenly profound holy lady's expression also indicated that she was not willing to say more. This made it hard to judge. Xiao Chen thought to himself for a while before saying, Sure, but you have to help me obtain the cycle arts. Cycle arts? The heavenly profound holy lady entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, she could not recall such a secret manual for the cycle arts. Just as Xiao Chen revealed some doubts, the heavenly profound holy lady said, I remember now. That is a cultivation technique that my martial granduncle obtained by chance. However, it seems to be an incomplete copy. Even my martial granduncle did not manage to practice it. Are you sure you only want this? In that case, there was no mistake. It was similar to the information that Xiao Chen obtained. The cycle arts was indeed an incomplete copy. Only by possessing the cycle arts and the 7 thrones, comprehending 7 different states, could one truly succeed in cultivating the cycle arts. No matter how one cultivated, one would not be able to comprehend the state of cycle just by relying on the cycle arts. One needed to comprehend the 7 states, refine the thrones, and use the cycle arts together. However, since ancient times, no one had managed to collect all 7 thrones and obtain the cycle arts at the same time. Hence, no one had truly cultivated the state of cycle. That's right. I only want the cycle arts. The other treasures in this immortal palace have nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen's Dao heart was decisive, only seeking the cycle arts. Although the Immortal Palace is nearly empty after so many years, there are still many great treasures. As far as I know, there is a universe origin fruit that just matured. The heavenly profound holy lady played it down and said calmly, "It is just an incomplete copy of the cycle arts. If you can help me stop that group of immortal cultivators, consider the universe origin fruit as a gift from me." Universe origin fruit? Naturally, Xiaochen was interested in it after hearing the hemp-robed old man mention it. However, compared to the cycle arts, it was secondary. "I hope that you will keep your word. However, I have some doubts. The people who came to this Mirage Immortal Palace are all experts. In terms of strength, there are many existences that are stronger than me. Why did you choose me?" The heavenly profound holy lady narrowed her eyes as she stared at Xiaochen. She said sullenly, "Because I cannot see through you. You are not a martial emperor yet, but you have 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Your cultivation is comparable to that of an 8th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. He's clearly a martial cultivator, yet he's also a celestial cultivator. He's even reached the soul transformation realm. Furthermore, he's using many secrets that even I can't see through." Xiaochen was shocked. This woman was truly powerful. With just a glance, she could see through so many of his secrets. "One last question. With your strength, do you still need my help?" Xiaochen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the woman, hoping to find some clues from her face. The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head gently. "I can't explain too much to you. No matter how strong I am, I cannot attack anyone in this world." Xiaochen pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll believe your explanation for now. I promise you, and I hope you'll keep your word. Come with me." The illusion vanished, and the dazzling palace turned dilapidated again. Xiaochen discovered that he was still sitting on the broken throne. However, he had fallen for the other party's illusion without him realizing it. He could not help raising his guard. This woman's illusion was too strong, simply incredible. Xiaochen leaped up from the throne and landed beside the heavenly profound holy lady. Then, he followed her and quickly moved through the ethereal immortal palace. Along the way, they passed several large halls and stone rooms. With a quick glance, they discovered many supreme treasures protected by strong restrictions. These treasures had not melted even after 1,000,000 years. There were even piles of corpses in front of the supreme treasures. They must have died in the restrictions. This made one's heart tremble. Their greed slowly cooled, and they regained their rationality. Of the various halls, there were pill pavilions, herb fields, blacksmithing halls, and many cultivation rooms for the heavenly profound sex seniors. Many of the cultivation rooms had murals with traces of the Dao lingering in them. This was probably what Feng Xiao was searching for. However, it was not easy to enter. The cultivation rooms of the elders all had many ancient restrictions and mechanisms. As Xiaochen advanced, he felt that he was following the heavenly profound holy lady into the depths of the ethereal immortal palace. After asking around, it was indeed so. The heavenly profound holy lady's corpse was in the deepest layer of the ethereal immortal palace. As they went deeper, Xiaochen felt the cold qi grow increasingly heavier. At the same time, the immortal qi also grew denser. This was very strange. Celestial spiritual energy should give people a very comfortable feeling, but the celestial spiritual energy here was especially cold. Xiaochen guessed that the heavenly profound holy lady had purposely set this up to cultivate the ghost immortal Dao. How fast? This group of people actually already reached the 9th floor. When the heavenly profound holy lady arrived at another entrance and saw the broken restrictions, her expression changed slightly. Below the entrance should be the deepest layer of the ethereal immortal palace. Xiaochen could not help feeling curious. What was the scene of the heavenly profound holy lady's closed-door cultivation back then? Unexpectedly, the heavenly profound holy lady continued, "You cannot enter from here. They will discover you. I'll bring you in from another entrance." Before Xiaochen could react, the heavenly profound holy lady quickly left. Xiaochen thought about it. The two immortal venerates were shrewd and experienced people. Based on the restrictions they left at the entrance of the hall, it was clear that they had some backup plans. Xiaochen quickly followed the heavenly profound holy lady and left. After a while, he followed the heavenly profound holy lady to the next floor. There was an unremarkable old well in this side hall that had been sealed for a long time. Split it open. Xiaochen did as he was told. Along the way, there were many restrictions. The heavenly profound holy lady had pointed out the method, and Xiaochen had taken action. This was enough to show that the other party was under some kind of restriction and could not make a move. Bang! The well cover was lifted, and a pungent stench wafted out. Xiaochen squinted and saw a pool of blood in the well. When the turbid qi scattered, the blood became clear and transparent, giving off an ethereal feeling. What is this? Xiaochen found something unusual. The blood in the old well was not ordinary. The heavenly profound holy lady recalled the past, and her expression became complicated. She said sullenly, "This is the 10,000 fetus blood spring that I refined back then. Jump in and you can swim to the next floor." 10,000 fetus blood spring. This woman is really ruthless and vicious. Xiaochen, you have to be careful. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3-life mirror, suddenly warned Xiaochen. What's wrong? What's so special about the 10,000 fetus blood spring? I can't explain it to you now. In any case, just be careful of this woman. Don't get bewitched by her. Little 3 did not want to explain too much, only warning Xiaochen to be careful of the heavenly profound holy lady. Xiaochen glanced at the heavenly profound holy lady. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped in. The blood spring was extremely cool. Xiaochen held his breath and focused as he swam down the well. At the same time, in the 9th floor, Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tian Yi led 10 odd immortal cultivators. Breaking one restriction after another, they kept advancing. Every time they broke a restriction, this group of immortal cultivators would set up a restriction of their own. After breaking many restrictions, the Immortal Palace's 9th floor finally revealed itself to these people. As far as the eye could see, the 9th floor was an incomparably vast blood-colored lake. Countless white flower petals floated on the surface of the lake, with lanterns in the center of the petals. The white flower petals clustered around a black coffin in the center of the lake. Blood, white flowers, lanterns, and coffin. The atmosphere of the entire 9th level was extremely strange. It was empty and cold, and there was nothing but a blood-colored lake. There were also the thousands of white flowers and the inextinguishable lanterns accompanying the lonely coffin. Master, the legend is true. These petals are hell void flowers, and they burn with the extreme yang true flame. An immortal cultivator said excitedly, unable to hold back his excitement. Yin and yang could not merge. However, the ghost immortal Dao moved between yin and yang, needing to merge the two. The hell void flowers represented extreme yin energy. The extreme yang true flame burning on them was the only yang attributed flame that could burn on the hell void flowers. Immortal Venerate Mingyu looked at the coffin and sighed softly. This heavenly profound holy lady was truly magnificent back then. To think that she managed to think of such an ingenious method of merging yin and yang. I am ashamed of my inferiority. As Immortal Venerate Tian Yi looked at the vast scarlet lake, he sighed as well. This pool of blood should be the 10,000 fetus blood spring. Such a feat is unprecedented since ancient times. No one else can do it. Her boldness to pursue the immortal Dao is also much greater than the two of us. These two were immortal venerates, the strongest immortal cultivators in the world. As they looked at this pool of blood, they were deeply impressed. If the heavenly profound holy lady were here, these two would definitely cast aside their dignity and beg her to take them in as a disciple. Chapter 1447. Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tian Yi silently watched the scarlet lake. The void flower and the extreme yang true flame were in a delicate balance. One was extreme yin, while the other was extreme yang. If the balance was broken, it would definitely cause an explosion. Looking at the tens of thousands of void flowers on the surface of the lake, Zhang Xian knew that if they exploded, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, this was only the method on the surface. No one knew if there were any other restrictions in the coffin. Ancestors, Do you want us to test them out first? One of the 6 disciples standing behind the immortal supremacy stepped forward and said. They had come here with the identity of a death warrior. Many of the restrictions had been broken at the cost of their lives. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the restrictions to be broken so quickly. From the original team of 100 people, only 6 people were left. However, these people had no regrets. As long as they could obtain the method to cultivate to become a ghost immortal, it would be a form of release for all the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The path that the immortal cultivators had been unable to pursue could also be made up for in another way. If he couldn't become a celestial immortal, then he would become a ghost immortal. As long as he was an immortal, that was enough. Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need. I'll do it myself." As the strongest person in the Penglai Sea, Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi had cultivated to the void refinement realm long ago. He should have transcended the tribulation long ago to become an immortal and ascend to the Tao. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Xiao Chen was or how strong he was in this martial epic, he could never touch the immortal path. Forming a hand seal with one hand, Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi pointed forward. Boundless magic power gathered at his fingertips, emitting a dazzling spiritual light before disappearing like a breeze. Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi infused his magic energy into every petal of the sky flower. He did not dare to be careless as he stretched out his hand and slowly moved it upwards. In the void flower on the blood lake seemed to be pulled by something and slowly rose up. Soon, the sky was filled with flower petals containing the extreme yang true fire, floating in the air. The sky flower and extreme yang true fire, which were in a delicate balance, were peaceful and quiet. They were not damaged at all. Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi's expression did not relax. He slowly raised his right hand, controlling the flowers in the sky to slowly rise. Boom! Amidst the quiet atmosphere, Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi's left hand suddenly launched a ferocious attack. A spot of light shot out like lightning. Success or failure depended on this moment. The white petals in the air tottered, and the flames flickered as if they would explode at any moment. When the storm passed, everything stopped. The disciples at the back looked over carefully. Only then did he realize that there was an ancient lamp hovering above all the void flowers. The ancient lamp released thousands of rays of light that guided all the empty flowers. They were like tentacles that didn't allow the empty flowers to fall. My ancient lamp can last for an hour. An hour later, 10,000 flowers fell. The consequences were unthinkable. We only have less than an hour. Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi said with an extremely grave expression. A trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Clearly, the earlier action had exhausted a lot of his mind. Go! A sense of urgency spread in everyone's hearts. Under Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi's lead, everyone walked on the water, heading for the coffin in the middle of the blood spring. The group did not dare to lower their heads to look at the lake formed by the 10,000 fetus blood spring. After a while, the group arrived before the coffin. The heavy coffin did not have any dust on it at all, looking as clean as it was before. Red nails covered the 4 sides of the coffin, and a talisman stuck in the middle of each side. Pa! Immortal Venerate Mingyu stretched out his hand and smacked the coffin heavily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Coffin nails shot out. The 6 disciples at the back moved quickly, using all sorts of methods to catch the coffin nails. After all the coffin nails came out, the only remaining obstacles were the 2 coffin sealing talismans. The 2 immortal venerates stood at one end, watching carefully as they tried to find a perfect way to break the seal. Immortal sealing talisman. After a while, the 2 immortal venerates exclaimed at the same time, startled. When the 2 immortal venerates looked at each other, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Then they showed some hesitation. The immortal sealing talisman was not a very strong talisman. However, its origins were startling. During the immortal epic, the immortal sealing talisman was normally used to seal some taboo existences. It was the highest level of sealing talismans. The name Immortal Sealing Talisman did not refer to its use to seal immortals. Instead, it referred to its strong sealing power, which could inspire fear in immortals. There were very few places in the world where the immortal sealing talisman was useful. Furthermore, the method to refine this immortal sealing talisman was incredibly difficult, even during the immortal epic. At this moment, the two immortal venerates looked at the immortal sealing talisman and the coffin, hesitating. What if there was some unknown existence sealed in it? Once they tore it off, the consequences would be unpredictable. Perhaps they would end up losing their lives here because of the ghost immortal's cultivation method. That would not be worth it, and it might even invite a great disaster. Tianyi, what should we decide? Immortal Venerate Mingyu looked at Immortal Venerate Tianyi, asking for his decision. At this point, the situation already surpassed their expectations. Only Immortal Venerate Tianyi could make the decision. Should I give up or gamble? Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt conflicted. Along the way, for the sake of breaking the restrictions along the way, the 100-man team had died, leaving only 8 people. The specially refined ghost ship had taken the Penglai Sea 1,000 years to make. All for the sake of snatching the initiative and entering the Mirage Immortal Palace in advance. Now, everything went smoothly. However, they had to stop at the final step. This was simply unsatisfying. Open! Immortal Venerate Tianyi no longer hesitated, making up his mind. Have you ever thought that the treasure master was lying to us? Perhaps there is no ghost immortal's cultivation method in there? Immortal Venerate Mingyu suddenly said just as Tianyi was about to tear off the immortal sealing talisman. Immortal Venerate Tianyi shook his head and said, "That won't happen. The treasure master used an oath stone. If he lied, the heavenly tribulation would kill him. My 2 great limits are approaching. If I do not become an immortal, I will die. More importantly, the 3 million immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea need hope." Puxi. Just at this moment, the Scarlet Lake suddenly splashed up. A head popped up. This person was Xiaochen, who had been diving all the way, holding his breath. When Xiaochen floated up, he immediately saw the 2 immortal venerates surrounding the black coffin and their 6 great realization realm disciples. "Snatch my coffin over. We cannot let them tear off the immortal sealing talisman." The heavenly profound holy lady's voice rang out in Xiaochen's ears. He squinted and looked over. Indeed, there was a talisman on each side of the coffin. Without much hesitation, Xiaochen leaped out like a fish and flew towards the coffin. "Stop him!" The person who suddenly appeared startled the 2 immortal venerates. Then they quickly made a decision. The 6 immortal cultivators stretched out their hands, and their magic treasures pressed towards Xiaochen. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a flying sword. Such magic treasures had the sharpest attacks and the fastest speed. Although it looked like a small sword, it could easily split mountains and seas. Void-breaking stance. As Xiaochen held pride, he executed the flawless saber technique and swung his saber. He gathered a boundless saber might and knocked the flying sword away with a loud dang. The rebound caused Xiaochen's arm to go numb. He could not even raise his right hand. "My spiritual light sword." When that immortal cultivator saw his magic treasure knocked away and its spiritual energy drained, he was greatly startled. After the flying sword, a 4-legged cauldron, a resplendent pearl, and a lightning net attacked at the same time. The cultivation of these 6 immortal cultivators was not low, all of them in the great realization realm. Their magic treasures had been thoroughly tempered, nourished by their qi and blood for a long time. They were all life magic treasures. When these 6 worked together, even the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu would have to retreat, temporarily avoiding their sharpness. However, when facing immortal cultivators, once they retreated, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven if they wanted to get close. Heaven-swallowing stance. A fierce fighting spirit appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. He switched out the weapon in his hand for the 7 deadly sins greed and executed the 7th move of the flawless saber technique, Heaven-swallowing stance. This move contained boundless might, representing Xiaochen's ambition for the flawless saber technique. Heaven-swallowing. This saber technique could swallow up any martial technique and bury it in the vast flawless great Tao. When the saber light chopped out, Xiaochen's body gave off boundless light. Each beam of light represented one of the mysteries of the flawless saber technique. The beams of light gathered into a sea of great Tao. As Xiaochen swung his saber light, it turned into a huge mouth that could hold up the sky. At the crucial moment, the mouth swallowed up all the magic treasures flying at it. How can it be like this? The 5 immortal cultivators instantly lost track of their magic treasures, all of them panicking. Scatter! How could Xiaochen care so much? He charged forward. After he got close, he swept his sleeves and sent these 6 immortal cultivators flying. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The 2 immortal venerates had already used their various means to tear most of the immortal sealing talisman apart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen did not have much time to think. He kicked the coffin into the air, sending it spinning. Chapter 1448. Xiaochen kicked the coffin containing the heavenly profound Holy Lady's corpse away violently, instantly interrupting the actions of the 2 immortal venerates. The half-removed immortal sealing talisman was pasted back on. All their efforts had gone to waste. The 2 immortal venerates were stunned. While they were distracted, Xiaochen's figure flashed. He flew forward and hoisted the spinning coffin on his shoulder with one hand, looking warily at the 2 immortal venerates. Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tianyi, these 2 old men, wore ancient Daoist robes and gave off an air of sages. After being stunned for a moment, these 2 old men immediately reacted and locked their auras on Xiaochen. I've heard of you, shadowless saber sovereign. Immortal Venerate Tianyi suddenly said, not showing any joy or sorrow. He only looked at Xiaochen with a sharp gaze. There was a formless sharpness, like a saber wind, blowing over coldly and mercilessly. Ripples appeared on the scarlet lake. Xiaochen looked at the rippling lake water. While hoisting the coffin, he said, "Oh, unexpectedly, there are people in the Penglai Sea who have heard of my name. I am extremely honored. I have heard of the Penglai Sea for a long time already. However, I have not been able to enter." Immortal Venerate Mingyu smiled faintly. The lake water under his feet rippled as he moved back without leaving a trace. He said with a wide smile, "Is that so? If there is a chance, I really can come to the Penglai Sea as a guest. The 3 immortal venerates will definitely entertain you personally." Xiaochen narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "In that case, many thanks for the invitation. In the past, I worried about coming uninvited. Now, it looks like there is no need to worry. However, do the immortal venerates of the Penglai Sea have the habit of moving back when they speak?" As the 2 spoke, Xiaochen, who was hoisting the coffin, took a step forward unhurriedly. The fight had already begun, unfolding invisibly. When fighting with immortal cultivators, one should never give the other party a suitable distance. Otherwise, there might not be a chance for regret. With their spells broken, the 2 immortal venerates' faces sank at the same time, and they stopped moving back. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said in a deep voice, "I do not know why you snatched the sage coffin. I only want you to hand it over now. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. Unfortunately, you can't stop me if I want to leave." Xiaochen, who had been preparing in secret, pushed off the ground and executed the fish dragon art in an instant. Transforming from fish to dragon, Zhang Xian shot forward and was about to leave the lake. Reckless fool. Immortal Venerable Tin-Yi snorted coldly and a powerful aura burst forth from his body as he stretched out his hand. On the surface of the lake, a realistic blood-colored giant hand condensed. The huge scarlet hand clenched, and Xiaochen, who had already dodged, felt a suction force. Before he could even react, his body was grabbed tightly, and an endless pressure pressed down on his body from all directions. Kacha! 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 Cracks appeared on his bones. Xiaochen felt intense pain all over his body. He only suffered some light injuries. When Immortal Venerate Mingyu saw that nothing was wrong with Xiaochen's body, he was greatly startled. The giant spirit hand was Immortal Venerable Tianyi's best divine ability. Even the golden body of Emperor Wu of the 9 heavens could not withstand it. If grabbed by this gigantic spirit hand, at best, one's bones would shatter. At worst, one's heart of an emperor would shatter. What was an immortal lord? An immortal lord was an existence that had cultivated the immortal Tao to its limits. Unless an utmost being appeared, no one could suppress them. Hurry up and attack. This guy's fleshly body is comparable to an existence who has proven his Tao through his fleshly body. I feel like I won't be able to restrain him for long. Immortal Exalt Tian shouted with a grave expression. Without further ado, Immortal Venerable Ming Yu quickly took action, and a bell appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen shook it gently, and a furious roar resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. The vital qi that Xiao Chen had just gathered poured out like a flash flood. Cracks appeared in his internal organs. Puchi. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of warm blood. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the coffin on his shoulder fell into the lake. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu rejoiced in his heart. Then, he quickly shook the bell in his hand. The sound waves immediately surged towards Xiao Chen like they could topple mountains and flip the seas. Xiao Chen's freed left hand pulled the coffin over to him. Damn it! Since Xiao Chen made his debut as the shadowless saber sovereign, this was the first time he ended up in such a sorry state. He had indeed underestimated the means of an immortal venerable. However, without a saber in hand, he did not have to worry about the coffin, so he did not have to worry about it. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and the vital qi in his body surged as he let out a thunderous roar. 1,000 dragon force instantly burst out and shattered the gigantic scarlet spirit hand with a loud bang. Dragon tone art. The instant Xiao Chen struggled free of the restriction, he quickly executed the dragon tone art that he had not used for a long time. A huge true dragon formed in the air. The dragon coiled around Xiao Chen and hovered above Xiao Chen's head. The instant Xiao Chen opened his mouth and roared, the true dragon roared. The sound waves were like an erupting volcano, knocking back Immortal Venerable Ming Yu's sound waves. Bang! 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 The sound waves surged, and pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. The thousands of flowers in the sky, which the ancient lantern guided, trembled slightly. The bell in Immortal Venerable Ming Yu's hand flew out of his hand. The lake water surged over like rain. After Immortal Venerable Tian waved his sleeves, the surging waves splashed everywhere. Immortal Venerable Tian stepped forward and grabbed a corner of the flying coffin. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen had grabbed the other corner as well. Immortal Venerable Tian raised his head and looked at Xiao Chen. The instant their gazes met, Xiao Chen felt his entire body turn cold. A dangerous aura surged over. It was a sword in the eyes. Peak major magic skill, sword in the eyes. There was no time for Xiao Chen to think. He stretched out his hand, and the gluttony saber, which had fallen to the bottom of the lake, flew into his grasp. Then, he held it horizontally before his eyes. Dang! The saber in Xiao Chen's hand nearly flew out. Then, he went flying back 100 meters, vomiting another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, when Xiao Chen retreated, he held on tightly to the coffin. On the other hand, Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's vital qi was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, so he managed to struggle free. Where do you think you are going, Ancient Moon? When Immortal Venerable Ming Yu, whose magic treasure was knocked away, saw that Xiao Chen was leaving, he held up his hands to the sky. A blood moon rose from the bottom of the lake in front of Xiao Chen. The strong aura of the blood moon made Xiao Chen feel as insignificant as an ant. This magic skill touched on the state of space. That feeling of insignificance was not illusory but very real. The blood moon in the sky before Xiao Chen was like a tall mountain protruding from the ground. Xiao Chen used the ancient moon to shatter the other party's aura and fighting spirit. In front of this blood moon, an ordinary martial artist would be overwhelmed by a feeling of insignificance. They would feel a great sense of powerlessness and lose their will to fight. Good timing. Shatter for me. However, Xiao Chen laughed loudly. He switched positions with gluttony and executed the flawless saber technique's third move, Falling Moon Stance. A saber light flickered, and a figure soared into the air. Falling Moon. The bright moon, which had just left the surface of the lake, had yet to rise when Xiao Chen chopped it in half with his saber, causing it to fall back into the lake. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu paled. He exclaimed, "How can this be? My magic skill, nothing was impossible. By the time Xiaochen chopped this bright moon, he was already one step closer to the edge of the blood lake. The two immortal venerates were truly difficult to deal with. Xiaochen kept feeling like he was punching cotton. He could not truly injure the other party, but he ended up in a sorry state. This old man did not agree to let you go. Picturesque mountains and rivers, armored horses. Immortal Venerable Tian-Yi seemed to be truly enraged. His clothes flapped loudly, and a brush appeared in his hand. Immortal Venerable Tian-Yi clenched his teeth and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the tip of the brush red. Using blood as ink, he splashed the brush. Instantly, Xiaochen discovered that the ground below him had turned into an ancient battlefield. Heavy war drums rang out, echoing in the sky. Dust flew everywhere, blinding Xiaochen's senses. He was momentarily at a loss on this desolate battlefield as he carried the coffin. Don't. Loud battle cries rang out in the boundless dust cloud. Amid the haze, a vast army charged at Xiaochen from all directions. When Xiaochen saw such a vast formation, he could not help smiling bitterly. Immortal venerates were indeed not as easy to deal with as he thought. However, Xiaochen also had a temper. Since immortal venerates did not allow him to leave, then he would not. Ding. The coffin landed heavily on the ground, and the cycle throne appeared. Xiaochen sat on it, radiating a sovereign emperor's might. Xiaochen drew his 7 divine weapons one after another. The dust cloud on the ground gathered. He stretched out his hand and grasped the divine weapons. Xiaochen's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest of the throne. The sabers buzzed and turned into boundless saber lights shooting out. Figures took form on the ground one after another. They leaped into the air and grabbed the saber lights flying over. In reality, Immortal Venerable Ming Yu and Immortal Venerable Tian-Yi heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the long painting in front of them. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu smiled and said, "Picturesque mountains and rivers, armored horses. Once this painting is completed, no matter who it is, they will be exhausted by the endless slaughter and die a miserable death on the battlefield." Pusi. Right after Immortal Venerable Ming spoke, the long painting tore in the middle. 1,000 people wielding sabers charged out of the painting together with the throne, Xiaochen, amid a resounding aura of kill. The two immortal venerates were startled, their complexions pale. In a fluster, they used their trump cards and retreated. Chapter 1449. Xiaochen led the 1,000 bladesmen out of the painting. If ordinary people were trapped here, they would have to fight for a long time. Not to mention how severely injured they would at least be exhausted. After breaking out of the painting, they would be at the mercy of others. However, Xiaochen, who had the yin-yang saber formation, was clearly an exception. Using the might of 1,000 people to drive the yin-yang saber formation, he forcefully opened a path and broke out of the painting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 1,000 bladesmen stood on the blood lake with their sabers in hand, surrounding the two immortal venerates. Wherever the sabers pointed, killing chi spread out. The cold and sinister weapons caused the temperature of the blood lake to plummet. Strands of cold air drifted over the surface of the lake, making one's heart palpitate. Senior brother Tian-Yi, almost half of the 1 hour has passed. If this drags on, the 10,000 flowers will descend. The consequences will be dire. Surrounded by 1,000 bladesmen, Immortal Venerate Ming Yu and Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi felt very anxious. However, the battle in front of them wasn't what made them anxious. The bigger problem was the tens of thousands of void flowers hanging above their heads. Each void flower had an extremely concentrated spot of extreme yang true flame. Just the thought of tens of thousands of spots of extreme yang true flame exploding together would make one tremble in fear. Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiaochen, who was on the throne behind him, and frowned. This shadowless saber sovereign was simply too difficult to deal with. He was already harder to deal with than a regular 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiaochen could suppress a regular 9th Heaven Emperor Wu by himself. If he worked together with Immortal Venerate Ming Yu, it would be even easier. However, this shadowless saber sovereign seemed to have endless backup plans, able to break or block Immortal Venerate Mingyu's various magic skills. This was not because Xiaochen was as strong as a 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. It was just that he had too many trump cards and dual cultivated Immortal Venerate Mingyu. The two Immortal Venerates were still far from being able to suppress him with immortal arts. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen looked at the two Immortal Venerates and said, "I have no grudge with the two of you. I was only entrusted by someone to protect this coffin. I hope the two Immortal Venerables will stop here." Immortal Venerate Tianyi snorted coldly and said, "The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is really gracious. I'm afraid that your 1,000-man saber formation exhausted a lot of energy. After the battle in the painting, it won't last much longer. That's why he said that." Xiaochen said in a deep voice, "You guessed correctly, but I have no intention of hiding it. I still have to repeat myself. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Don't waste your efforts, otherwise, no one will benefit. You can leave, but the divine coffin must stay." Immortal Venerable Tianyi's tone was firm and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. "Do you think you can stop me?" Xiaochen smiled coldly, and the yin-yang saber formation immediately formed. A huge taiji diagram appeared on the blood lake. The 1,000 bladesmen split into 500 bladesmen, their auras merged into one. They were like the extreme points of yin and yang in the taiji diagram, each occupying a side, swimming around like two dragons. As the formation activated, a strong pressure pressed down on Immortal Venerate Tianyi and Immortal Venerate Bright Moon. With every revolution, the invisible mountain pressing down on the two of them seemed to become heavier. Sweat trickled down Immortal Venerate Mingyu's forehead. He felt incredibly nervous. The two roaming dragons were like a huge long knife stuck to his neck. The Taiji Saber domain under Immortal Venerate Tianyi and Immortal Venerate Tianyi formlessly stuck to their movements. The two Immortal Venerates, who were not good at movement techniques in the first place, found it even harder to move in this Taiji Saber domain. Once the Saber formation was activated, their protective magic treasures would not be able to block it, and their physical bodies would be destroyed. Cultivators were very strong. However, even if they grasped their weaknesses, they were still incredibly weak. "It looks like I underestimated you. However, if you really dare to, then go ahead and make your move. All I need is a thought, and everyone will die here." Immortal Venerate Tianyi had not expected Xiaochen to be able to maintain such a huge saber formation. He was somewhat surprised, but he did not show any fear in the face of danger. "Is that so? What other trump cards do you have? All I need is one strike to shatter your protective magic treasures. With my speed, I can kill both of your bodies in a breath's time." Xiaochen said indifferently, "I said it before. I do not want to be enemies with the two of you. As long as you are willing to let me go, everything is negotiable." The current situation was very complicated. If Xiaochen scattered the saber formation and left, the distance between them would increase again. At that time, if they wanted to leave, they would have to fight like before, getting exhausted by the other party's magic skills. However, Xiaochen hesitated on killing these two. After all, he still had to make a trip to the Penglai Sea in the future. He could not make things too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Xiaochen was currently forcibly driving this saber formation. If he really attacked, he would overdraw on his magic energy, and his mind would be extremely fatigued. Xiaochen had many concerns. However, if the other party continued to pester him, he could only kill them. Look up and see the flames on the flower petals in the air. That is an extremely concentrated extreme yang true flame. The heavenly profound holy lady personally refined it. With just a bit of it, she can severely injure First Heaven Emperor Wu. If 10,000 spots of extreme yang true flames explode at the same time, no one under Prime can survive. Even if your physical body is comparable to the top 9th Heaven Emperor Wu, don't even think about leaving here alive. Immortal Venerable Tianyi took a step forward and looked coldly at Xiaochen as he spoke in a deep voice. "You also know that immortal cultivators have yuaning. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the yuaning can reincarnate once through possession. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you cannot afford to play with me." His aura surged. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he was still overbearing. What he said is true. Perhaps I'm destined to suffer this calamity after I die. The heavenly profound holy lady's voice rang out beside Xiao Chen's ear. She did not intend to continue arguing, hinting for Xiao Chen to give up. Looking up at the 10,000 petals in the sky, Xiao Chen saw that there was indeed an ancient lamp attached to each petal. His expression flickered as he muttered to himself. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu heaved a sigh of relief and somewhat admired his senior brother. In the end, it was still his senior brother who could remain calm. However, cultivators also suffered great losses when their nascent souls were reincarnated. If they changed bodies and started cultivating from scratch, they would definitely not be able to cultivate to immortal venerate. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will make the magic treasure drop these 10,000 void flowers. After Immortal Venerable Tian Yi finished speaking, he stared at Xiao Chen. For the sake of the millions of immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea, he had to stake it all this time. If he did not be ruthless to himself, there would be no hope. If Immortal Venerable Tian Yi were born in a chaotic era, he would definitely be a ruthless and ambitious person. Not everyone had such boldness. There's no need. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Either you agree to let me go, or I'll make a move immediately. You can bet on whether I can kill your Yuanying before the 10,000 flowers fall. Xiao Chen had never liked others taking the initiative. He hated being threatened even more. Wanna bet? In that case, feel free to bet. 1, 2. Right after Immortal Venerable Tian Yi spoke, Xiao Chen started counting, not giving Immortal Venerable Tian Yi any time to think. How can it be like this? Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's calm face turned somewhat flustered. 3. Xiao Chen did not have any intention of being deliberately mystifying. He quickly finished counting, and the yin-yang saber formation activated at full power. 2 true dragons formed by saber intents in the formation charged at the 2 immortal venerates. Stop. We are willing to let you go. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi shouted when he saw the huge dragons formed by the boundless saber intents about to swallow up the physical bodies of the 2. It's too late. You already had this intention. Why the need to force me to make a move? Xiao Chen said expressionlessly from the throne. Xiao Chen had not reached the level where he could control such a vast saber formation as he pleased. If he forcefully stopped, he would only suffer a backlash. Furthermore, Immortal Venerable Tian Yi had never thought of stopping. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi had a calm and decisive nature. However, his bones hid an unrestrained nature that no outstanding talent could compare to. If one's hands and feet were tied in everything, what was the point of living? If you want to play big, then play big. Let's see who can afford to play. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this old man will do as you wish. Just as the saber dragons were about to swallow up Immortal Venerable Tian Yi roared hoarsely, and the ancient lamp instantly shattered. 10,000 flower petals drifted down like snowflakes, carrying the fatal extreme yang true flame as they fell. Chapter 1450. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. These 4 words were applicable everywhere. For example, the beautiful rain of flowers in front of him. Tens of thousands of sparks took the extremes of yin and yang and danced in the air. It was hard to find a beautiful scene in the world that could surpass what was before their eyes. However, if it was too beautiful, it would not be a good thing. When these 10,000 sparks exploded at the same time, it would not be a good thing. It was the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It was much more terrifying than even the most ferocious beast. Xiao Chen did not have the time to appreciate this beautiful scenery, nor did he think about the consequences of the 10,000 flowers falling. He had more important things to do. He wanted to kill. He had requested to leave several times but was refused. Ever since Immortal Venerable Tian Yi was so overbearing, threatening to perish together with him and forcing him to submit, the killing intent in Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's heart had been quietly growing. Until now, he couldn't help but be unwilling to stop. He let this murderous intent surge in his heart and run wild in every cell of his body. A man had to be ruthless. Once his killing intent was aroused, he could not be soft and decisive. Thus, when Immortal Exalted Tian Yi begged for forgiveness, Xiao Chen rejected him without the slightest trace of politeness. Who knows whether or not you'll cause more trouble, whether or not you'll play some petty tricks. Within the Taiji saber domain, the yin-yang dragons formed by boundless saber intent roared ferociously. The strong wind engulfed Immortal Venerate Tian-yi and Immortal Venerate Ming-yu. Ding, 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 ding. Two tornadoes were formed, and within the tornadoes, a continuous clanging sound could be heard. Each true dragon was made up of 500 bladesmen. They used the Taiji saber domain to merge together. When they erupted, they would continuously attack their targets. Even Xiao Chen would find it hard to deal with the combined strength of 500 people, let alone two immortal supremacies. After a long time, specks of light appeared in the storm. They were the essence of the protective magic treasure that had been destroyed. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the throne, Xiao Chen was like a taut bowstring, shooting out like a phantom. Holding the 7 deadly sins jealousy blade in his hand, he swung the blade and danced. Flawless saber technique, 4th move, heartbreaking stance. This move, heart-shattering, first shatters oneself, then shatters the enemy. When this saber light was chopped out, Xiao Chen's heart would shatter. Heartbreaking stance was the most extreme move in the flawless saber technique with the most negative emotions. In the flawless saber technique, the heartbreaking stance contained the most negative emotions and was the most extreme move. That day, Xiao Chen had hesitated of whether to create this move or not. The saber Dao Chen, long far was far far away. Once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would not be able to extricate himself, and the power of the saber move might be beyond his control. Saber to the saber deadly. Saber the saber s. Of a bad, the saber would be good as in as. Saber. Would it. Of the saber. Far one. Out. After. Could. Of Chin well. The storm dissipated, and the two immortal venerables vomited blood as they retreated frantically. They were at a loss of what to do, and all sorts of hand seals rapidly changed. It was too late. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The instant Xiao Chen emerged from the storm, a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body gave off an evil green light. The horrifying baleful aura that appeared in their field of vision scared the two so much that their limbs trembled and their guts ruptured. Immortal Venerate Tian-yi felt extreme regret in his heart. To think that he threatened such a ruthless person. The falling flowers did not affect the other party's mental state in the slightest. Instead, it strengthened his killing intent. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said those harsh words. Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment the two's bodies came into contact with the saber, they shattered into dust and fell into the blood lake. Two human-shaped beams of light shot out and attached themselves to their natal magic treasures. Like a laser movie, they quickly escaped. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, just you wait. The debt of having my physical body destroyed today will be paid in blood in the future. You simply do not know who you offended. You cannot afford to offend the major character behind the Penglai Sea. The resentment of Immortal Venerate Ming-yu and Immortal Venerate Tian-yi appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen looked at these two Yuanian cultivators who looked like stray dogs and could not be bothered with them. Jealousy bounced back into the throne. Two spots of light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes and spun quickly. He gently tapped with his right index finger, and a light flashed in his eyes. A tiny Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shot out from his fingertip and continuously expanded. Eventually, it expanded to cover the entire lake, gently holding back the 10,000 void flowers. Half of the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body instantly vanished. However, when he looked at the 10,000 flower petals that were about to fall in another half a meter, he felt extremely relieved. It was worth it. Intense fatigue assaulted Xiao Chen's mind. Then he directly lay down. The cycle throne sensed it and flew over, catching Xiao Chen. As he lay on the throne, Xiao Chen squinted slightly, nearly wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. In order to chase away these two immortal venerates, Xiao Chen was completely drained, covered in injuries. Not only was his magic energy drained, but he also severely overdraft. His heart was even more injured. Fortunately, Xiaochen managed to chase away the two immortal venerates and protect the coffin. If one looked carefully, one would discover that under Xiaochen's weak appearance, there was a powerful sharpness hidden in his right eye. A peerless sharpness was hidden in his right eye. His strongest trump card, the divine lightning eye, was already quietly circulating. Right now, it was far from time to truly rest. The weak appearance was just a facade that Xiaochen put on. The heavenly profound holy lady was someone that Little Three had repeatedly warned him about. However, Xiaochen had never let down his guard. The extremely beautiful and bewitching heavenly profound holy lady silently appeared before Xiaochen. The heavenly profound holy lady glanced indifferently at Xiaochen, her gaze pausing on his right eye for a moment. "What is the name of the final saber strike?" the heavenly profound holy lady asked. "Heartbreak." "Good name. Many years ago, I had such a sword strike as well. It is called Heartbreak. Unexpectedly, after 1,000,000 years, I saw a saber strike that achieved the same result through a different method. It looks like we are really fated." Xiaochen was not surprised in his heart. The other party was an absolute genius who had cultivated the martial Dao to the peak and then scattered all her cultivation techniques to forcibly cultivate immortal cultivation. Wrong. Not only are we not fated, but our paths are different. I did it on purpose, but you got used to it. If my guess is correct, when you practice that heart shatter sword until the end, your entire heart will be gone. Xiaochen continued unhurriedly. The pain reached its peak, and the heart could no longer be reconnected. This sword is heartless. I really want to see how strong that might is. How did you guess that? The heavenly profound holy lady's expression changed, but her expression did not change. She was still shockingly beautiful, untainted by the mundane world. Xiaochen silently scattered the light in his right eye. He was already certain that the other party had not made a move. That earlier moment was when he was at his weakest. The other party did not make a move. After catching his breath, he would no longer be that easy to deal with. Facing the heavenly profound holy lady's question, Xiaochen answered honestly, "From the first time I saw you, I found it strange. You are clearly extremely beautiful, but why do I still feel fear, not daring to approach you? Earlier, when you mentioned the heartbreak sword, I suddenly understood. You have no expression, no smile, no tears, no pain, no frustration. This is because you are a heartless person in the first place." The heavenly profound holy lady remained silent for a long time. It looked like Xiaochen was right. However, even though her greatest secret had been discovered, there was still no change in her expression. It had to be said that it was truly chilling. Could a heartless person still be considered human? Clearly not. She was neither human nor ghost. In that case, there was an answer to Xiaochen's previous question. A ghost immortal. The heavenly profound holy lady had indeed become a ghost immortal back then. Furthermore, she had been a bona fide ghost immortal. Thinking that this woman could not attack anyone, Xiaochen guessed a possibility. This woman before him might just be a remnant thought of the heavenly profound holy lady. When the true heavenly profound holy lady became a ghost immortal, she left the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the coffin landed beside the other party. Then, he said, "I already did as I promised and helped you guard the coffin. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." The heavenly profound holy lady glanced at the coffin and raised her head. "There's no rush. Promise me one last thing, and I will satisfy all your requests." Chapter 1451. Xiaochen frowned slightly and asked softly, "What request?" "Help me open this coffin. I want to see something inside," the heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, surprising Xiaochen. The moment the heavenly profound holy lady said that, Xiaochen immediately raised his guard. Tear off the immortal sealing talisman? The two immortal venerates wanted to tear off this immortal sealing talisman. Xiaochen had put in a lot of effort to stop them. Now, the heavenly profound holy lady actually wanted him to tear off the immortal sealing talisman. Xiaochen felt flabbergasted. He said in a bad mood, "Heavenly profound holy lady, are you playing with me?" Do you know how much effort I put in to prevent the two immortal venerates from succeeding? To think that you are saying this now. If the heavenly profound holy lady wanted to see what was in the coffin, then she should not have asked him to stop the two immortal venerates. After the two immortal venerates tore off the immortal sealing talisman, she could just watch from the side. Why come up with such a clumsy excuse? There was no need. Do you think that a heartless person would have the heart to lie to you? The heavenly profound holy lady's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations, extremely calm. When Xiaochen heard this, he was stunned. This was like a wake-up call. This sentence was better than any explanation. Nearly the instant the heavenly profound holy lady said this, she managed to convince Xiaochen. Not many people in the world could understand the sorrow in her words. No matter how strong a heartless person was, it was a kind of sorrow. All right, I promise you. Logically speaking, he absolutely could not agree to this request. However, along the way, no matter how Xiaochen changed, his heart had never changed. There was always a naivety and sentimentality in the depths of his heart. When it came to matters of time, if one always used reason to decide, being meticulous and cautious, how different would a person be from a machine? This time, Xiaochen was willing to believe the heavenly profound holy lady. Even if he got cheated, he would not regret it. The immortal sealing talisman was not easy to tear off. However, with the heavenly profound holy lady explaining, all Xiaochen needed to do was listen. As they communicated, Xiaochen discovered something very strange. The heavenly profound holy lady did not seem to understand the immortal sealing talisman. It was as if the immortal sealing talisman was not personally made by her. She needed to think for a long time when explaining it. Weren't you the one who forged the celestial sealing talisman? Xiaochen couldn't help but ask. The heavenly profound holy lady remained silent for a long time before saying, "No, I once had a Dao companion. He was the one who helped me seal it." This stunned Xiaochen for a moment. He had not expected such a ruthless person like the heavenly profound holy lady to have a Dao companion. The pinnacle of the martial Dao was to disperse all of one's cultivation base and turn into an immortal cultivator. In the end, one would become a heartless person. It was hard to imagine that anyone would be willing to fall in love with such a woman. Where is he? He should be dead. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying with some uncertainty, "When I scattered all my martial cultivation, he protected me. After he helped me seal the coffin, I do not know his situation." Actually, it was a pointless question. No one could live from the primordial era until now. No one. Of course, a ruthless person like the heavenly profound holy lady was definitely not one of them. After about 7 minutes, the two immortal sealing talismans were removed. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen finally used some force and opened the coffin. No mysterious phenomenon appeared, allowing Xiaochen to release his bated breath. A corpse lay quietly in the coffin. The corpse was well preserved, looking the same as when it was alive. It had not rotted or festered, and there was no strange smell. The corpse looked no different from the heavenly profound holy lady beside Xiaochen, just older. The corpse had a head full of white hair, and the crow's feet at the corners of its eyes were obvious. There were also some faint wrinkles on its forehead. The corpse's eyes were closed, looking like a woman sleeping peacefully. She clutched a painting tightly in her hand. When Xiaochen saw the painting in the corpse's hand, his first instinct told him that this was the painting that the heavenly profound holy lady wanted to see. The corpse had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years, but she was still clutching it tightly. Clearly, this item was extremely important. Xiaochen could not help feeling curious about what kind of painting it was for it to have such charm. "Is it this thing?" The heavenly profound holy lady nodded slightly and said, "Take it out. I just need to take a look." Xiaochen did as he was told. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting, carefully applying some force. In the end, he discovered that the corpse was clutching it somewhat tightly, so he could not help using more force. Naturally, a dead person could not compete with Xiaochen in strength. With just a little more force, the painting struggled free. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The corpse's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A cold light shot out from the corpse's eyes and encased Xiaochen. When the cold qi entered Xiaochen's body, it immediately froze. Even though the corpse had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years, the absolute sharpness of this gaze still made one not dare to block it, making one's heart tremble. After opening the coffin for so long, nothing had happened. It was hard not to let down one's guard. However, when the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes while Xiaochen was holding the painting, she would have been frightened to death. What was even more horrifying was yet to come. The instant the female corpse opened her eyes, she soared into the air and tried to grab Xiaochen's neck with one hand. An overwhelming killing qi surged over. In his despair, Xiaochen's intense desire to live allowed him to break through the suppression of the female corpse's aura and fall back. In the nick of time, Xiaochen managed to avoid this fatal blow. Just as the female corpse was about to make a move, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Just as the female corpse was about to make a move, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly appeared and placed a finger on the female corpse's forehead. Bang! The female corpse turned into countless specks of dust and scattered. The moment the female corpse shattered, a strong gust of wind blew, and the scroll was unfurled. The startled Xiaochen on the throne glanced at it and could not shift his gaze away. There was a bright moon hanging high on the exquisite paper. The painter had used his profound skills to paint the moon in a distant and elegant manner. The entire painting was bathed in gentle moonlight, giving it a sense of beauty. However, when the moonlight landed on the ground, the scene suddenly changed. The pale white moonlight looked like frost covering the courtyard. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard stood amidst the white frost. The heavenly profound holy lady held her sword and stood upright. The heavenly profound holy lady in the painting had an unparalleled beauty and a pure air. She looked valiant and valiant. As she gazed at the moonlight, she revealed an indescribable sorrow. It was this sorrow that dyed the gentle moonlight on the ground pale, making it as cold as frost. There were words in the painting: moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts. Beauty ages quickly, where to seek immortality. The distant moonlight filled the courtyard. It was like cold frost, exuding a faint sense of sorrow. Who could endure this sorrowful scene? Only that gentle and resilient woman could endure it. However, time was like water. Once it passed, it would not return. The scars of time would eventually land on this face. Actually, even flowing water could not block this boundless sorrow. As one looked at the bright moon in the night sky, one could only ask one question: where to seek immortality? Xiaochen instantly understood the state in the painting. He understood the sorrow and helplessness hidden in the poem. He stretched out his hand, and the painting slowly floated back into Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen looked at the person in the painting and then at the heartless heavenly profound holy lady before him. It had to be said that this made him sigh. The person in the painting still had sorrow and helplessness. However, the person before him did not have anything. Was he the one who drew this painting? Xiaochen asked as he raised his head and looked at the heavenly profound holy lady as he held the painting with both hands. Naturally, he was referring to her former Dao companion. After remaining silent for a long time, the heavenly profound holy lady, who seemed to have freed herself, nodded slightly. That's right. He drew it. It is also the thing that I am most reluctant to part with in this life. After waiting for 1,000,000 years, I left behind a remnant thought so that I could see this painting once more. I really like this painting. In that case, keep it. Just help me take care of it. Now, I can fulfill my promise to you. There's no rush. Xiaochen slowly rolled up the painting. Then, he took out a mirror box from the universe ring and carefully put it away. The heavenly profound holy lady felt confused. She did not know why Xiaochen, who had been very anxious, suddenly became so slow. Chapter 1452. Let me ask you something. After Xiaochen tidied up everything, he looked at the heavenly profound holy lady and asked, "Where is your true body?" The heavenly profound holy lady was somewhat surprised that Xiaochen would ask such a question. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I am just a strand of remnant thought. After my true body became a ghost immortal, I left this abandoned land." "How did you leave?" "I'm not sure. I don't know anything after she left. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help feeling suspicious. Since that was the case, who in the world could be sure that the heavenly profound holy lady had become a ghost immortal? It was just a legend. However, how could the people of the Penglai Sea spend so many years preparing for an imaginary legend? There were even 2 immortal sovereigns who came, sacrificing so many experts along the way. It was a bit strange. Someone must have provided concrete information that proved the existence of ghost immortals in the world. That was why these people from the Penglai Sea went crazy. Who could this person be? Could he have seen the true body of the heavenly profound holy lady after she became a ghost immortal and wanted to use the Penglai Sea's people to scout ahead? As for the ghost immortal cultivation method, after Xiaochen gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly profound holy lady, he knew that aside from her, there would not be a second person in the world who could cultivate to become a ghost immortal. No one was as beautiful as she was, and no one was as cruel to herself as she was, to the point where she didn't even want her heart. Even if they knew how she became a ghost immortal, no one would be able to do it. Let's fulfill our promise. Give me the reincarnation arts. Xiaochen didn't think too much about it and stated the main purpose of this trip. The heavenly profound holy lady stretched out her hand, and a scene appeared in front of the 2. The scene showed a group of people in Zodiac Hall doing their best to break the restrictions. On the stone platform in the center of the restriction, there was an ancient black book with the word reincarnation written in ancient characters. The Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, looked at the cycle art on the stone platform with anticipation. He wanted to immediately charge over and take it away. However, he was still rational. No matter how close he was, he had to break through the restrictions first before he could take it. The restrictions of the Mirage Immortal Palace were no small matter. It looked like there was nothing there. But in reality, there were 3 formations in one step, and there were formations within formations. The heavenly profound holy lady gently tapped her temple with her finger and closed her eyes for a moment. Shio. The reincarnation technique on the stone platform suddenly disappeared, right under Chu Tian's nose, mysteriously disappearing. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation arts disappear? Chu Tian cried out in shock. This was truly unimaginable. He had never heard of such a strange thing before. In the scene, he was both shocked and furious, extremely manic, and had completely lost his poise. However, this was also reasonable. Anyone who had experienced such a strange thing would be like this. When the image disappeared, the black reincarnation art appeared in front of Xiaochen. He stretched out his hand and grasped it tightly. Xiaochen felt like he was dreaming. This was a little too easy. Was it really the reincarnation arts? However, the item in his hand was incredibly heavy. Its ancient aura could not be faked. Flipping open the cover, Xiaochen's expression was solemn as he carefully examined it. The reincarnation art was of great importance, and he could not afford to be careless. He did not have the time to wait for the Mirage Immortal Palace to appear again. After a while, Xiaochen finally verified the item in his hand. It was indeed the genuine reincarnation arts. It could not be faked. The heavenly profound holy lady did not lie to him. In the end, she had fulfilled her promise. A heartless person would not lie. Many thanks, Xiaochen said solemnly as he put away the reincarnation arts. Unexpectedly, he could obtain the reincarnation arts in such an easy manner. It would be great if he could avoid a fight with the Sun Palace's palace master. There's no need to be so polite. This is just a part of the promise. The universe origin Dao fruit that I promised you is the true reward. The heavenly profound holy lady did not show any joy or sorrow, appearing incredibly calm. Another scene appeared in front. That was a herb garden in the Mirage Immortal Palace. The garden was filled with spirit herbs and all sorts of strong, profound beasts. There were venomous snakes, venomous bees, and strange birds hiding among them. An old man in hempen robes sneaked into the herb garden, heading for a spirit fruit in the depths of the herb garden. It was Mu Yong. Xiaochen recognized this person with one glance. Unexpectedly, Mu Yong managed to reach this place. This spirit fruit looked ordinary. Its color was not beautiful, and it did not give off a refreshing feeling that made one's eyes light up. With just one glance, one would ignore it, unable to look at it at all. However, such a spirit fruit looked exactly the same as the legendary universe origin fruit. Only when one focused and squinted would one discover a hard-to-look golden light concentrated in the uneven surface of the spirit fruit. If one stared at it for about 7 or 8 minutes, the image of this fruit in one's mind would suddenly turn golden, like an immortal lord sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The profoundness of this was indescribable. I found the seed of this spirit fruit in an immortal Dao remnant back then. It only matured after more than 1,000,000 years. Even I have not eaten it before. Only such an immortal fruit is worthy of all the help you have given me. In the heavenly profound holy lady's opinion, the reincarnation arts were useless. The universe origin fruit was more practical as a reward. The universe origin fruit was also known as the universe origin Dao fruit. Legend had it that eating it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, allowing one to comprehend the Dao instantly. Even if it was not as heaven-defying as the legend said, it was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, immortals would not fight over it. At this moment, the hemp-robed old man carefully approached the universe origin fruit. If one looked carefully, one would discover that his forehead was pitch black, and his complexion was very poor. Only a pair of eyes stared at the universe origin fruit, flickering with light. The old man was already severely poisoned. If he was not careful, he would die immediately. "You know this person?" the heavenly profound holy lady asked. Xiaochen nodded and replied, "We came in together." "He is dying. He is poisoned by at least 7 kinds of strange poisons. If he takes another 3 steps, he will definitely die. Is there any way to save him?" Xiaochen asked. After all, they had met once before. He was not a cold-hearted person. "You want to save him? There is no way to save him. One should know one's limits. Greed blinded one's eyes. Death is self-inflicted." Right after the heavenly profound holy lady spoke, the hemp-robed old man stumbled and stumbled, falling to the ground. "No, I still have not obtained the universe origin fruit. I have not become a prime. I cannot die." As the hemp-robed old man roared in dissatisfaction, a huge snake flicked its tongue and slowly slithered over. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed him. The scene disappeared, and the universe origin fruit appeared out of nowhere. Like the reincarnation arts, it miraculously appeared on this blood lake. Even though Xiaochen had seen many deaths, he was still somewhat shocked. The hemp-robed old man was very capable, yet he died just like that. After waiting bitterly for several decades, the Mirage Immortal Palace finally arrived. However, the result was like this. Xiaochen withdrew the universe origin fruit into his hand. He found it somewhat heavy and somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this immortal fruit ended up in his hands. Before coming here, he had never thought that with the reincarnation arts, his trip to the Immortal Palace would be a success. You should quickly treat your injuries as well. If this drags on, it will not be something that can be done in a short time, the heavenly profound holy lady said. Xiaochen put away the universe origin fruit and looked at the heavenly profound holy lady. "What about you?" The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and said, "I am just a strand of lingering thought. Now that my thoughts are clear, there is no need for me to exist or not. I just need to quietly accompany this immortal palace." This stunned Xiaochen, and he felt somewhat bitter. In the end, this was a heartless person. That painting that made him, an outsider, sad was just a way for her to clear her thoughts. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped thinking about treating his injuries. There should be a group of scarlet-clad experts in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Can you help me take a look and see where this group of people is? Xiaochen nearly forgot that there was still this group of strange factions worth paying attention to. The blood-clad sect was mysterious in the first place. After they entered the Immortal Palace, their movements became extremely strange. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the restriction that Immortal Venerate Mingyu left in the palace did not block this group of people. Back then, Xiaochen could not resist taking the risk to pass through the restriction because of this doubt. Although the heavenly profound holy lady could not attack in this Immortal Palace, She clearly still had some tricks up her sleeve. It would be too much of a pity not to use them. Chapter 1453. The Heavenly Profound Holy Lady did not reject Xiao Chen's request. She only said that she needed some time. It's fine. I'll wait. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, quietly waiting for the Heavenly Profound Holy Lady. After about 7 minutes, the Heavenly Profound Holy Lady said, "I found it." Xiao Chen tapped the air, and a scene appeared. A group of scarlet-clad people broke the restrictions and snatched a resplendent pearl. The group revealed smiles on their faces, feeling wild joy. What is this? After all, the scene was not the real thing. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he did not recognize that resplendent pearl. This is a puppet pearl. It is not something from the martial epic but a magic treasure from the immortal epic. It is used to control huge puppets, ancient beasts, deep-sea berserk sharks, and other extraordinarily huge puppets. The Heavenly Profound Holy Lady explained to Xiao Chen in detail. Xiao Chen felt excited. It was specially used to control huge puppets. He seemed to think of something in an instant, but he could not figure it out. I can take it back. Xiao Chen kept feeling that the blood-clad sect was plotting something. If the other party really obtained this puppet pearl, it would lead to a huge problem in the future. No, he already placed it in his spatial ring. I can only send over the treasures with the restrictions that are not completely broken. There are still many good things in the ethereal immortal palace. If you need them, I can give them to you. There's no need. Xiao Chen rejected the Heavenly Profound Holy Lady without much consideration. He always followed the principle of going too far was as bad as not going far enough. If he took too many things that did not belong to him, he might trigger some bad karma. Furthermore, he already obtained the cycle arts that he wanted the most and the incredibly precious universe origin fruit. There was no need to be greedy. It was not a bad thing to give more opportunities to the later generations. The most important thing was to figure out what this group of blood-clad sect people were planning. You can't be thinking of snatching it, right? In your current state, you probably can't even protect yourself. You should recuperate from your injuries. That's right. The Heavenly Profound Holy Lady looked up at the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the air and entered deep thought. Where did you learn this Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram? This is my first time seeing someone merge the Yin and Yang attributes so naturally. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Naturally, he couldn't expose what happened on Earth, so he answered, I learned it by myself. Not bad, you're much stronger than I was back then. However, you're still lacking a cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult for your yin-yang flame diagram to become truly strong. Since you created it yourself, you need to have a complete set of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Xiao Chen was stunned when he heard this. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Xiao Chen's Taiji Dao indeed lacked a cultivation technique. However, creating a cultivation technique was too difficult for Xiao Chen. He couldn't do it for now. Since they are both yin-yang flames, you can actually use the energy of the void flower and the extreme yang true flame. If you absorb it into your yin-yang flame diagram, you can eliminate the threat of the extreme yang true fire and strengthen your yin-yang flame diagram. The Heavenly Profound Holy Lady continued after observing for a while. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Homologous. This was completely feasible. In order to maintain a balance, the void flower and the extreme yang true fire had to have the same amount of energy. After absorbing all of it, the yin-yang flame diagram would be able to maintain its balance. I'll teach you how to do it. The Heavenly Profound Holy Lady gave Xiao Chen pointers on how to use the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram to absorb the void flower and the extreme yang true fire. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was startling in the first place. With a few words, he understood the principle. After trying it out, he succeeded. The 10,000 flower petals melted into the ground like snowflakes, silently. The extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame strengthened bit by bit. Xiao Chen could not help feeling joy in his heart. Flames were split into 9 grades. His primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame was rank 3, while the extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame were rank 6. If Xiaochen continued to absorb the 10,000 void flowers and the extreme Yang True Flame, it should not be difficult for his flame to rise to rank 7. One should not underestimate just an increase of 1 grade. The extreme Yang True Flame and the extreme Yin True Flame were existences second only to primal chaos level flames in the first place. After raising them to rank 6, they would be extremely difficult to raise. Such an opportunity could be said to be a fortuitous encounter that could not be sought. I need you to help me keep an eye on this group of blood-clad sex people. After we go out, I want to teleport to the same place as them. As Xiaochen looked at the scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes at the ecstatic blood-clad sex people. Once, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, a group of blood-clad sex people had come to cause trouble. Their auras were very similar to this. If Xiaochen was right, it was the blood-clad sex doing. Now that he ran into this group of people, he naturally could not let them off. If possible, he had to obtain the puppet pearl by force as well. Sure, that is not a problem, the heavenly profound holy lady agreed straightforwardly. To her, this was an incredibly small request. A month's time was neither long nor short. To the people of the Mirage Immortal Palace, they had to cherish every moment, as they could remain here for only 1 month. They absolutely could not waste it. As for Xiaochen, he no longer had any desires. He had obtained the cycle arts and an additional universe origin fruit, a bountiful harvest. Xiaochen only hoped that 1 month would pass quickly so that he could find the blood-clad sex people. A total of 9 people from the blood-clad sect came on this trip, 1 vice sect master and 9 elders. The vice sect master was a 9th heaven martial emperor. His scarlet clothes gave off a strange light. Upon closer inspection, the blood on his clothes seemed to flow. At this moment, the 9 people gathered together. The vice sect master, Ken Minghua, held the puppet pearl in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Sect Master Can, now that we have the puppet pearl, the sect master's mission is complete. Can we go our separate ways and seek out fortuitous encounters? A few of the elders of the sect master's headquarters asked with a greedy look in their eyes. Ken Minghua put away the puppet pearl and shook his head. We can't. We have to personally hand the puppet pearl to the sect master to complete the mission. Right now, we are only halfway done. We cannot be careless. This person was clearly extremely cautious. Caution was the parent of safety. They still had to maintain sufficient martial prowess to escort the puppet pearl back. Whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared above the 9 people. The expressions of Ken Minghua and the others changed slightly. When they heard the sound, they reacted extremely quickly. However, when Ken Minghua clearly saw who it was, he started laughing. The expressions of the other elders of the sect master's headquarters also relaxed significantly. How did the 2 immortal venerates end up in such sorry states? To think that their physical bodies were destroyed. The newcomers were Immortal Venerate Tian Yi and Immortal Venerate Mingyu, who had their physical bodies destroyed. At this moment, their nascent souls appeared before this group of people with their life magic treasures. When Immortal Venerate Tian Yi saw Ken Minghua's mockery, he said coldly, "Cut the crap. Quickly bring your people and follow me to the Immortal Palace's 9th floor to kill the Shadowless Saber Sovereign." The Shadowless Saber Sovereign? No wonder the 2 of you ended up in such sorry states. It turns out that you ran into such a demonic genius. However, why should I help you 2 to offend such a killing god? With the puppet pearl in hand, Ken Minghua only needed to wait here for 1 month before he could go out and report. There was no need for him to take the risk. He is already severely injured. Killing him will be as easy as killing a dog. You can have all the treasures on him, and the 2 of us will owe you a favor. Why not? Immortal Venerate Mingyu said, tempting Ken Minghua with benefits. Immortal Venerate Tiani said, "Don't forget, if we had not let you in, how could you have obtained the puppet pearl so easily? Furthermore, the blood-clad sect and my Penglai Si both respect the treasure master. So what if you help me once?" Ken Minghua showed a hesitant expression, somewhat persuaded. Is he really injured? Do you think he will have a good end after putting us in such a sorry state? Immortal Venerate Tian Yi countered. With a definite answer, Ken Minghua no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, "Very well, I'll help you this time. However, all the treasures on the shadowless saber sovereign's body will belong to me. Xiao Chen, who was anxiously treating his injuries, could not imagine that the master behind the Penglai Sea and the blood-clad sect was the same person. The blood-clad sect experts, who had been preparing to deal with Xiao Chen after leaving, were now rushing over. Chapter 1454. Above the blood lake, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover his magic energy. The magic energy source in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness slowly recovered. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 9th layer, Xiao Chen's magic energy recovered very quickly. In merely 1 hour, Xiao Chen had already recovered to 1/5 of his peak, much faster than before. As for the physical injuries, they were even easier to recover from. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was his heart. Xiao Chen had already injured his heart once before. Then he used the heartbreaking saber. The injuries on top of the injuries were much more severe than the injuries to the other internal organs. Once Xiao Chen used too much force, his heart would ache endlessly, spreading throughout his entire body. In battle, this would directly affect his movements. Although this injury was not fatal, it was the most problematic. Hence, it was best not to use the heartbreaking saber technique's flawless saber technique unless he had no other choice. Just as Xiao Chen anxiously recovered from his injuries, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly said, "Shadowless saber sovereign, the group of scarlet-clad people you told me to keep an eye on are rushing over here." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. How can it be like this? How did they know? After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chen reacted. It had to be those 2 immortal venerates. He had guessed long ago that the Penglai Sea's people had a secret connection with the blood-clad sect. Now, it looked like it was true. If not for these 2 people informing on him, he would not have been exposed. Those 2 immortal venerates probably thought that the extreme Yang True Flame would blast him to pieces. In the end, they did not hear the expected explosion. Only then did they startle to their senses and seek help from the blood-clad sect. In an instant, Xiao Chen figured out the truth of the matter. The heavenly profound holy lady pointed in the air, and a fruit appeared out of nowhere. This is the heart-nourishing fruit. It has a miraculous effect on healing injuries to the heart. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? What was the point of giving it to Xiao Chen now? No matter how good the holy herb was, it could not instantly heal his injuries. The heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, "You were the one who said that you did not need anything else. How can you blame me?" Never mind, this is not the time to dwell on this. Xiao Chen quickly consumed the heart-nourishing fruit. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, it turned into a gentle energy that wrapped around his heart. The pain from the wound immediately lessened, allowing Xiao Chen to heave a sigh of relief. There were a total of 9 people in the Bloodcloth sect. Other than the vice sect leader, who was a level 9 Heavens Emperor Wu, the other 9 elders were at least at the greater Celestial Emperor Wu. Even at his peak, Xiao Chen had to be careful when facing such a group of people. If he wanted to subdue them, he would have to use the God's Eye of Lightning. However, he had only recovered 1/5 of his magic power, so he couldn't use the God's Eye of Lightning at all. Should they retreat? Looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in midair, which was still absorbing the void flower and the extreme yang true flame, Xiao Chen had an idea. Dong dong dong. Footsteps resounded. The blood-clad sect's vice sect master, Qin Minghua, quickly arrived with a group of blood-clad sect elders. Bloodcloth sect. Xiao Chen, who was seated on the throne, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat weak and bewildered. When Qin Minghua saw this scene, he guffawed. It looks like the 2 immortal venerates did not lie to me. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are indeed here. There was one more thing that Qin Minghua did not say. Indeed, he was severely injured and extremely weak. Kill him. Qin Minghua did not waste any time on nonsense. With a command, the 8 elders soared into the air and surrounded Xiao Chen, who was on the blood lake. Qin Minghua, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this shadowless saber sovereign is injured, your group of elders will not be able to restrain him in a short time. You have to personally make a move, Immortal venerate Mingyu, who was following from behind, said to Qin Minghua when he saw that the coffin was still there. Qin Minghua smiled coldly in his heart. Of course, this old man knows that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The counterattack before death cannot be underestimated. The more this is the case, the more cautious I have to be. I absolutely cannot take risks easily. I just have to take advantage at the end. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi's nascent soul was in the ancient copper lamp, looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in the air with a pensive look. No wonder he didn't die from the explosion. It turned out that this fellow still had such a method to hold back all the void flowers. When that shadowless saber sovereign was about to die, he would definitely make the 10,000 flowers fall and die together with this group of people. He had to think of a way to trick Qin Minghua in and make both sides suffer. Sitting on the throne above the blood lake, Xiao Chen was clearly no match for Xiao Chen. He could only hide and flee in all directions in a sorry state. Furthermore, it was getting slower and slower. It looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi had not thought of a plan yet. He could not help but feel slightly anxious. Given the other party's character, he would definitely take the divine coffin away in the end. Old man Tianyi, what exactly are you and the shadowless saber sovereign fighting over for you to fight so intensely? Seeing that victory was within sight, Qin Minghua's eyes swiveled as he asked with a smile. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi cursed in his heart. I just knew that you would burn the bridge after crossing it. However, it just so happened that he could make use of this opportunity to lure him over. Immortal Venerable Tian Yi feigned silence, not saying a word. Hee, old man Tianyi, even if you don't say it, I can guess a thing or two. The coffin on the blood lake is the heavenly profound holy lady's coffin, right? Qin Minghua's eyes were very sharp. He had long discovered the sage coffin's existence. After probing it a little, he confirmed his guess. No, that sage coffin belongs to my Penglai Si. Qin Minghua, don't even think about snatching it away. Immortal Paragon Tian Yi said angrily. The ancient lamp shook continuously, showing his anger. Qin Minghua laughed loudly. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. I'll just take a look and leave. Although Qin Minghua said that he would take a look, he had no intention of entering the blood lake. Immortal Venerate Tian Yi could not help feeling anxious. Is that so? Then I'll give you a ride. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Qin Minghua's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around to defend. His aura instantly soared to its peak. The 7 sabers merged into one, and 10 spots of saber energy burst forth. The resplendent saber light was extremely piercing in the dark passageway. Although Qin Minghua reacted very quickly, the force of this saber strike was too strong, directly knocking him back. Qin Minghua vomited a mouthful of blood and landed in the blood lake, his complexion somewhat pale. The scarlet light on Qin Minghua's scarlet clothes flourished, looking extremely strange. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, so this is your true body. Qin Minghua wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. However, he did not show much surprise. He smiled coldly and said, Do you think that I did not guard against you? It would have been fine if you had not shown yourself. Since you showed yourself, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Qin Minghua. With a thought, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram above the blood lake instantly crumbled. Thousands of flowers fell. Before Qin Minghua could understand what was going on, the extreme yang true flame exploded in an instant. The extreme yang true fire exploded in an instant. Fiery light soared into the sky, covering the entire blood lake in an instant. The instant the flame exploded, Xiao Chen's true body grabbed the ancient lamp that Immortal Venerate Tian Yi's Yuaning was in and quickly retreated. The shock wave from the explosion spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the stone pillars instantly shattered, silently turning into nothing. Rumble! The 9th floor of the ethereal Immortal Palace directly crumbled. Closely following that, the 8th floor, the 7th floor, and all the way up were affected. If not for the protection of the restrictions, this intense explosion would have been sufficient to destroy the entire ethereal Immortal Palace. Xiao Chen knew that the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram had already absorbed half of the energy of the Void Flower and the extreme yang true flame. The might of the explosion was not enough to kill Qin Minghua. Perhaps a few of the blood-clad sect elders would still be alive. Xiaochen was not in a good state either. This was not the time to seek trouble with this group of people. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, quickly let go of me. Otherwise, this old man's yuaning will explode and die with you. The ancient lamp that Xiaochen firmly grabbed shook continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiaochen already knew that this immortal venerate Tian-Yi was a person who appeared tough on the outside but was cowardly on the inside. He appeared tough on the surface but was afraid of death in his heart. Xiaochen simply ignored Qin Minghua. No matter how Qin Minghua called out, he did not let go. It was rare for Xiaochen to capture an immortal venerate's yuani. This was a good opportunity to search his soul and uncover all the secrets of the Penglai Sea. Xiaochen's only regret was that he could not take advantage of this opportunity to capture the blood-clad sect's vice sect master as well. Chapter 1455. Many thanks. After addressing Xiaochen as fellow Daoist, immortal venerate Tian-Yi's yuanying slowly faded away until it completely vanished. Xiaochen could not help feeling shocked. To think that the low-key and mysterious treasure master had such incredible means. This was simply too shocking. Alright, I'm not willing to use the second method either. As Xiaochen dodged the falling rocks and restrictions, his spiritual sense picked up countless figures rushing over. Immortal venerate Tian-Yi said slowly, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. What is he drawing for? This is truly incomprehensible. After trying many times, immortal venerate Tian-Yi finally gave up. A small, illusory figure appeared in the ancient lamp. That was an immortal cultivator's yuaning. Immortal venerate Tian-Yi smiled in rage. Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I let you off easy? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are too naive. A yuaning was a very weak existence. The longer it existed, the weaker it became. The commotion must have been too great, startling all the treasure seekers in the entire ethereal immortal palace. Furthermore, Xiaochen learned that the master of the blood-clad sect was also the heavenly starry ocean's treasure master. The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace was destroyed, turning the entire ethereal immortal palace into chaos. However, the heavenly profound holy lady remained calm, her expression not changing at all. As for the eternal heavenly sword school's Xia Changtian, immortal venerate Yun Chen had been watching over him. Hence, immortal venerate Tian-Yi did not know much. He only knew that there was indeed such a person living in the Penglai Sea. As Xiaochen ran, he still had to control the ancient lamp, multitasking. He had no time to chat at all. Is there a safer, more remote place in the ethereal immortal palace that others cannot easily find? Yuanying? Furthermore, it's a blue dragon yuanying. That's impossible. How can you dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? Even the heavenly profound holy lady can only cultivate immortal cultivation after scattering her cultivation. There are many things that you do not know. Don't worry about how I can cultivate immortal cultivation. All you need to know is that if I want to, I can swallow your yuanying right now. If I know everything about you, your death will be even more miserable. Time is of the essence. I need to comprehend the cycle arts quickly and cultivate the state of cycle. Only by comprehending the complete Saber Dao would he be able to contend against Supremes and even surpass them. Xiaochen casually looked around. Aside from the cleanliness of the bedroom, it was very different from a regular girl's room. Lying down in the air, the throne appeared. Xiaochen had a feeling that before long, this person would no longer be able to endure. When Xiaochen truly became high-profile, the entire oceanic world would experience a huge change. It might even affect the entire Kunlun realm. Immortal Exalt Tian-Yi said furiously as he looked at Xiaochen. There was a trace of deep fear in his tone. It's too late. I've already given you many chances. Now, it's time for you to make another choice. Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi remained silent for a long time before saying helplessly, I choose the first option. With Immortal Venerate Tian-Yi taking the initiative to cooperate, Xiaochen did not encounter any difficulties in searching the soul for the first time. 1 hour later, Xiaochen understood everything about the Penglai Sea and the karma of this trip. The demonic calamity, Emperor Forsaken, and now there was a treasure lord. Despite Xiaochen's strength, he still felt tremendous pressure. Xiaochen casually tossed the ancient lamp aside and leaned back. The cycle throne attached to his clothes descended and caught Xiaochen. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying, "Come with me." This scene was simply too shocking, completely surpassing Immortal Venerate Tianyi's imagination and understanding. The blood-clad sect and the Penglai Sea were the treasure lord's pawns. He wanted the blood-clad sect to obtain the puppet pearl. In that case, what did the immortal cultivators want to obtain by opening the coffin? Xiaochen interrupted, not willing to listen to Immortal Venerate Tianyi's nonsense. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and played with it for a while. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. Immortal Venerate Tianyi's life magic treasure must be extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only what Immortal Venerate Tianyi knew. It was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Aside from that painting, there was nothing else in the coffin. The answer was obvious. If not for Immortal Venerate Tianyi having already cultivated the Immortal Cultivation Dao to the peak, reaching the void refinement realm, it would have been impossible for the coffin to exist for so long. Why could Xiaochen dual cultivate Immortal Cultivation and Martial Cultivation? The answer lay in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was either left behind by the Qing Emperor or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. "Treasure Lord," Xiaochen said calmly, "don't worry. I have never been a bloodthirsty person. I will not implicate others in my personal grudges. This was my previous bedroom. Beside it is my meditation room. You can rest there." After obtaining everything that he wanted, Xiaochen did not humiliate or make things difficult for Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Instead, he let Tianyi choose to commit suicide, a method of suicide. Only after a long time did Immortal Venerate Tianyi wake up from the fact that Xiaochen could cultivate immortal cultivation. Xiaochen said calmly, "Immortal Venerate Tianyi, do you still not have the resolution to die? Don't harbor any delusions about me. You have already forced our relationship to the point where only one of us can live." After pushing open a door, Xiaochen entered. Now, he finally had time to deal with Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Clang. The ancient lamp fell to the ground, giving off a loud sound. You can commit suicide. If it were during the immortal epoch, one could become a loose immortal after committing suicide. Now, one was nothing. Many thanks, fellow Daoist. The heavenly profound holy lady appeared unpredictably, appearing beside Xiaochen once again. Upon seeing Xiaochen's blue dragon yuanying, Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt incredibly horrified. The ancient lamp shook intensely, revealing his extreme horror. The latter was more likely. However, it did not matter. The ancient lamp flew out the door with a whoosh. Then, it landed on the ground with a clang. Now, I'll give you two choices. Cooperate a little and let me search your soul. Then I'll give you a quick death. The second choice is that you do not cooperate, but I can still find out what I want to know. You will die even more miserably. After a while, Xiaochen followed the heavenly profound holy lady to a quiet bedroom. When he opened the window, he could actually see the ghost mountain. This was a pretty good location. In the martial epoch, the martial path reigned supreme. Even when one cultivated the immortal Dao to its peak, one would only be as strong as Immortal Venerate Tianyi. To Xiaochen, aside from a supreme magic skill like the Divine Lightning Eye, the immortal Dao did not hold much attraction. What a good plan. Unexpectedly, you are so decisive, easily resolving this calamity. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, what exactly do you want? Everything was linked to this person. It turned out that the treasure master had been controlling the Penglai Sea for more than 1,000 years. Xiaochen did not get angry. With a thought, the blue dragon yuanying hidden in the depths of the heart of an emperor slowly appeared above his head. When a regular immortal cultivator's physical body was destroyed, they needed to quickly possess another body. Otherwise, they would turn to dust. The ancient lamp felt extremely dissatisfied. It gave off a bright light and crashed around randomly. In the end, it returned to nothing and fell to the ground. However, Xiaochen did not have time to investigate now. The treasure master's matter was still troubling him. On this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace, aside from getting what he wanted, he had unexpectedly dug out such a big secret. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if possible, do not make a move on the Penglai Sea. They are all innocent and also a group of pitiful people. Xiaochen sat on the throne and said indifferently, "Don't waste your efforts. This was once the heavenly profound holy lady's place of meditation. Unless I am willing to open the door, you can forget about leaving in your lifetime." Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense turned into a thread that flew towards Immortal Venerate Tian Yi's yuaning. Indeed, there is hope. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. With the heavenly profound holy lady, the master of the Mirage Immortal Palace, helping him, the crisis-ridden Mirage Immortal Palace was like entering his own home. He could always turn calamities into blessings. Indeed, there was hope. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. The three immortal venerates all lost to the treasure master. Right now, the Penglai Sea was a pawn of the treasure master. Is that so? Xiaochen muttered to himself. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from your saber formation. It turns out that they are clones created by immortal arts. Had I known earlier, the second way to die was too painful for immortal cultivators. It was equivalent to someone swallowing them alive. No immortal cultivator would be willing to accept such a death. It was too tragic. They might even get swallowed by other immortal cultivators. That was the cruelest and most immoral ending, equivalent to cannibalism. Bang. Chapter 1456. Just as Xiaochen was recuperating, the entire Penglai Immortal Palace descended into chaos, a commotion breaking out everywhere. In the 10,000 fetus blood spring, the blood-clad sect's vice sect master, Qin Minghua, paled. His scarlet clothes were in tatters from the explosion. His hair was disheveled, looking very miserable. The tattered scarlet clothes squirmed like blood, continuously merging together. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the scarlet clothes Qin Minghua wore were very different from the scarlet clothes that Xiaochen had seen in the past. The original scarlet clothes gave off demonic qi, making one feel very uncomfortable just by looking at them. However, the demonic qi in Qin Minghua's scarlet clothes was even more withdrawn, not leaking out. If one did not purposely draw it out, one would not notice the demonic qi at all. Clearly, the quality of these scarlet clothes had improved significantly. According to rumor, the blood-clad sect would have different scarlet clothes depending on the rank. Of course, this was just the guess of others. The outside world knew too little about this faction that suddenly rose up in the past few years. Suddenly, Qin Minghua started coughing a few times. Only when he vomited a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Unexpectedly, someone set him up so ruthlessly. In the past few years, the blood-clad sect had been showing off its sharpness and rarely suffered losses. Qin Minghua was very experienced and shrewd. He had never been one to suffer losses. Unexpectedly, he suffered such a huge setback today. Had he known, he would not have believed the words of those two immortal venerates. Fortunately, he didn't lose the puppet pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost it. Just thinking about the consequences made Qin Minghua tremble in fear. That was a treasure that the treasure master wanted. Once he lost it, even the sect master would not be able to protect him. He would suffer a fate worse than death. Footsteps resounded, and Qin Minghua's expression changed slightly. Enduring the pain, he quickly left this place. Soon, the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace's palace master and the major characters of the other holy lands rushed over. However, they only saw rubble. They could not understand what was going on. There was no aura of a supreme treasure or any natural treasure. The people who caused the chaos had already left long ago. This storm was destined to end without attracting much attention. The people present would not have expected that this storm would be the cause. This gave Xiaochen the foundation to surpass Prime. In the future, he would be able to turn the tide and save the Kunlun realm. The month was about to pass. Most of the people who had come here had already left. As long as they didn't die in the restriction, they would have gained something, so the trip was not in vain. They might have obtained the secret treasures of the Tianxian sect, the Daoist fate left behind by their predecessors, or other treasures of heaven and earth. There were many people who were disappointed. Sun Palace's palace master Chu Tian was one of them. There was still one more day before Xiaochen would have to leave the Mirage Immortal Palace. Since he still had not found the cycle arts, he could already declare his failure. After dismissing the people beside him, Chu Tian summoned out a talisman. After the talisman burned up, the image of the cyclic astral lord appeared before him. Star Lord, this subordinate is useless and lost the reincarnation art. The cyclic astral lord seemed to have expected this long ago and was not in a rush. The shadowless saber sovereign snatched it away? Chu Tian shook his head and told him about the strange situation that had happened. The reincarnation arts suddenly disappeared in front of him. Chu Tian was nervous, worried that the Star Lord would not believe this reason. Who could have imagined that the cyclic astral lord would say after thinking for a while, "I understand. After you leave, just return to the palace quickly. There is no need to care about this matter anymore." Hearing the cyclic astral lord's answer, Chu Tian was in disbelief. Only when the cyclic astral lord's image vanished did he startle to his senses. Xiaochen felt relieved of a heavy burden, feeling very relaxed. On the other side, Qin Minghua also contacted the blood-clad sect's sect master at this moment. The identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master had always been mysterious. If someone were present and saw the image of the sect master, they would be greatly startled. No one would have imagined that the true identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master. "Sect master, we already obtained the puppet pearl," Qin Minghua reported respectfully. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master revealed a smile and nodded. "Very good. Pay attention to safety. Return the puppet pearl perfectly. The treasure master will reward you greatly. He can even give you a longevity-extending pill." At the mention of the longevity-extending pill, wild joy flashed in Qin Minghua's eyes. However, it soon dimmed. He said, "However, something unexpected happened at the Penglai Sea. The shadowless saber sovereign captured Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, and Immortal Venerate Ming Yu's physical body was also destroyed." After hearing about the encounters of the two Immortal Venerates, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master said calmly, "It's not a problem. As long as we obtain the puppet pearl, the treasure master's goal is complete. As for the Immortal Venerates, it was just a matter of convenience." The treasure master did not hold much hope. Qin Minghua was completely at ease when he heard this. In this way, he wouldn't be blamed for this. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaochen had already recovered from his injuries, returning to his peak state. Just as he was about to leave the ethereal immortal palace, he formally read through the cycle arts. After closing the cycle arts, Xiaochen could already confirm that this was the true copy. However, it was as the heavenly profound holy lady said, it was indeed just an incomplete copy and not very valuable. Without a doubt, if one cultivated the cycle arts together with the states of the seven thrones, one could definitely cultivate the state of cycle. However, what would happen after he cultivated the reincarnation state? There was no mention of how to cultivate it or how to use it. In Xiaochen's opinion, merging the state of cycle was just the beginning. How to use it after that was the most important thing. Xiaochen could only rely on himself to slowly explore it in the future. Or perhaps, after leaving the abandoned land and entering the true martial great world, he might be able to meet an expert who cultivated the state of cycle. However, no matter what, Xiaochen was already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the state of cycle. After putting away the cycle arts, Xiaochen took out the second great harvest of this trip, the Universe Origin Dao fruit. Speaking of which, this Universe Origin Dao fruit looked very ordinary. Its surface was bumpy and even somewhat prickly. It was hard to imagine that the legendary immortal fruit would have such an appearance. If one was deceived by its appearance and missed out on this fruit, one would regret it for life. As long as one focused and did not move their gaze, one would discover the profoundness of this fruit after 7 or 8 minutes. A scene of a golden divine venerate sitting cross-legged would appear in one's mind. When this scene appeared, one would be bathed in a profound feeling of ascending to the Tao. The universe origin Dao fruit is truly indescribably wondrous. Xiaochen looked away in admiration. However, he did not dare to take the risk of eating it. Rumor had it that after consuming this fruit, it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. However, Xiaochen did not really believe it. That would have been during the Immortal epoch. The martial epoch and the Immortal epoch were completely different cultivation methods. No one could be sure what the consequences would be. Based on his personal feelings, Xiaochen was more willing to believe that this fruit had a miraculous effect on the Dao. This was because when that golden divine venerate appeared in Xiaochen's mind, he clearly felt his saber energy stir. After consuming it, while his cultivation might not increase, his comprehension of the saber Dao would definitely improve. Perhaps if he was not careful, he might even comprehend the complete saber Dao. The universe origin Dao fruit might very well contain a complete Dao. Anyone who consumed it would be able to obtain the Dao. Immortal lords lived forever. To them, 1,000 years of cultivation was just 1,000 years. In eternal life, 1,000 years was just a flick of a finger. 1,000 years of cultivation was not worth fighting for. What they valued was definitely the desire for the Dao. What's wrong? You want to eat it now? The heavenly profound holy lady suddenly asked when she saw Xiaochen holding the universe origin Dao fruit and staring at it. Xiaochen smiled and put away the universe origin Dao fruit. He said, "It is too risky. If I fall unconscious after consuming it, I will have to wait several decades before I can leave." That's true. You are still young and in your best years. It is not good to waste it here. I came to inform you that the ethereal immortal palace is about to send you out. The heavenly profound holy lady said, "If you want to go and take it, I can send you anywhere within 5,000 kilometers of the ethereal immortal palace. As you wish. Now that I have recovered to my peak, it does not matter where I appear." Xiaochen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Thank you for taking care of me on this trip to the ethereal immortal palace. Before I leave, I would like to thank you again." "There's no need. We are just taking what we need." The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and rejected Xiaochen. "Let's go. I'll send you off." Chapter 1457. After the heavenly profound holy lady finished speaking, Xiaochen felt an irresistible force toss his body out of the immortal palace. The world spun around. When Xiaochen felt his feet touch the ground again, he discovered that he had already landed on an island. Xiaochen casually looked around and discovered that this nameless island was the island where the hemp-robed old man was before he entered the immortal palace. He did not know if the heavenly profound holy lady did this on purpose or if it was a coincidence. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the Western Sea Berserk Saber, Feng Xiao. "Brother Shadowless, I did not expect to see you again after coming out." Feng Xiao's complexion was very good. There was a reserved sharpness on his face. He must have gained a lot in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiaochen nodded firmly in response to the other party's greeting. Then, he casually chatted with Feng Xiao for a while. Indeed, it was as Xiaochen had expected. In the Mirage Immortal Palace, Feng Xiao had obtained a Dao comprehension painting left by an ancient bladesman. After comprehending it a little, he had gained a lot. Now, he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation and absorb all the Dao in it. Xiaochen smiled and congratulated Feng Xiao, offering his blessings. My gains are nothing." A huge explosion happened in the 9th floor of the Immortal Palace. "I heard that a supreme treasure was born. Unfortunately, I missed out on the excitement." Feng Xiao was in a good mood, so he could not stop talking. Missing out might not be a bad thing. There are many fortuitous encounters that one has to evaluate one's strength first. Xiaochen recalled his experience in the Immortal Palace's 9th floor, feeling deeply moved. Naturally, Feng Xiao did not understand the deeper meaning in Xiaochen's words. He nodded and said, "Brother Shadowless is right. I have to enter closed-door cultivation quickly, so I won't chat any longer. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it. See you again." Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute to send Feng Xiao off. Soon, that middle-aged couple was sent out as well. After casually saying goodbye to Xiaoqin, they left in a hurry. They looked like they were worried that Xiaoqin would attack them and snatch away their treasures. Xiaoqin found this funny, but he did not say anything. It looked like the heavenly profound holy lady had indeed done this on purpose, sending them back to the same place. The hemp-robed old man was already dead. He definitely would not be sent back. Furthermore, the Geomaster Jiang Tian had not arrived yet. Although Xiaoqin believed that the other party would be fine, deep in his heart he was still a little uncertain. Did something really happen to the old man? Just as Xiaoqin was muttering to himself, another beam of light appeared beside Xiaoqin. Jiang Tian, who exuded a sinister aura, appeared beside Xiaoqin. "Ha, don't worry. Even if all of you die, this old man will not die." Although Jiang Tian's body was filled with yin qi, he was full of vigor and spirit. He did not look like he was trapped in the Ghost Mountain at all. What a pity! It would be great if I could stay here. He was in such a good mood that he almost forgot everything. He even forgot about the immortal cultivators. After a long time, Xiaoqin realized that he had lost his composure. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I was too engrossed in researching the techniques of the ancient geomasters in the Ghost Mountain. How is it on your side? Did the Penglai Sea's people obtain the Ghost Immortal cultivation method?" Xiaoqin felt that there was nothing to hide from Jiang Tian, so he honestly told the other party about the ethereal Immortal Palace. After hearing that, Jiang Tian felt emotional for a long time, sighing endlessly. Unexpectedly, the Immortal cultivation method of the Ghost Immortal Dao is so difficult. The heavenly profound holy daughter is really pitiful, a heartless person. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "I feel that it's still all right. At the very least, she really helped me obtain the cycle arts, unlike some people." Jiang Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Aren't I trapped in the Ghost Mountain? If not, helping you obtain the cycle arts would be easy. I can tell that after you came out, you seem to be quite at ease. You even have some inner energy." Xiaoqin did not give up. No matter what, he was the one who dealt with the Penglai Sea's people. He had to knock this old fogey down. Jiang Tian knew that he was in the wrong. He said, "Very well, I owe you a favor. How do you want me to repay you?" Xiaoqin smiled in satisfaction and said, "You are indeed an old senior. You are really straightforward. In that case, I'll be direct. I want you to help me investigate the treasure master's identity and the matter of the ghost Ho. How is it connected to him?" The moment Xiaoqin said that, Jiang Tian's expression immediately sank. "Little brat, are you trying to push me into a pit of fire? The treasure master is low-key and mysterious. Even primes do not dare to make a move against him. You want me to investigate him? This is not justifiable, right?" Jiang Tian pushed the matter away, clearly unwilling to accept. A gentleman never goes back on his word. I can't be bothered with that. This is my voice transmission talisman. Notify me if there is any news." However, Xiaoqin did not care. After tossing out a voice transmission talisman, he laughed heartily and left the nameless island. He left Jiang Tian alone, holding the voice transmission talisman in a daze. After a while, he said with a grave expression, "Indeed, I should not lie to myself about the treasure master's matter. Never mind, I'll use this opportunity to probe him with my other old friends." The treasure master had long suspected that Xiaoqin had something to do with the deep abyss demonic world. However, the treasure master was too strong and kept a low profile. Furthermore, he did not oppose the various holy lands. Many people turned a blind eye to his existence. This was especially so after Emperor Forsaken made a move and failed to take down the treasure master. This made everyone feel even more reverence for the treasure master's strength. However, if this continued, watching the treasure master slowly grow stronger, that would be too much of a lie. After leaving the island, Xiaoqin searched for a suitable place for closed-door cultivation on the boundless sea. Compared to Feng Xiao, Xiaoqin needed to enter closed-door cultivation even more. Furthermore, he already made up his mind to not come out of closed-door cultivation until he comprehended the state of cycle. Xiaoqin always wore a mask. No matter where he went, he gave Xiaoqin a feeling of hiding. If this continued for a long time, the heart tribulation would be even harder to resolve. He might never be able to overcome it. Thinking this, Xiaochen found a pretty good place for closed-door cultivation, a lone island. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there was only a boundless ocean. It was neither a trade route nor a blessed land. No one would purposely pass by this place even after 10 years or 100 years. Following the principle of caution, after Xiaochen landed on the lone island, he laid a defensive formation. Then, he tossed out the formation plate and tapped the air with his right hand. Then, Xiaochen laid a simple defensive formation. After setting up the formation, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and cleared his thoughts, entering a state of forgetting himself and the outside world. After Xiaochen entered this state, he shouted, and 7 beams of light of different colors came out of his body. Each light represented a different intent: slaughter, destruction, annihilation, pain, grief, despair, and death. Massacre produced destruction. When the destruction expanded, it was annihilation, bringing pain and grief. When grief expanded infinitely, it was despair, and finally, death. Death represented the extinction of all things. However, after extinction came new life, which happened to be a cycle. Everything in the world could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. From the small ants, birds, and beasts, to the large worlds, even epics. The immortal epic was like this. Many immortals fell, the sky collapsed, and all things died. However, after death, a new epic was born. The Kunlun realm was already so prosperous. The great world outside would definitely be even more prosperous. The cycle Dao had never stopped. Xiaochen flipped to the first page of the cycle arts. There were 8 ancient words on it. As long as the cycle continues, life never ends. Grasping the cycle, one's flame of life would be eternal and inextinguishable, burning fiercely, living as long as the heavens. This was the highest level of expectation the creator of the reincarnation arts had for the reincarnation Dao. As for whether it had such an effect or not, no one knew. The cycle arts in Xiaochen's hand was only an incomplete copy. The later contents were clearly missing. It was only enough for Xiaochen to comprehend the state of cycle. Whether there was more was a mystery. Xiaochen read through the cycle arts again. Then he closed his eyes and started to follow the circulation path described in the cycle arts. Xiaochen started to cultivate according to the prescribed order. As his primordial energy flowed through his body, the 7 flames around him spun continuously. A 7-colored light soared into the sky, looking like a rainbow, illuminating the entire horizon. Chapter 1458. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this past half a year, Xiaochen had always been in closed-door cultivation on the lone island, and he never left it at all as he cultivated the rebirth technique. He'd long since forgotten the passage of time, and the disturbances in the outside world were unrelated to him. The situation in the Kunlun continent changed. Ever since the battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the elites of the demonic world in the savage battlefield, the situation in the Kunlun continent had changed. The conflict between the demonic world and the Kunlun realm intensified to the point where even the demon monarch would occasionally make a move. The shadow of the demonic calamity shrouded the entire continent. Under the pressure of the demonic world, the deity Dao Union and the martial god palace, the 2 great alliances, were forced to retreat. They reached a temporary truce, no more infighting, and united against the outside world. They had even organized several large-scale battles aimed at the battlefield of the stars. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world fought an intense battle. Both sides exchanged blows, each had their own victories and defeats, and both sides were wary of each other. They did not use all of their trump cards, all of them waiting for the final decisive battle to decide the victor. However, no matter how one looked at it, the factions of the Kunlun realm were at a disadvantage. This was clear from the fact that the decisive battle would take place in the Kunlun realm and not the deep abyss demonic world. Ever since the 100-race war in ancient times, the pinnacle of martial arts had never returned. The suppressed deep abyss demonic world took this opportunity to rise up. The Kunlun realm could only defend passively. The demonic calamity was forever a sword hanging over the heads of the Kunlun realm cultivators. In the Demon King's palace in the succubus realm of the 18 demon realms of the abyss, Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Ling Yu stood side by side, looking at the scenery in the distance. The demon world had no color, no sunlight, and the sky was always dark. In the west, there was a blood-like ball of light hanging on the horizon. Taking a closer look, there was a huge illusory figure within the ball of light. It gave off a boundless might that enveloped every layer of the demon world. No demon could escape the gaze of that illusory figure. That was the demonic god, the faith of all the people in the demonic world. The Nether Sect's headquarters was also in that huge blood-red ball of light. Chu Chaoyun asked, "How's the refinement of the demon sword going?" "To be able to do as I please, to be able to release and withdraw as I please. It has already become a part of my body," Ling Yu said softly. Her voice contained an enchanting enticement. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Since ancient times, no demon monarch has been able to refine the evil shadow sword so quickly. It looks like the mandate of heaven has chosen you as the master of the demon monarchs." Ling Yu was expressionless. She did not look happy at all. Before the demonic god, even the lord of the demon monarchs is the most lowly servant. "So, our chance will come soon. After I leave today, I will make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. The Kunlun realm will undergo a huge change soon." Chu Chaoyun stared at the demon god and said such treasonous words. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He knew very well what kind of thing the devil god was. It was not worthy of respect at all. However, Ling Yu's fear of the demonic god prevented her from saying anything, remaining silent. "The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. How are you going to get there? Don't forget, I am someone with the Sky Dome heart. As long as I am willing, I can become the master of the Sky Dome realm at any time," Chu Chaoyun said softly with a smile. Ling Yu still felt somewhat worried. "Has the Dark Church's church master really never doubted or suspected you?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are overthinking. He knew about me from the very start. However, he is very confident in himself. He always thinks that everything is under his control. Aside from him, everyone else in the Sky Dome realm is an ant. I'm going. Be very careful. Don't give yourself away. You still need to wait for an opportunity. Now is not the time to make a comeback." Chu Chaoyun gently drifted away and vanished from where he was, not leaving any trace behind. It was like he had never been there. Ling Yu sighed to herself. She only admired two men in her life. One was Xiao Qin, and the other was naturally Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's courage and intelligence were unrivaled among all the people she had met. She had never seen an outsider infiltrate the upper echelon of the Dark Church and deal with the Dark Church's churchmaster until now. When Xiao Qin betrayed Ting Xiao, he did not hesitate to kill decisively. Originally, Xiao Qin was just a pawn for Ting Xiao. Unexpectedly, he turned the tables and killed Ting Xiao, the pawn in charge. Just like that, the evil thoughts of the Qing Emperor were killed. When Xiao Qin revealed his true plan to her, even the demon monarch Ling Yu was startled. That plan was so bold that she did not even dare to think about it. However, not only did Xiao Qin think about it, he even carried it out step by step to where he was today. However, when Ling Yu thought about the battle between Xiao Qin and Xiao Chen at the end of the plan, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xiao Qin. Can Xiao Qin defeat Chu Chaoyun? At the same time, the heavenly starry ocean was not very calm either. The blood-clad sect, which took advantage of the Golden Age to rise up, had already expanded to the point where it could rival the veteran Immortal Holy Lands. The conflicts between the various Holy Lands and the blood-clad sect turned from hidden to overt. Finally, an intense conflict erupted. The Five Poison sect and the blood-clad sect started a huge battle in the Eastern Sea. Both sides fought for a king's spirit vein, the shockwaves spreading for more than 500,000 kilometers. The result of that battle was the Five Poison sect's defeat, and the blood-clad sect snatched away the king's spirit vein. After this battle, the blood-clad sect became the new holy land of the heavenly starry ocean. Immediately, the blood-clad sect's fame spread far and wide, shaking the surroundings. The number of cultivators who wanted to join the blood-clad sect was as high as the clouds. The blood-clad sect's momentum flourished, showing signs of overtaking the veteran overlords, the Lunar Palace and the Zodiac Hall. Just at this moment, the identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was purposely exposed. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Ao Lang, officially stood on the stage and acknowledged his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master. The fact that he chose to stand out at this moment made others feel a trace of something else. Although there were already some clues that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had a close relationship with the blood-clad sect, no one expected that the master behind it was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang. The peace of the heavenly starry ocean was immediately shattered. After acknowledging his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang went with the flow. He forcefully subdued all the factions left behind by the Sea King. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas came under his control. It was obvious that his plan was meticulous and he had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have quickly unified the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas after acknowledging the blood-clad sect's sect master. When the identity of the West Ocean Dragon Palace's palace master was exposed, the neighboring Dragon Gate immediately became embarrassed. Compared to the shock of the other forces, the Dragon sect could be said to be panicking. They had not expected this at all. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which had declined a long time ago, experienced a shocking reversal. Suddenly, the Dragon's Gate turned into a colossus like an immortal holy land. The nearby Dragon's Gate instantly became dangerous. City Lord Mo Chin decisively chose to seal the city. Aside from Dragon's Gate disciples, no one was allowed to enter Heaven Dragon City. At the same time, Mo Chin started to investigate the spies and all sorts of suspicious people in the city. On the other hand, she sent a message to the Bushin Palace, hoping to get reinforcements. At this delicate moment, the 13 great bandits of the Black Dragon City announced that they would station themselves in Heaven Dragon City. The Dragon's Gate was no longer what it was in the past. However, compared to an evil faction like the Blood-clad sect, there was still a significant gap. Although the Blood-clad sect did not show any signs of attacking the Dragon's Gate, Mo Chin did not have any hopes of getting lucky. However, Mo Chin did not have any hopes of getting lucky at all. From the moment the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang stepped out, she started to make all sorts of preparations. Indeed, half a month later, the cultivators of the various branches of the blood-clad sect headed for the Western Sea and gathered at the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. After another half a month, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas gathered, and the 7-colored dragon marquises finished organizing themselves. In the Western Sea, the various factions that originally belonged to the Dragon's Gate were attacked. Apart from a few shrewd sects that had already moved their sects away, the rest of the sects had suffered a calamity. Immediately, the news of the blood-clad sect making a move against the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean, becoming a major event that everyone paid attention to. Many people took this as the first time the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master Ao Lang made a sacrifice. Ao Lang wanted to establish his prestige in the blood-clad sect, trample on the might of the Blue Dragon King and make the blood-clad sect a true overlord. Chapter 1459. In a side hall of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the blood-clad sect's sect master Ao Lang received the palace masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Since the four of them had gathered together, they naturally had something to discuss. It was impossible for them to gather together for no reason. Originally, the East Sea Dragon King was the leader of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The West Sea Dragon King was ranked last. Who knew, 1 month ago, Ao Lang visited the palace masters of the 3 Divine Dragon Palaces. Without exception, the palace masters of the 3 Dragon Palaces were all defeated by him. Even the strongest person, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master Peng Yang, a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, only lasted 100 moves against Ao Lang. It could be said to be extremely miserable, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Peng Yang and the other two looked at Ao Lang with uncertain expressions. They felt some fear and some anticipation at the same time. This was because Ao Lang had already promised them that as long as they joined the blood-clad sect, he would tell them the method to suddenly become stronger. Ao Lang, since the three of us are already here, there is no need for you to keep us in suspense, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Peng Yang, said. Ao Lang smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There's no rush. The blood-clad battle armor that I rushed out for you will be delivered soon." Blood cloak battle armor? Peng Yang and the other two entered deep thought. This should be the scarlet clothes worn by the blood-clad sect cultivators. Could it be that there were different grades of blood robes, and that their blood robes needed to be specially refined? While Zhang Xian was perplexed, three pretty maids walked in from the side hall, each carrying a stack of battle armor. "Sect Master, I have finished refining the 3 Heaven Series blood-clad battle armors. Please take a look." Ao Lang smiled as he walked over. Then, he introduced, "This is the blood-clad battle armor that I prepared for you. Its defense is comparable to that of an Emperor-grade secret treasure, indestructible. After wearing it, your body's potential will be stimulated, and your strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time." Peng Yang frowned and said, "Although similar battle armors are rare, they are not non-existent. But the side effects are frighteningly strong. If it's light, you'll become a cripple. If it's heavy, your lifespan will be greatly reduced." Ao Lang nodded and said, "That's right. In this world, there are gains and losses. There had to be a balance. After wearing the Heavenly Series battle armor, one's lifespan would be drained faster. After wearing it, 1 day is equivalent to 4 days for an ordinary person." Peng Yang and the other two paled upon hearing this. This was equivalent to forcefully having one's lifespan, completely exchanging one's life force for combat power. "Ao Lang, you still have something to say, right?" Peng Yang said sullenly. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, Big Brother understands me. That's right. However, as long as you have the longevity-extending pill that I concoct, your lifespan will be almost the same as an ordinary person's. Of course, I can't give you the refining method of the prolonging longevity pill. As long as they are loyal to the blood-clad sect, I can guarantee that I will give priority to the 3 Big Brothers life-extending pills." The expressions of Peng Yang and the other two changed slightly. This meant that their lives were now in Ao Lang's hands. Ao Lang said indifferently, "The blood-clad battle armor is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven Series battle armor is very difficult to refine. There are only 10 of them in the entire blood-clad sect. It can increase one's potential by 4 times. Not only will one's cultivation speed increase, but one's comprehension will also increase by 4 times. You can decide for yourselves." "I agree." After hesitating for a while, Peng Yang could no longer resist the temptation of having 4 times his potential. He was the first to agree to wear the battle armor. Furthermore, if Peng Yang did not agree, Ao Lang might turn against him. When the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters saw the situation, they stopped hesitating and put on the battle armor. The instant the 3 put on the blood-clad battle armor, they immediately felt their strength increase by at least 20%. The joy of having their strength increase was indescribable. Peng Yang and the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters immediately rejoiced. "These are your longevity-extending pills. 1 bottle for each of you. Don't say that I did not take care of you old brothers." The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's means were very incredible. He knew that he had to win over this group of people in order to continuously expand the blood-clad sect's influence. After the 3 received the bottles, they felt very satisfied. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward." Peng Yang knew that his life was in Ao Lang's hands in the future. Since the situation was against him, he had no choice but to lower his head. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward." When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly. A sense of satisfaction flowed in his chest. Waving his hand, he said, "We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Properly use the potential of the Heaven Series battle armor. Half a month later, we will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate." Are we really going to attack the Dragon's Gate? He has the Bushin Palace supporting him. Although the Blue Dragon King is not a threat, the Heaven Dragon City is impregnable. The city lord, Emo-chin, is not someone easy to deal with either. Rumor had it that the blood-clad sect was preparing to surround and attack the Dragon's Gate. It looked like this was true. Ao Lang said coldly, "Don't worry. At that time, the Bushin Palace will be overwhelmed. They will not have the time to interfere in this matter. Back then, I swore an oath to thoroughly humiliate Xiaochen. Otherwise, all my years of forbearance would have been wasted." When Ao Lang thought of Xiaochen, the rage in his heart flared up involuntarily. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. All of them were scenes of humiliation. The most embarrassing one was leading the people of the many holy lands to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate's establishment. In the end, Xiaochen managed to break the plan. Finally, Ying Zongtian knocked him out with a palm strike. This was an unforgettable humiliation. However, the reputation of the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, has fallen long ago. "He is just a cripple now," the Southern Sea Dragon King said softly. "A cripple? I don't care if he is crippled or not. Unless he kneels and begs for mercy, I will wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." A cold, murderous intent flashed in Ao Lang's words, inspiring fear. The other 3 Dragon Kings did not say anything more, taking their leave. "Father, how did the discussion go? Did they agree?" After the 3 left, a youth immediately rushed into a side hall. It was the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng. "It's settled. We will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate half a month from now," Ao Lang said indifferently. "The disciples of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas will all wear the blood-clad clothes. Tonight, send news to Heaven Dragon City and get them to hand over the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." When Ao Feng heard this, he rejoiced. Back then, the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, had forced Ao Feng to his knees with one palm strike. Xiaochen had already become a heart demon for Ao Feng. After Ao Feng heard that Xiaochen failed his tribulation, he had wanted to bring people to capture Xiaochen alive several times. However, Ao Lang had stopped him. Now, he was finally going to get what he wanted. How could he not be excited? After Ao Feng made his promise, Ao Feng immediately left, disappearing without a trace. After Ao Feng left, Ao Lang waved his hand to dismiss the maidservants. Then, he took out a messaging token. A small, black figure appeared in the messaging token. This figure was shrouded in fog, looking unfathomable. "Greetings, Treasure Master. I have already given the order. We will start attacking the Dragon's Gate half a month from now," the aloof Ao Lang said respectfully to the black figure. "That's fine. You helped me obtain the puppet pearl. I already agreed to help you attack the Dragon's Gate. There is no need to report to me." The Treasure Master's voice sounded somewhat sinister, making one feel uncomfortable. "Many thanks, Treasure Master." After obtaining the Treasure Master's approval, Ao Lang finally relaxed. He had waited for this day for far too long. Far away, in the underground room where the Treasure Master was in closed-door cultivation, he watched coldly as Ao Lang's figure slowly disappeared. The Treasure Master's lips curled up in a strange smile as he toyed with a pearl in his hand. "Good timing. I can use you to test out the Dragon's Gate's strength and stir up the factions of the heavenly starry ocean." That night, the blood-clad sect demanded that the Dragon's Gate hand over Xiaochen. Otherwise, news of the blood-clad sect's gate would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean after half a month. Everyone knew that the Dragon's Gate had the support of the Bushin Palace, which Ying Zongtian managed. However, the blood-clad sect really dared to make an example out of the Dragon's Gate. What was even more eye-catching was that the blood-clad sect's excuse was to hand over the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen. Many people had already forgotten this name. In fact, many of the newly risen outstanding talents had not even heard of it before. 5 years ago, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen jumped off at the final step of his Emperor's Road. After Xiaochen returned to Heavenly Star Island, there was no more news of him, vanishing without a trace. If not for Ao Lang purposely mentioning him, no one would have thought of him. This immediately piqued the curiosity of many cultivators. They wanted to know whether the Dragon's Gate would hand over the Blue Dragon King or not. Chapter 1460. Heaven Dragon City, City Lord Hall. The upper echelon of the Dragon's Gate gathered together. Chen, Xianxia, Kim Taeho, Lord Jiu, Lan Tianji, Wang Lin, Gong Yangyu, Xinyuan Zhantian, and the others all arrived. Many of them were outstanding geniuses who spent most of their time wandering outside, cultivating alone and searching for their own fortuitous encounters in the Golden Age. After receiving Chen's message and learning that the Dragon's Gate was in trouble, he did not hesitate to rush back. None of these people had low cultivation bases. In this Golden Age, they were like fish in water, all of them able to stand on their own. The weakest among them was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. The ones with the most horrifying cultivations were Xinyuan Zhantian, Xianxia, and Gong Yangyu, who no one expected. Like Xiaochen, these three came from the Sky Dome realm. Now, they were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Among them, Xinyuan Zhantian was the strongest. Even Xianxia and Gong Yangyu did not know what his true limits were. Back then, Xiaochen had said that Xinyuan Zhantian walked an extremely difficult path. He only cultivated the state of kingship. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a body cultivation technique left behind from the peak of ancient martial arts. By combining his king's will with his physical body, he had formed the king battle body with limitless potential. Of all the people present, he was the last to advance to martial emperor. The path to martial emperor was fraught with death, and he had nearly died at the last step. But in the end he had managed to pull through. Right now, his sharpness was restrained. Even though he was already standing at the furthest corner of the palace, that terrifying king's intent still made everyone feel pressured. Wang Lin, who was also from the Haotian sect like Xiaochen, asked, "Miss Mo, why did you suddenly gather everyone here? Did something happen?" Chen and Lan Tianji each took a seat in the middle. Lan Tianji answered, "Let me say it. Last night, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng, personally sent word, asking us to hand over Xiaochen. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force half a month later and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood." Your tone is really arrogant. Not to mention that Big Brother Xiaochen is not in the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate is not the Dragon's Gate. Even if they are, we will not hand them over to them. We, the people of the Dragon's Gate, are not people that anyone can bully. Wang Lin heavily slammed the table, causing a loud bang to ring out. He was extremely angry. That little bastard. Back then, Xiaochen was soft-hearted and took his life. Now that you've made a comeback, you've immediately climbed all over me. You're really arrogant. Kim Taeho cursed angrily. He hated himself for not destroying the West Sea Divine Dragon Palace when the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, leaving behind such a threat. Chen said, saying all this is already useless. I called everyone here just to discuss it with everyone. Now that the blood-clad sect is very powerful, I have thought about it. Everyone here is Big Brother Zhao's good friend. There is no need for everyone to risk their lives to defend the city. We can hide for now and head to the Kunlun continent. When Big Brother Xiaochen returns, we can think of countermeasures. Only with the green hills can the green water flow. Chen's words were very sincere. She believed that Xiaochen was here. She did not want to see this group of brothers put themselves in danger. After all, the blood-clad sect was too strong. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, the current blood-clad sect master, was unreasonably strong. There's no need. Miss Mo, since we chose to return, we already made our decision. As people of the Dragon's Gate, how can we just sit and watch the Dragon's Gate get bullied? Xinyuan Zhantian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He said calmly, "Even if we cannot defeat them, we have to do our best." That's right. Brother Zhantian is right. This Heaven Dragon City is the culmination of Big Brother Xiaochen's efforts. Similarly, it is also the culmination of Miss Chen's efforts. If we leave, Miss Chen will definitely not leave, right? Gong Yangyu smiled faintly, expressing his opinion in a cool and elegant manner. It was not easy to establish the Dragon's Gate. Think about how much pressure Big Brother Xiaochen endured on the day the Dragon's Gate was established. How can people like us shrink back because of some pressure? Miss Mo Chen, please allow us to work with you to resist the blood-clad sect. As Yu Chenxi spoke, he looked like the morning sun, his face radiating a determined light. Let's go together. No one should leave first. If we are leaving, we should all leave together. Miss Mo Chen, don't harbor any thoughts of living and dying with the Dragon's Gate. If you die in battle, Big Brother Xiaochen will definitely be very sad. Lan Yu opened her eyes wide, looking somewhat pitifully at Mo Chen. As Mo Chen looked at the people in the hall who had stood up, she saw the sincere smiles on their faces. Mo Chen's eyes turned somewhat moist. She felt indescribably moved in her heart. Earlier, she had been somewhat selfish. Gong Yangyu was right. Mo Chen had indeed intended to let everyone leave and defend the city alone. However, when she heard the words of the people here, she suddenly felt that she had been somewhat selfish. The Dragon's Gate belonged to Big Brother Xiaochen, Mo Chen, and everyone else here. Sorry, Mo Chen was somewhat selfish earlier. Everyone, do not leave. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. All of us have to live well. None of us are allowed to die. Mo Chen's voice sounded somewhat choked. As she smiled, tears fell down her face involuntarily. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. At this moment, Lan Tianji also stood up and stretched his hand to the center. Immediately, everyone placed their hands on his. All the Dragon's Gate elders showed smiles on their faces as they promised to go through thick and thin together, advance and retreat together. Their smiles contained carefreeness, determination, courage, and faith in the Dragon's Gate. This is the Dragon's Gate treasure armor that I personally refined, a replica of the Blue Dragon Holy Armor. It is a complete set of Emperor-grade secret treasures. Although it cannot compare to the Ascension armor that the Qing Emperor wore back then, it is at least half as effective. Since everyone had decided to stay, Mo Chen did not say anything else. She took out the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor that she refined using the power of the Dragon's Gate. Xuanyuan Zhantian's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately dripped his blood on it and bound it to him, refining one set. With a thought, the various parts gave off an azure light and automatically attached themselves to every part of his body. After a while, the extraordinarily handsome Xuanyuan Zhantian wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor changed drastically. The azure battle armor had true dragon patterns carved on it. The air of kingship merged with the tyrannical aura of a true dragon. It was like the king of tens of thousands of true dragons, unique and unparalleled. It really fits. Miss Mo Chen, you are really nimble. Many thanks. Xuanyuan Zhantian revealed a satisfied smile as he performed a cupped fist salute with the heavenly war halberd in his hand. When everyone saw the extraordinarily mighty Xuanyuan Zhantian, they all eagerly put on the Dragon's Gate treasure armor. As of now, no one in the entire Kunlun realm could surpass Mo Chen in terms of refining Dao. She already stood at the peak. Furthermore, she had surpassed the second-ranked person by several mountains. Everyone was extremely satisfied with their battle armor, feeling exceptionally happy. Wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor, Yu spun around in front of Lan Xiaobai. Her heroic air immediately turned lively and cute. Elder brother Xiaobai, I look good in this treasure armor, right? Lan Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Then, he praised Yu, making her unable to contain her joy. A blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Of the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor, there was a set of snow-white treasure armor with a red cloak. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Kim Taeho smiled and said, "This set of treasure armor is unique. It looks very handsome and white like winter snow. It suits this fat lord's pure and handsome air very well. However, it seems to be a little skinnier. It does not match this fat lord's figure." Mo Chen's smile faded slightly. She sighed softly, "This is for Big Brother Xiaochen." The moment Mo Chen said that, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. If only Xiaochen were here. He would be like you and share the same hatred. I believe that Xiaochen will rush back and put on this battle armor. Then, he will lead us to kill our way out of the blood-clad sect. Xuanyuan Zhantian stood proudly. His handsome face exuded a sense of fortitude. Imperceptibly, it infected everyone present. I also believe that Big Brother Xiao Chen will definitely return. He has never disappointed us before. Even if we unfortunately die in battle, he will put on this white-clad battle armor and take revenge for all of us. Half a month from now, as the elders of the Dragon's Gate, we absolutely cannot let down the Dragon's Gate's might and let the people of the heavenly starry ocean laugh at us. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon's Gate that Big Brother Xiao Chen established under the pressure of everyone in the world be destroyed. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. Chapter 1461. With one glance, it looked like a thick scarlet cloud had landed on the sea. Wu Yun vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out. How arrogant! Let's go as well. Footsteps resounded as a Dragon's Gate disciple rushed in and said, City Lord, the blood-clad sex people are here. They have already surrounded the entire Heaven Dragon City. The 3 Dragon Kings, the 7 Colored Dragon Marquises, and the blood-clad sex Vice Sect Master are all gathered at the Eastern City Gates. An insignificant junior dares to fight with me? Right after Gong Yangyu spoke, blood leaked out of Wu Yun's mouth due to his carelessness. Then he got knocked down by the staff strike. What a good excuse. Who does not know? Xiao Chen jumped off his emperor's road and suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire. Now, he is a cripple and is hiding in Heaven Dragon City. Wu Yun's arm went numb, and the force of the staff spread out. Half his body turned somewhat stiff. When the metal staff stopped spinning, Gong Yangyu swung it down. 10,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds. Gong Yangyu's figure quickly vanished. When he reappeared, Gong Yangyu had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he arrived at the Eastern City Gates. Right after Mo Qin spoke, she soared into the air, standing on the Book of Heavenly Works. Then she tore through the sky like a burning meteor. Several people were stunned when they saw this, feeling envious of Xiao Chen. Don't fight. Young master, there is no need to waste words with them. I will go and capture this woman personally and interrogate her. Then we will know the result. City Lord Imo, you finally came out. I thought that you were like Xiao Chen, a coward, Ao Feng said with a smile, his words arrogant and confident of victory. Unexpectedly, it would be so difficult. I'll go and meet him. Go to the Eastern City Gates. Miss Imo, are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Bushan Palace not coming? Jean Lin asked somewhat worriedly. Ao Feng revealed a cold smile as he turned his head to look at his father, who was seated on the throne. Father, this Dragon's Gate does not know how to appreciate favors. There is no need for us to be polite to them. Above the city gate, the guards' expressions were solemn. Looking at the red clouds in the sky, their expressions were calm. Ao Lang wore the scarlet battle armor, and his eyes flickered with a strange red light. He gave off a frightening aura, appearing dignified and mysterious. Among the densely packed warships, there were 11 main warships. The 7 colored marquises each took 1, the 4 great dragon kings each took 1, and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's warship was the flagship. Roger. The previously solemn Dragon's Gate elders in the hall all stood up without hesitation. Since they had agreed to rush back, these people had no intention of deserting, no matter who the enemy was. She remembered that Big Brother Xiao Chen had left with a smile. If he left with a smile, he should return with a smile. Without any hesitation, Mo Qin suddenly stood up. She only had one thought in her heart. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate that Xiao Chen had established be destroyed in the hands of this group of people. Of course, these people were not here to help. They only wanted to use this battle to figure out the blood-clad sect's strength. They only had their current accomplishments thanks to Xiao Chen and Mo Chen's help. They had gone through many trials and tribulations with the Dragon's Gate. They were loyal to the Dragon's Gate, willing to go through fire and water at any time. Then, the hundreds of Dragon's Gate's warships hovering above the city lord's residence soared into the air. They flew quickly towards the city gates like arrows, appearing incredibly decisive. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, no, It should be the blood-clad sect's young master Ao Feng, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. He felt impatient. Several of these people had vicious thoughts. They hoped for an internecine outcome. Bang! Gong Yangyu decided to beat them up when they were down. He brandished his staff with one hand, and the black metal staff spun like a hurricane. They can't come. We can only rely on ourselves, Emo Chin replied softly with a grave expression. A person beside Emo Chin soared into the air. Then he flew towards the eastern part of the city at lightning speed, heading for Emo Chin. Immediately, the messenger on the flagship took out a messaging talisman and passed on Ao Lang's orders. Seeing that Emo Chin really stood up on the tall wall, Ao Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a deep smile. City Lord, the blood-clad sect's young master, Ao Feng, wants to see you. The Dragon's Gate cultivators had already gathered on the Dragon's Gate's warship in the courtyard outside the residence. The Dragon's Gate's warships were filled with disciples willing to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon's Gate at any time. These were all natives of Heavenly Star Island. It was truly airtight and impenetrable. Although the city gates were not broken, there was a formation protecting it, and these people could not break in. However, a large patch of blood clouds gave people a lot of psychological pressure. Wu Yun laughed maniacally. Instead of dodging, he threw out a punch. He was already a cripple, but there was still such a peerless beauty who was willing to stay by his side and guard the Dragon's Gate. Half a month was but the blink of an eye for a martial artist. According to the plan, the battleships soared into the sky and floated like a blood cloud. The battleships quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. Every battleship was filled with red-clad cultivators. Commander Dong Qing walked over quickly and performed a cupped fist salute. Even further away, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang did not ascend the island. He stood guard far behind, appearing very confident. When this punch landed on the metal staff, it gave off a loud, dull sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Behind, the 3 Dragon Kings and the 7 colored Dragon Marquises each led a team. Killing chi filled their faces as they looked coldly at the people on the city walls. Rumble! As the metal staff spun, it gave off the sound of boundless wind and thunder, causing thunderclouds to cover the sky. In the city lord's residence, Emo Chin, Lan Tianqi, and the other Dragon's Gate doyens readied themselves for battle. Young Master, the Dragon's Gate's people have not replied yet. They are not willing to hand over Xiao Qin, an envoy on the flagship reported as he knelt on the deck. Right now, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, who was like the sun in the sky. The people of the various holy lands all chose to watch from the sidelines. In the distant sky, many cultivators and the people of the Holy Lands paid close attention to the blood-clad sect's every move. After advancing to Martial Emperor, Emo Chin had already removed her veil. She was once the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Now, she looked very graceful and noble, even more so than before. So, it turns out that your peak 6th Heaven Martial Emperor cultivation relied on external items to advance. You are merely a so-so. As for the Bushin Palace's side, the demons suddenly attacked. The Bushin Palace and the deity Dao Union worked together to fight the other party in the starry heavens. This person wore the earth-ranked scarlet battle armor. His name was Wu Yun, one of the blood-clad sect's core elders. He was a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. Pass down my orders. The 3 Dragon Kings and the 7 colored Dragon Marquises are to ascend the island and surround the city. Wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. Originally, the blood-clad sect hoped that these 2 factions could help at the crucial moment. Who could have imagined that the Black Sea would suddenly turn chaotic? The 13 great bandits stationed in the city had no choice but to return to defend. Otherwise, their home might be destroyed. Emo Chin stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the city walls. Then she looked down. She happened to see Ao Feng, who was riding on a handsome horse and being escorted by a group of people. When Xiao Qin came out of the palace hall and looked up at the sky, he saw red clouds surrounding Heaven Dragon City, forming a ring. The others used various means to move much faster than the Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to believe that this was just a simple coincidence. After integrating the factions that the Sea Monarch left behind, the blood-clad sect's strength reached an unprecedented level, reaching its peak. Aside from the slightly weaker accumulations, the blood-clad sect could already rival the immortal Holy Lands, perhaps even surpassing them. The blood-clad sect's might was vast, and its aura flourished. Imochen replied calmly in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Young Master Ao, I already said that Big Brother Xiao is not in Heaven Dragon City. Even if he is, the Dragon's Gate's people will not let Big Brother Xiaochen fall into danger." Ao Feng's expression changed slightly. He said softly, "It's him, Gong Yangyu, the strongest person of the heavenly starry ocean with the staff." Ao Feng smiled coldly as he spoke in a sinister tone. Whoosh! Many scarlet warships anchored outside Heavenly Star Island Sea region. All of these warships had the blood-clad sect's war banner. On the city wall, Gong Yangyu pushed off with his feet and swung his heavy black metal staff down at this person. She did not want to see a tattered Dragon's Gate when Xiaochen returned. Chapter 1462. Gong Yangyu's victory in the first battle was beautiful and inspiring. However, in reality, the Dragon's Gate situation had not changed at all. Wu Yun was merely one of the core elders of the blood-clad sect. Above the core elders were the 8 enforcers and the vice sect master, Qin Minghua. Furthermore, there were the 3 dragon kings, the 7-colored dragon marquises, and the unfathomable western sea dragon king. The strength of the blood-clad sect far surpassed that of the Dragon's Gate. 1 or 2 one-on-one battles would not be enough to salvage the situation. At the same time, on the isolated island overseas, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the cycle arts had reached its most critical juncture. 7 different states of light appeared around Xiao Chen. They looked like colorful diamonds floating around him. The various states spun continuously. As the states spun, all sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized on the isolated island. Mountains and rivers shattered, and the flames of war burned. Many wounded soldiers lay on the battlefield, their bodies riddled with arrows. The 2 armies faced each other, and the killing continued. Everyone's eyes turned red from the killing. The so-called history was continuously evolving amid the killing. This was the mysterious phenomenon materialized by the state of massacre. After a while, the scene changed. Many cities were destroyed amid the killing. Civilization was trampled, and mountains and rivers were flattened. This was the illusion materialized by the state of destruction. This was the destruction brought by the killing. The scene changed again. Someone cried in pain in the rubble. Flocks of vultures flew in the scarlet sky. The withered flowers in the sky were filled with grief. Countless people looked up to the sky and let out silent wails. Those were faces of despair. After the despair, countless people died. The entire world fell silent. The scene was only black and white. The silence that death brought swept through the mountains and rivers. When one looked around, everything withered. There were no signs of human habitation. The world turned back into a piece of white paper. After many years, a trace of color suddenly appeared in the dark world. It was a small, green blade of grass struggling out of a crack in the rubble. The instant it appeared, the entire world changed color. One needed to kill to live. Killing would eventually bring destruction until the entire world died. Then one would gain new life. Reincarnation did not end. Life did not end. The illusion disappeared, and the 7 colorful diamonds turned into a rainbow light that entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. In Xiao Chen's vast sea of consciousness, aside from the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice, there was also a reincarnation heart that merged 7 states. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the 7-colored light that had filled the sky for more than half a year disappeared. As he looked at the world, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The originally desolate island was no longer lonely in front of his eyes. The ant nests buried deep in the ground, the grass in the cracks of the rocks. Everything was full of vitality. He could even see further into the future, 10 years, 100 years. The desolate island became verdant and lush with dense forests. Samsara has finally reached this step. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Before he fused the state of cycle, he would never be able to experience the wonders of the state of cycle. With a flick of his finger, a saber light shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and landed on a mountain rock a kilometer away. The saber light contained the state of cycle that Xiao Chen just comprehended. The mountain rock struck by the saber light suffered the attacks of the 7 states. Finally, it turned into yellow dirt and merged into the ground. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there any dazzling and colorful anomalies. There was only simplicity and simplicity. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. Although he still did not know how to use the state of cycle, the effect before him already explained it. The state of cycle simplified Xiao Chen's primordial energy, bringing it to a whole new level. Xiao Chen's primordial energy had always been much weaker than Emperor Wu's primordial energy. The reason was simple: he had not undergone his tribulation yet. However, this state of cycle made up for this. As long as the state of cycle fused with primordial energy, Xiao Chen would be able to use it. As long as he merged the state of cycle with his primordial energy would not be weaker than a sovereign martial emperor's. Xiao Chen thought about his 1,000 strands of primordial energy. This was 100 more strands than the 9th heaven's Emperor Wu. With the state of cycle, Xiao Chen's cultivation was already no weaker than that of a 9th heaven martial emperor. More accurately, he was even stronger than that. Only peak 9th heaven martial emperors, the Holy Land's masters who were only a step away from prime, could contend with him. Interesting. However, the state of cycle should not be so simple. If the reincarnation concept only had this effect, then it would be a little disappointing. Xiao Chen might as well try to see what would happen after exhausting the state of cycle with all his might. The cycle arts were incomplete. After teaching one to cultivate the state of cycle, there was no more content. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself to figure it out. Otherwise, there would be no need to put in so much effort. Whoosh! The cycle heart spun quickly in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Beams of multicolored light instantly filled the sea of consciousness. Following that, the energy from the state of cycle charged out of the sea of consciousness's limits and flowed throughout Xiao Chen's body. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were all filled with explosive energy at this moment. However, he could not move. His body was clearly filled with energy. However, the instant Xiao Chen raised his leg, he felt like he was fighting against the entire world. There was a boundless resistance. How can it be like this? Questions filled Xiao Chen's mind. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that he could not use the state of cycle in this abandoned land? If that was the case, then all his efforts over the past half a year would have been for naught. Xiao Chen's eyes turned scarlet. He had placed such a huge bet on the state of cycle. His 10-odd years in the Kunlun realm could be said to have been for the sake of this goal. In the end, this result was a little too great of a blow. Xiao Chen could not accept this. I will never give up. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. At this moment, 1,000 strands of primordial energy poured into his body. Whoosh! His body seemed to have broken through a thick layer of invisible barrier. The moment he broke through the barrier, he felt a chill run down his spine. The instant he broke through the barrier, that resistance no longer existed, and he charged forward. Holding pride, Xiao Chen stabbed it into the ground and unleashed all the energy in his body. With a loud bang, the entire island exploded in an instant and turned into nothingness. Rocks filled the sky and turned into countless specks of dust that shot out in all directions. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool that sucked in the seawater for 5,000 kilometers around like a deep abyss. Whoosh! Something strange happened. Xiao Chen, who had just seen the island crumble and the deep abyss form, suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered that the scene in front of him had changed. He held his saber and stood on a lone island. Xiao Chen felt indescribably fatigued. He wished that he could immediately fall to the ground and sleep. He was simply too tired. How can it be like this? I clearly remember what happened earlier. I clearly shattered the island under me with one saber strike. Why is the island I see still intact? Could it be that I saw wrong? Was what I experienced just an illusion? However, Xiao Chen's primordial energy was drained, and his cycle heart was dim. His body and mind were fatigued. How could this be fake? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the scene before him changed again. The island under him was no longer there. Xiao Chen was not careful, and he fell into the huge whirlpool of the sea. The whirlpool was like a bottomless abyss. Clearly, it was caused by his earlier saber strike. Fish dragon art, divine dragon tail whip. Xiao Chen shouted. Then he moved like a berserk dragon, moving in a huge arc. He struggled free from the strong suction of the whirlpool and somersaulted into the air, landing on the sea. As Xiao Chen looked at the pitch-black whirlpool, his thoughts slowly calmed down. Then he calmly pondered. That earlier scene was too strange. Reversing space-time. After Xiao Chen calmed down, he carefully considered the various possibilities. Finally, these words appeared in his mind. Reversing space-time, going back and forth between the present and the future. The state of cycle temporarily broke the restraints of time. Chapter 1463. As Xiao Chen lay on the throne in exhaustion, he still thought about the scene from earlier. He finally understood why it felt like he was facing the entire world when he circulated the state of cycle. It was very difficult to take a step forward. This was because Xiao Chen reversed time and space. With one step, he arrived in the future. When he stabbed the saber into the ground, the sea exploded, and a whirlpool appeared. Then, he returned to the moment he drew his saber. If that was the case, it would explain why the island didn't explode when he looked back. Because of the reversal of time and space, Xiao Chen saw the future. The energy of his saber also appeared in the future. When the future was set, the result could not be changed. After that, Xiao Chen did not do anything, and the island still exploded, exactly the same as what he saw in the future. This seemed somewhat complicated to explain. Simply put, after Xiao Chen unleashed the full power of the state of cycle, he could travel to the future to attack the enemy. From start to finish, there was a total of 3 seconds. Excluding the time he returned to the present and the moment he drew his saber. The time he truly attacked in the future was only 1 second, perhaps even less than 1 second. However, this 1 second was sufficient to determine the outcome of the battle. Unless the opponent was like Xiao Chen, who had scratched the surface of the state of time, no one would be able to block this saber strike. Just think about it. How would one block a saber strike from the future? The state of cycle is indeed indescribably wondrous. It truly lives up to being above the great Tao. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, the cycle Tao was stronger than the ice Tao, the thunder Tao, and even the saber Tao that Xiao Chen was most proficient in. However, this cycle Tao had obvious flaws to Xiao Chen. Firstly, this was just the beginning. Xiao Chen did not know how to cultivate it in the future. Secondly, he did not have the feeling that the saber Tao and the thunder Tao felt like they were his own arms. It was too difficult to execute them, and it was not natural enough to do so. Finally, the exhaustion was too great. It was like facing the obstruction of the entire world. Traveling back and forth between the future and the present, aside from the huge exhaustion, Xiao Chen felt like his physical body was finding it hard to endure. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. On the bright side, this was just the beginning, and Xiao Chen was already so strong. If he reached small perfection, how strong would he be? This was simply unimaginable. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly felt the message token in his universe ring ring ring. The message token was very expensive to make. It was something that only sovereign martial emperors could afford to use. Xiao Chen had only given his message token to Jiang Tian. Over the past few days, he had felt that Jiang Tian wanted to contact him. Unfortunately, he was at a crucial point in his cultivation of the reincarnation arts. Xiao Chen didn't want to interrupt. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would have to spend another half a year to comprehend it. Now that he had finished cultivating the reincarnation art, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to take out the communication token. Xiao. A miniature image of Jiang Tian appeared on the token. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. He smiled and asked, "Is there news of the treasure master?" You can still laugh. This old man truly admires you." Jiang Tian had a strange expression as he sneered. Xiao Chen sensed that something was amiss. His face darkened as he said, "Speak your mind. I wanted to look for you half a month ago." The blood-clad sect wants to attack the Heaven Dragon City and capture the Blue Dragon King alive. 3 days ago, I wanted to tell you that the Dragon's Gate is in danger. Your group of good friends will not be able to stop them. If you rush over, you can still make it in time. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming killing intent surged out of his body uncontrollably. After the Dragon's Gate was established, it kept a low profile and did not compete with others. It was just a gathering point for his group of good friends to fulfill his wish of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. He didn't have the ambition to dominate, nor did he think of invading any faction. To him, Mo Qin, and the others, he didn't have any ambitions. To Xiao Qin, Mo Qin, and the others, the Dragon's Gate was like a big family that connected all his friends. What about now? Jiang Tian remained silent for a while before saying, half a day ago, the city gates were broken. The Dragon's Gate's doyens moved out and even killed a few blood-clad sect elders. However, the blood-clad sect master personally made a move, Ka Si. Before the Geomaster Jiang Tian finished speaking, the message token floating in front of him directly shattered, turning into powder. This little fellow. Why is he still unable to calm down at such a mental state? Jiang Tian sighed softly as he shook his head on the other end of the message token. Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, even better than that of most sovereign martial emperors. He could control his greed and murderous heart very well. However, a dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would enrage him. The Dragon's Gate, his brothers, and his close friends were Xiao Chen's reverse scale. No one was allowed to touch it. A good mental state did not mean that Xiao Chen had no temper or lost his sharpness. Rage blazed in Xiao Chen's heart. He simply could not control it, nor did he want to. Before such a matter, he could not remain calm, unable to remain as immovable as a mountain. Originally, Xiao Chen planned to consume the universe origin Dao fruit after he comprehended the state of cycle. Now, it looked like he could only set this aside for now. Xiao Chen took out the primordial pills that he rarely used. Without hesitation, he took out 10 and consumed them. Now, he directly used the primordial pills that he used to cultivate primordial energy to recover his primordial energy. These were treasures that others would find hard to obtain, but Xiao Chen casually used them without even blinking. 1 hour later, with the help of the 10 precious primordial pills, Xiao Chen completely recovered his primordial energy. His mental and physical strength had all recovered to their peak. Whoosh! Xiao Chen raised his foot and heavily pushed off the water. Then he soared into the air like a berserk dragon, roaring ferociously. Rumble! The water that Xiao Chen stepped on shattered like glass, creating a huge pit. Just like that, Xiao Chen used his full power to rush over this boundless sea in the direction of Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen moved like a berserk dragon, moving 10 kilometers with each step. After he left a huge pit in the deep sea, displaying the rage in Xiao Chen's heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen traveled more than 50 kilometers. However, this place was too far from Heavenly Star Island. Even if Xiao Chen's speed reached the limits of the Kunlun realm, he would not be able to reach Heavenly Star Island within a short time. 2 days later, a strange piece of news started spreading in the Heavenly Starry Ocean. Some people said that they saw a true dragon appear and flash before their eyes. When these people recovered their wits, they discovered that the true dragon had already vanished. The berserk aura inspired fear in everyone who saw it. Naturally, the main character of the legend was Xiao Chen. He had no distractions, only one belief. Faster! 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 Get to Heavenly Star Island. With the support of this belief, Xiao Chen raised his speed to its limits. When everyone who saw it, they all thought that it was a dragon image flashing by. By relying on this extreme speed, Xiao Chen miraculously arrived at the sea region where Heavenly Star Island was 3 days later. When Xiao Chen passed the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he felt that the atmosphere of the island was somewhat strange. However, Xiao Chen, who only had one thought, did not stop. After he overtook the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he anxiously rushed to Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was not close to Heavenly Star Island. However, compared to Xiao Chen's starting point, it was much closer. After another half a day, Xiaochen finally set foot on Heavenly Star Island. The silhouette of Heaven Dragon City appeared in Xiaochen's vision. After he landed, he finally stopped frantically. Feeling somewhat nervous, Xiaochen slowly walked to Heaven Dragon City. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from the city. The largest city gate, the East Gate, was already completely destroyed. Only a pile of bricks and tiles remained. There was no sign of the past. When Xiaochen stepped on the rubble of the city gate and looked around, the entire dragon city no longer existed. After all the buildings were destroyed, they were set ablaze. Heaven Dragon City, which could rival Bright Moon City in the past, was now a pile of dilapidated rubble, filled with holes and thick smoke. In some places, the flames had not even extinguished yet, continuing to burn. Xiaochen could see some natives in the rubble, looking for the corpses of their friends and relatives in sorrow. These were the disciples who died for the Dragon's Gate. The corpses were buried, and no one cared about them. How could it be like this? Xiaochen muttered to himself, feeling grief in his heart as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1464. Not a single place in the vast Heaven Dragon City remained unscathed. The entire Dragon's Gate was destroyed. Xiaochen blamed himself. Why was he not here at the Dragon's Gate's most crucial moment? The stench of blood in the air had yet to scatter. One could smell it with a gentle sniff. Xiaochen did not want to smell it because he did not know how much of the Dragon's Gate's disciples' blood was in there. When he looked around, he saw the family members of several Dragon's Gate disciples in the rubble, doing their best to stay alive. Some of the disciples were still breathing, while others had been dead for a long time. Xiaochen hated himself for not being able to reverse the situation, for not having the ability to reverse life and death. He hated himself for not being there, for not being able to prevent the tragedy from happening. He hated the blood-clad sect for attacking the innocent Dragon's Gate's disciples. Suddenly, Xiaochen somewhat understood what it meant to be in extreme pain, to not have the heart to feel pain. Then, Xiaochen formed hand seals with both hands and spread out his Taiji saber domain. Within 1 kilometer, the collapsed walls, stone pillars, and roofs all floated up within the saber domain. With a thought, all the huge rocks instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. The Dragon's Gate disciples buried in the huge rocks revealed themselves. Xiaochen tapped his forehead with a finger, and the life essence that merged with the heart of an emperor turned into motes of stars drifting out of his body. The motes of light containing Xiaochen's life essence looked incredibly beautiful. As long as the Dragon's Gate disciples still had a breath left on the ground, their injuries healed at a visible pace. As long as they did not die, Xiaochen pulled them out of the gates of hell. As long as they did not die, Xiaochen pulled them out of the gates of hell. Just like that, he closed his eyes and slowly walked through the huge city. Everywhere he passed, the collapsed rocks floated in the air and instantly turned into powder, scattering with the wind. Everywhere he passed, Xiaochen cleared out large patches of rubble. The life essence that he scattered was even more effective than the best holy medicine for treating injuries. The many Dragon's Gate disciples miraculously came back to life. Elder Brother White Robes, what are you doing? This is life essence. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3 life mirror, was startled silly by Xiaochen's scene. In just a short while, the life essence that Xiaochen scattered had already used up 100 years of his lifespan. Of the 1,000 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands had already vanished from the life essence that contained his cultivation. Don't be afraid. I have a lifespan of 2,000 years. Dissipating 1,000 years won't be fatal. Even if my cultivation base regresses, I can still cultivate it back. Saving people is more important. Xiaochen's face was slightly pale. He responded calmly and continued walking. With such an understatement, he had managed to explain his shocking actions. Little 3 was speechless for a long time after hearing this, not knowing how to continue. Life essence, cultivation base, those were the foundation of a martial artist's life. No one would be willing to part with this. This was a martial artist's most precious asset. On the ruins, the people who were still alive were all stunned by this scene. After a while, Xiaochen walked around the entire city and cleaned up all the ruins. In the vast Heaven Dragon City, apart from some of the main buildings, there were no more ruins. The people on the ground stood up one after another. When they saw their recovered wounds, they felt somewhat confused. However, when they saw the masked, black-clad and cold Xiaochen, no one dared to go up and ask him anything. Nothing. The corpses of Imochen, Lan Tianji, Xinyuan Zhantian, and the other Dragon's Gate elders were nowhere to be seen. Xiaochen had already used up 1,000 years of his lifespan, leaving him with only 700 strands of primordial energy. Now, his tense heart relaxed slightly. Bush, bush, bush. Sonic booms rang out behind him. Someone rushed over. When Xiaochen turned around, he recognized this person. This person was the vice commander of Heaven Dragon City, Yuan Bing. He was a third Heaven Emperor Wu. Normally, he was responsible for maintaining order in the city and guarding the city lord's residence. May I ask who you are? Why are you willing to use your life essence to save us Dragon's Gate disciples? Yuan Bing looked at Xiaochen and drummed up his courage before speaking boldly. For some reason, when facing this mysterious masked person, there seemed to be an invisible force field. Even though the other party had not done anything, Yuan Bing felt like he was much weaker than the other party. There was an inexplicable pressure that made him feel nervous. It's City Lord Mo's good friend. I received her request for help and came too late. Since he could not expose his identity now, Xiaochen decided to ask about what happened in Heaven Dragon City. So, it is City Lord Mo's good friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Mo Chen's prestige in Heavenly Dragon City was very high, and she was able to become her friend. For someone to be her friend, Mo Chen was at least on the same level as her. However, it was still hard to explain why the other party was willing to use his life essence to save them. There were many suspicious points, some of which Xiaochen could not figure out. Where is the city lord? Xiaochen asked. When Yuan Bing heard Xiaochen's question, his expression turned somewhat grave. He replied in a low voice, he was captured. The blood-clad sect came out in full force. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders fought to the death, but they still could not block the other party's attack. The blood-clad sect's sect master personally made a move and injured the city lord. After the city gates were broken, the blood-clad sect's army charged in. The other party had too many people. We were simply not a match for them. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders related to the Blue Dragon King were all captured. Xiaochen felt a pang in his heart. He endured his grief and continued asking, where were they taken? It should be the Western Dragon City where the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is. I'm not sure where exactly. I fainted and just woke up. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace? How did you get involved with them? Yuan Bing explained for a while, telling Xiaochen the reason. Then, he said that the Western Sea Dragon King was the blood-clad sect's mysterious sect master. It's him. Xiaochen's killing chi surged uncontrollably. Yuan Bing felt extreme pressure, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave. No wonder. I was wondering why the blood-clad sect would attack the Dragon's Gate for no reason. If the blood-clad sect's sect master was the Western Sea Dragon King, then everything could be explained. Sir, don't be rash. The Western Sea Dragon King's strength is now unfathomable. If a supreme being doesn't come out, I'm afraid there are very few who can defeat him. More importantly, the blood-clad sect has many experts in the first place. Furthermore, it has consolidated the faction that the Sea Sovereign left behind. Now, it is already as strong as an immortal holy land. If you charge in rashly, it will be no different from sending yourself to death. Yuan Bing resisted the pressure and advised with some difficulty. He did not want the city lord's mysterious friend to be in danger. Without personally experiencing that great battle, one would not know how horrifying the blood-clad sect was. Without seeing the Western Sea Dragon King make a move, one would not know how strong he was. Xiaochen calmed down. Indeed, even if he still had 1,000 strands of primordial energy, he would not be able to kill his way into a holy land. Even if he grasped the state of cycle and the divine lightning eye, he would not be able to charge into a holy land. Not only would he not be able to save his friend, but he might even lose his life. It was not that Xiaochen underestimated himself. It was just that his individual strength was indeed insignificant when facing a faction that rivaled a holy land. Xiao Chen was confident that he could charge in and out, escaping unscathed. However, that would be pointless. If he could not save Imo Chen's group, it would be pointless. Instead, he might even harm them. After asking around, Xiao Chen understood why the Bushin Palace and the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea did not come to provide reinforcements. Ying Zongtian led the Bushin Palace's people and the deity Dao Union to fight the demons in the starry heavens. He could not afford to be distracted. Suddenly, there was internal strife in the Dark Sea. The 13 great bandits could not even take care of themselves. Goodbye. Xiao Chen glanced at the Dragon's Gate and instructed Yuan Bing to take care of these Dragon's Gate disciples. Then he left alone. The urgent matter at hand was to obtain the latest news about Imo Chen and the others before making a response. Xiao Chen, who was raging, had already calmed down.